Hi, welcome to one and all present here. We will continue our school Reimagines Itself conference with Valerie Hannon session. Hi, Valerie, welcome.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for the welcome and hello to everybody on the call.
This is Okan from Hisar School. We are happy to have you here in our conference. How are you, Valerie?
Very well, thank you. It's a beautiful sunny morning in London.
Yeah.
Same here in Istanbul.
Same in Istanbul. It's a very beautiful day.
Yeah. So welcome again. This is Aisha from Hisar School. I'm currently a senior. So before I give you the floor, I would first like to introduce you to our audience. Valerie Hannon is a global thought leader. She is the co-founder of both the Innovation Unit and the Global Education Leaders Partnership. Formerly a secondary school teacher, researcher, and director of education for Derbyshire County Council, then an advisor in the UK Department for Education, she now works independently to support change programs across the world. Currently, she is also senior advisor to the OECD in its Education 2030 project. Valerie is the author of the Australian Learning Lecture on the subject of the future school, which was published in late 2021. Her last book, Thrive, The Purpose of Schools in a Changing World, was published by Cambridge University Press. Also in 2021, Valerie was given the Outstanding Achievement in Education Award by EduFuturists. So I would like to add one last side note for our participants before you begin, Valerie. Please use the Q&A box below for your questions to Valerie throughout her speech, because at the end we will have a Q&A session. So now we will turn off our microphone and video, but we're here. So please let us know if you need anything. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And may I begin by thanking the organizers so much for doing me the honor of inviting me to address your conference. I'm humbled and honored by the invitation, and I will try both to pick up some of the themes which they have raised in their introductions from all your contributors, which I listened to very carefully. And may I say how much I admire what you are trying to do. I do not at all underestimate the difficulty of trying to do the kind of transformative reimagining thinking that you are undertaking, and it is a huge task, but you are not alone. There are many systems and many institutions across the world who recognize the problems that you have and the challenges that you have and are seeking to address them. So my respect and my congratulations and my admiration to you for it, and my thanks for inviting me to be part of the conversation. So let me add to that in the very best way that I can to enrich your thinking. I'm now going to share my screen. I will hope that works seamlessly and without difficulty. Here we go. I think that's on. Would you give me a thumbs up if you can see that? You can, excellent. This 25 years anniversary, you have elected to think about the task of reimagining school. And as I've said, I think it is a fundamental task. One of your speakers remarked that we cannot any longer see school as somehow separate from the huge change forces that are affecting society. Schools and education systems can't remain untouched by those, imagining that there's just a fixed body of knowledge which is their duty to transfer to the heads and the minds of their learners. That model has completely lost and completely impossible anymore. Why? Because we are in the age of hyper change and disruption. And much though we as humans would love our reality to be one of continuity and stability and straight line progress, sadly it is not. And if anything, the last 2 years has taught us how our world can be upended, as it happens in this case by pandemic, and in the last 3 weeks by war in Europe, which we never thought again to see at this scale, threatening so much of what has been built up in terms of cooperation, progress, and prosperity. But of course, whichever field of human endeavor you look in, you will see hyper change and disruption. Not just steady change, but disruptive change. We see that, and one of your speakers remarked on the shifts that artificial intelligence is bringing to the world of work and how it is penetrating every aspect of work. And that is just the beginning. We are going to see huge changes, very rapid changes in the kind of work that we do that is available for humans and the way in which that is distributed. A massive challenge for education. Health, we've already noted that we are seeing massive disruptive changes, some of which can be anticipated, some of which can't. The way in which we transport ourselves, in no time at all, we've seen a flip from people being completely devoted to using fossil fuels to drive themselves around and move, to thinking that's completely inadequate. And overshadowing everything, like a vast tsunami on the horizon, is climate emergency. And any of you who looked at the UN's report of last week will know that we are in the last minutes of the 11th hour to take change, make changes, which will avoid disruption on a scale we have never seen, potentially making our planet unlivable. Unlivable for us, the Earth will survive in one shape or form, but the degree to which we as humans can have a livable future on it is really up now for grabs. And this is the future that young people will partly inherit, but our task is not just to equip them to cope with changes which we, the older generation, have brought about, but to shape that future, to make that future theirs, and to bring them into the task of making a different kind of future. That is the challenge. So for me, looking at the international scene, what I would say is that schooling systems are currently entirely inadequate for addressing the scale of the challenges that we face. Learners are not acquiring the knowledge and skills that are needed for the 21st century era. Working on the OECD project for Education 2030 has taught me that. And by the way, when we began that project, Education 2030 felt like it was ages in the future, but it's nearly upon us. And what have we managed to change? Students can pass exams, but are they learning how to thrive? And so the question is, are we content just to improve our systems, basically keeping the model that was established in the late 19th century? Or do we need a transformative change, a reimagining, as your conference organizers have said? I profoundly believe that it needs to be a reimagining. So looking at this from a global perspective, and I've had the great good fortune to look at a number of systems across the world, I'll speak to three trends that I can see. The first is a completely new debate about the purpose of schools. What is it that schools are for? What is it that schools are trying to do? And that debate about purpose is central and fundamental. The second trend I see is at institutional level, not system level, but at school level, the use increasingly of design principles drawn from futures thinking to create schools that are fit for the future. And these two trends are coming together in new archetypes for schools that are addressing some of the key challenges that humanity faces. So I'm going to divide what I have to say into those three parts: the debate about purpose, how schools are using design principles to bring about their reimagination into practice, and how these things are coming together in some specific schools around the world, which are kind of archetypal in how they are addressing our key challenges. Now, firstly, the debate about purpose springs from the realization that a tacit and unspoken, a very, very powerful narrative underpins most education systems. It is what keeps them in place and makes them so powerful. And what is this narrative? What is this underpinning story? Well, I think it's got 6 parts, really. The first is that it's education that makes nations more prosperous because it increases growth, usually calculated by GDP. And may I point out that GDP as a measure is actually completely unsustainable, because endless growth on a planet with finite resources is impossible. So as humans, our endless desire to grow and grow and grow our economies, consuming and producing more, is profoundly problematic. The second piece is that education is the route to the best jobs, and education is the route to social mobility, improving your lot in your society. And these are fundamentally individualistic and competitive. The fourth is that success in education is really about getting qualifications. We might talk about rhetoric around well-being, but actually what really counts is getting qualifications. Subject-based academics, maths, science, geography, history, getting those academic qualifications are what really, really matters. And getting into university is the key success indicator, because frankly, if you haven't got a degree, you are second class. Now, when you spell it out like that, I'm sure you members of the audience would take issue with many of those propositions. But actually, that is what most people in society now really believe about education. And it's a big problem, because I'm quoting at the bottom of this slide in red from Michael Sandel, a wonderful philosopher whose book, The Tyranny of Merit, I commend to you. He says, amongst the winners in this system, it creates hubris. They think they deserve all the honors that they get. And amongst the losers, humiliation and resentment. And it's that problem, I think, which is polarizing societies because of how education separates young people out, that is partly to blame. Now, this education story has to be undermined. We have to have a different purpose for education if we are to realize our ambitions to reimagine it. Does that story apply in Turkey? I don't know your context well at all. I can only look at what is the published examples of or analyses of what is happening in Turkey. And what I see is that there is a higher than average share of national wealth goes to education, which is terrific. I wonder why, and I wonder if that is defended by politicians by the kind of story that I've just set out about what education is for. A higher share of students pursue vocational education and training, but this is because early tracking and high stakes examinations contribute towards having people put into tracks very early on and contributing towards inequities. And the OECD say in this report, it is a system that has relied broadly on academic selection. So having read this report on Turkey, it seems to me that that story that I just set out pretty much applies. Well, how do you undermine that? How do you come up with a very different kind of story? And I want to suggest to you that you can change the dominant narrative, and that you have to. Because unless you change the dominant narrative about education, no amount of reimagining will make any difference at all. How can you go about creating a version of your purpose, the purpose of education that will drive change? Well, I've had a go at a different kind of purpose. I published it in a book called Thrive, called The Purpose of Schools in a Changing World. And its thesis is, firstly, that purpose is absolutely paramount, and not engaging with it enables the continuation of the old, highly dysfunctional paradigm. My suggestion is that today education has to be about learning to thrive in a transforming world. And there are two parts to that. One is this notion of thriving, which is trying to undermine our old ideas about what success really is. What do we mean by having a thriving human life? And secondly, it's going to happen in a transforming world, not the world of even a decade ago. And unless we get to grips with the way in which this world is transforming, we cannot enable young people to create the world that they need and that they want. And thriving, you know, has to be undertaken, has to happen at 4 distinct levels. Firstly, there is the planetary and the global level. Because if our planet doesn't thrive, then we cannot. if we are not globally competent, if we do not understand how to coexist with other cultures, then how can we thrive? Because there will be conflict and endless challenges to our capacity to thrive as humans. So enabling young people to live in a sustainable world is first element of thriving. The second element of thriving is at the societal level. How do we create thriving societies? So this is a collective endeavor. How do we create equitable, respectful societies in which different races don't dominate others, different sects don't dominate others, everybody is worthy of success, and everybody joins in a decent level, standard of living. Thirdly, there's interpersonal thriving, the quality of our relationships between ourselves as humans. Well, you know, all the research shows that what makes great lives is great relationships. It's certainly true of my life, and I suspect of yours too. And this is not a matter of luck. It is teachable. How can schools have as a critical part of their purpose, enabling their young people to form terrific, strong interpersonal relationships? And then finally, there's the foundation of it all, the basis of it all, intrapersonal thriving, meaning how do we enable young people to gain a strong sense of mental well-being, of personal identity, who they are, a sense of calm, a sense of purpose in their lives, and indeed a control of their own body so that they could create a healthy body going into life, not unaware of how their body, their personal body operates. And it is obvious that across the world, we have not just seen an epidemic called COVID, or a pandemic called COVID, but we're seeing everywhere epidemics of mental ill health, of anxiety, of depression, of body dysmorphia, as well as epidemics of obesity. So enabling young people to create a sense of intrapersonal thriving is absolutely critical. And that, for me, my suggestion, is what our education needs to adopt as its new purpose. But this is a set of propositions for debate. Everyone will come to their own conclusions about it. I would say, though, that if we believe that we need to address all 4 levels of thriving, note a couple of things. They are profoundly interconnected. This is a radical vision. And you know, it is not just humanist, it is post-humanist. Because what I'm suggesting here is that nature, other species have rights too. We have to end the dominance paradigm, a dominance paradigm in which humans see themselves as dominant over all other species. Some races see themselves as dominant over other races. Men see themselves as dominant over women. All of these need to be reconsidered in a different kind of paradigm, which is post-humanist, because we see ourselves as part of nature and not separate from it. Seeing ourselves as separate from it is what has brought us to our present predicament, and indeed threatens the very possibility of human life on Earth. This vision focuses on the common good, equity, and social justice. It's not just about conferring individual competitive advantage on students, getting them in the position to get the best jobs. No, it's about creating a common good. And finally, it encompasses the world inside us and the world between us. It addresses the loss of empathy that we are seeing in the world and the loss of individual meaning and purpose. So that is my suggestion about what thriving might look like. But I recognize that there are problems in this. Can there be a global purpose of education? Well, thriving can be seen as global, but of course the interpretation can be value-laden, depending on cultural context, and I recognize that. What makes for thriving societies is especially culturally contested. And I think, however, it is imperative to insist on a new contextually appropriate narrative for education and what we are trying to do through education. It is essential for change. It is absolutely essential for reimagining education, which is your task. Now, my second theme is the use of design principles to create schools that are fit for the future. And this fits in very much with what it is that your conference is going to do over the next 2 days. It's fantastic that you've identified a number of new models around the world and that you've got people to enable you to do workshops on those. And this draws upon my latest publication, in which I have discovered a series of design principles that schools who are trying to make themselves fit for the future are using. The book is called Future School: How Schools Around the World Are Applying Learning Design Principles for a New Era. And it is coming out in May of this year and will be available there. I'd love to work with you on the principles within that, but what I'm going to do in this presentation is give you some of the headlines of what I found about schools which are trying to make themselves fit for the future. And the fundamental idea is that they have adopted a series of design principles in order to be fit for the future. These design principles are in 3 clusters, or 3 categories, if you like. They are around values, they are around learner experience, and they are around operational philosophy. Notice the schools have not started with where we usually begin in education, which is, what's the curriculum? What is the pedagogy? How should we teach it? And how should we assess it? No, they've not started there. They've started with a set of design principles which are around their values, which are around their operational philosophy, how they make those values real, and how learners experience them. Because if learners don't experience a difference, then really it has made no difference whatsoever. So what I intend to do now is give you a sense of what those design principles are that these schools in the world, across the world, are trying to make themselves fit for the future, what they're doing. And I'm going to take just one cluster because in the brief time I have, I'm afraid I can't go into values and operational philosophy, which is maybe where you thought I might go. But I'm just going to take one cluster, which is around the learner experience. Because as I've said, unless the learners experience things differently, then all the rest is just mere rhetoric. So I found that schools trying to be fit for the future adopted five design principles for how their schools should be. And these were about being personalized, being integrated, being inclusive, being social, relational, and also being empowering. And I'm going to expand each one of those in turn to give you a sense of what these schools are trying to do. I know this will just be a very superficial overview, but as I've said, the book is coming out next month. I'd be happy to work with anybody and what it means, but let me give you a sense specifically of what these design principles mean. So the first one is personalized. And what these schools are trying to do is make it the case that every learner's experience relates to her personal needs, her passions, development, and purposes. And these are at the center. It's not the institution that's at the center, its need for a timetable or employment or whatever. It's not the teacher or external bodies of knowledge. The learner's experience relates to her personal needs, passions, development, and purpose. And the school's task is to meet those whilst at the same time recognizing that there are hugely powerful external bodies of knowledge which they can open up to the learner. The second design principle is that learning should be integrated and that the learner experiences meaning through learning that transcends silos or boxes. It builds connection within and between disciplines. And this means utilizing many forms, being disciplinary, certainly teaching physics, teaching chemistry, but also being interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary. And so schools that I have studied, which are trying to reinvent and reimagine themselves for the future, place a huge emphasis on taking real-world problems, community problems, and showing how disciplinary knowledge, used in an interdisciplinary way, can make a difference. Integrating that learning and making it meaningful for young people. The third design principle for the learner experience is that the culture of the institution is experienced as respectful and welcoming, whoever you are, whatever your background has been, whatever your history has been, whatever your racial heritage might have been. You are welcomed and respected as a full member of that community. The fourth design principle for the learner experience is that learners experience the place as somewhere where they are known. Good relationships are the basis for deep learning. And I was very struck in the presenter's introduction to your conference by saying schools are valued not just because they are there to help learning, but because people socialize there. They find out who they are. And you know, the best philosophers of education have always said, learning is a profoundly social experience, a profoundly social phenomenon. We can't do it in a bubble. And so good relationships being the basis for deep learning is fundamental to design principles for schools for the future. And collaboration is the norm. The idea is not that students try to compete with each other and get the best grades, but that they help each other do better. There is a school that I've studied called XP School. There's a long case study in the book, in which they have their students put into what they call crew. You know, the word crew, which is like used on, you know, you become a crew if you're in sailing or a part of a team. And success is about how the crew helps each other to succeed. And in this school, they're saying when we're in crew, our responsibility is to help other members of our crew do well as well, not to compete to do better than them. Collaboration is the norm on all the projects that they undertake. And the final design principle in this cluster on learner experience is about being empowering. Future schools build and leverage learner agency or self-direction. They provide opportunities for learners to take increasing responsibility and ownership of their own learning. And again, the first speaker, I think, in your introduction, laid emphasis on this. And you know, if we are to have young people who can shape the future and not just respond to it, this disruptive, this hyper-changing future that lies ahead, then they need to be empowered to know how to bring their knowledge, their skills, their attitudes, their personal power to bear on these problems. So they must learn that in school and they must be empowered in school. Well, it's not just me putting these forward to you. These are the design principles that I found in action in the schools that I have studied. And they are putting those design principles together to address the major challenges of our time. And when I did the research for the book, I was quite amazed to discover that schools around the world are starting to focus very much on quite specific problems that are confronting us in this world of hyper change. They're combining the design principles around their values, around the way they operate, and around the learner experience in different kinds of combinations. So schools are starting to look very different. This is not a kind of cookie cutter template so that every school says the same. On the contrary, they're starting to address the major challenges of our time. And I found that there were 6 archetypes, which I found enormously interesting. Archetype 1 was schools that are focused on growing ethical leadership amongst their young people. And this is something that perhaps the Hisar schools is particularly interested in, noting that there's a real leadership deficit in our world at this time, and that we need to grow leadership of a very different form, that leadership can come from anywhere. It's much more democratized, and that young people need to be able to grow their own leadership skills. I'm going to come back to that one shortly. Archetype 2 was a group of schools who are really focused on the power of technology and how it is transforming our world at a rate we can hardly comprehend. And so these schools want to create young people to build our technological future and not just be consumers of it. To build artificial intelligence which is based on a fundamentally ethical foundation. And I found schools, particularly in the East, actually, in Japan, the Kozen schools, in South Korea, in many other parts of the world, who are focused on empowering young people to build a very different technological future. Archetype 3 were schools which are fundamentally focused on promoting environmental thriving. And you have one of those schools participating in your conference, the Green Schools. And I studied the Green Schools for precisely this reason. And they believe that unless we create young people who can live and lead a sustainable future, respecting other species and respecting Mother Earth itself, we will have no future. So that is their fundamental driving purpose, promoting environmental thriving. Archetype 4 recognized that we need prosperity and young people need work and to create good lives, but that the labor market and the landscape of jobs is changing at an enormous rate. And it's not that young people need now to be prepared for a single job or a single career or even a single field, but that they need to become experts in career navigation. And these schools are very focused on enabling young people to experience very early what the world of work looks like, using internships, using experts from the world of business, of technology, of creativity, of the arts, to say, this is how our field is evolving, this is what a career in it would look like. But these young people not getting fixed on a single idea of a field or a career, but rather recognizing that they might change fields over a lifetime many, many times. Fifth category is the archetype which is about growing entrepreneurs and change makers. And this group says, well, you know, fewer and fewer young people will be working in a single institution. What we need is young people who can create their own businesses and who can make change in the world. And their intention is to grow entrepreneurs and change makers. And the final and fascinating one for me is a group of schools across the world who are saying that what they are trying to do, their fundamental purpose, is on focusing on identity, enabling their young people, in whatever context they are, sometimes sharing very different kinds of heritage, to understand what their identity is going forward. I'm sorry I can't expand these in a great deal more detail here, but I do want just to give you a flavor of one of these schools, which is a school in Cambodia, focused on category 1, growing ethical leadership. It's called the Liger Leader Academy. And I'm going to, the Liger Leadership Academy. And I'm going to show you, if I can, if the technology works, a very short video, which I made interviewing the head teacher of that school in terms of what it is that they're trying to do. Here's the video.
We take very seriously our goals. We call them leadership competencies, and it's things like vision and influence, about networking, about problem solving, about communication and collaboration, and dot connecting, being able to connect dots and solve problems, being able to understand how one thing impacts another thing. And that is really the basis for our whole curriculum. So it's not just an add-on, as many people talk about, but those kinds of competencies, these leadership competencies, are skills that will bring them into the future. And in particular, our students in Cambodia, in the next 20 or 30 years, we believe these literally are the skills that they need to create a better economy and a better country. But in addition to that, we also think about their future skills, not only of just competencies like being able to network, being able to communicate effectively and so on, but also who people are. The ethics and the values that people hold are very important to us. And it's very important in Cambodia to rebuild people that are leaders that have strong value systems and that really understand, that are globally minded, understand the world, and care about other people. So we think about a lot of skills that we have, things like integrity, stewardship, ingenuity, and some of these other types of value things that are actually as important as the skill competencies that we have. We do things that are real world projects. We have a group of students that are working on marine biology in the coast off of Cambodia. They have become the first certified scuba divers in the country, and they are working with people, with researchers from all over the world to try to save the habitat off the coast. So this is a 3-year project. So it's very authentic and very real, and it really makes a huge impact. They've presented at international conferences. And I give you one example, but I can give you 100 examples of things like that our students are doing. And my point is that when you do things like that, when you are doing things that are authentic, that are real, and that are impactful, that actually make a difference, it is motivating for students. So for the first time really in my whole career, I've seen students be completely engaged in their learning. Every day, they want to make a difference. They want to work on these larger initiatives that can create change. Our students who are building the first Cambodian satellite to be launched into space, which is going to happen by next year. The leadership capacity is not only the skills of how to raise, which they just did, they raised $20,000 in the last few days, but they've had to learn about politics, and they've had to learn about the challenges from their colleagues, their challenges from the government in Cambodia. So it's really taking these leadership, it's like defining what is leadership, and then understanding some of the skills that go into it, and having a good sense of value about it, something that's a positive change for the society. Also, really the idea of rethinking staff of schools and who works at schools, because almost all the things that we do, our staff knows nothing about in terms of the content, but it is to work together to solve problems together. And I guess the second part of it is really the idea of the world as a classroom. There are 7 billion people in the world, more than 7 billion people. And we think at Liger that pretty much everyone works together with our students at Liger to learn and work on projects together. So every single day, our students are working with people from all over the world, working with mentors to work on projects. We have a very critical and amazing staff that works with them, but oftentimes we don't really know anything about the project. For example, I'm working on this satellite project with these students. I don't know anything about satellites, but I'll tell you, I know a lot more now, but our students are literally satellite experts because the whole world has opened up. And so really the idea of a teacher at school, we really question the whole notion of who's working, who's helping students learn. But the real answer that we've been working on for years is everyone. So the idea of leadership competencies, it is really amazing when students are working on something that is very important for other people or the world around them. And I think that gives people not only the idea of being engaged in their learning, but they're doing something bigger than themselves. And I think it really goes back to defining what is leadership and what do we mean? What is a good leader? And one of the things that we think about a lot is leaders use good skills to connect dots, to problem solve, to communicate effectively with all kinds of different people, but also around something that is actually meaningful, something that really matters. And so that ethics, those values of doing something that's important, doing something that you succeed at, and practicing the skills to do it. So I think it's a combination of the values of a positive, game-changing kinds of activities that are worked on, that leaders need to do, that are honest and ethical, but are also smart. We take very serious competencies. It is really amazing.
I'm going to end the video there because we're running out of time, but I wanted to give you a sense from that of how it is that at least one school in a country, by the way, ravaged by civil war, Cambodia, trying to create a very different future, is looking at how bringing design principles together to create a real focus on a purpose which is about the new world that we face. That is, I believe, the future for education. And it's going to be different in every context. and in every culture, but design principles are what it is that can help us bring about a different kind of schooling system. However, we won't get there, I believe, coming back to my earlier point, unless we have a different purpose for education, a different narrative, a different kind of conversation about what education is for. So I'll end my contribution there, and thank you very much indeed for listening to me. I'm sorry I've taken a little bit more time than I'd intended, but I know that our presenters have been taking questions in, and I did want to leave at least a little bit of time to respond to those if that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie. It was very insightful, inspiring speech. While we were listening to you with Ayşe, we took many notes, and we also see that our participants have some questions for you. So we selected only 3 of them because of time pressure.
Sure.
So the first one is, you mentioned about creating schools for the future and intersection of education and the levels of thriving. So what are some obstacles for creating schools for the future? That's
well, I can only repeat.
Process, yeah.
Yeah, the major obstacle in my view is that there is a kind of common sense view that politicians believe that all their populations share about what schools are. And it is a very, very rigid view. People can see that the world is changing, but somehow schools are stuck in this old model of what they are for. And we need to change the conversation, the public conversation, which is why I started with that set of the parts of the story that politicians usually tell. And when you listen to a politician, they'll almost always say, well, I'm investing more in education. Why? Because it will make us a more successful economy. And it will give you as individuals a better competitive chance. Well, if you continue with that kind of narrative, you will stay with the old model of school that we've got. And the old model of school that we've got is not addressing the challenges of humanity. So we've got to change the conversation. And I think that every conversation that we have in conferences like this, in public meetings, in discussions with parents who come in looking at what your school is about, we ought to be talking about thriving, which is a much bigger concept than about success. Because success brings you into the old model of qualifications, competitive success. Thriving is a much more holistic concept, which is about our life on earth and our life within ourselves. So, as I say, I can only repeat my view that we must get a conversation about purpose before we can effectively reimagine.
Thank you, Valerie, so much. Another question, Ayşe will.
Yes, so the second question is, especially thinking about the Turkish educational system, our system is designed in a way that forces us into competition and testing system, as you have also mentioned in your presentation. Yeah. And the system, unfortunately, prevents us from pursuing our passions and maintaining our social lives. So how do you think the balance between academic success and also extracurricular success or progress could be designed? And also, what would be the best parameters to evaluate these?
The second question is a really interesting one. But the first one comes back to enabling a conversation about what it is to be a successful human now. And really, if you think being a successful human means, just getting into the best universities, well, this is such an outmoded and inadequate concept. I mean, you just have to look around you to what is happening to young people and the way in which they are responding. They know that the world has gone off course, that we are destroying our own planet, now that we are not living in harmony and in a way which will enable us to create thriving lives. Now, if that's the case, to continue with a paradigm in which young people are competitively trying to elbow their way to the top with a very narrow set of skills at the end of it, it's a recipe. Well, it's how we got into our current predicament. So I say again, we must constantly come back to reassessing what is the purpose. And if your purpose is to walk away at 18 or 23 with a bag full of qualifications, well, good luck with that in this 21st century, because you only need to see how far that has taken us away from our bigger aims about leading good lives, about having, you know, healthful relationships, about avoiding depression and anxiety, which is an absolute scourge of many, many societies now. And therefore, if schools tilt to bring from the margins into the core some of those things, about how you build relationships, about how young people acquire a sense of mental health and personal well-being, if you bring them to the core, you're right. How do you assess those things? And again, I think that, you know, you don't do it by a paper test, that's for sure. You don't do it by an examination in which people aren't allowed to talk to each other. But there are measures in which schools themselves can assess whether they are addressing these issues. I mean, to take a rather crude one, I know many schools now who are doing very regular surveys with their young people about how they're feeling about their life in school, how they're feeling about their relationships, and how they're feeling about their relationships with their teachers. What can the school do more adequately to make it a learning environment which the learners experience as somewhere welcoming, respectful, where they can be warmly encountered for who they are, whoever they are. And so schools can be asking themselves questions about whether they're creating that kind of environment or not. That's baseline. But I mean, just to finish on one other count, I know schools across the world now who are making space in curriculum time for young people to acquire the skills of meditation. Not in order to, you know, with any religious intention, no religion in it whatsoever, but to enable them to, because this is a skill, it's a skill set. How do I find personal peace and a sense of calm when everything around me is really difficult? That is a learning skill, and it ought to be about the learning that schools incorporate into their curriculum, in my view. That's one way of doing it. Of course, there are many others.
Thank you, Valerie. I know the time is over, but we have one more question, if you're okay with it. Thank you. So you pointed out very important steps for youngsters and students in this ecosystem. So what do you think about the roles of teachers to support students in this process?
Fantastic question, because there is no doubt that the agenda for reimagining in the direction that we are talking about, as you'll hear from Green School and all the other schools that you're going to be studying in the next couple of days, it does mean a big shift in the role of the teacher. But it is not a shift that in any sense diminishes their importance or the sophistication of the skills that they need. On the contrary, it is more than just being a subject expert in physics or mathematics. It is about becoming what I call a choreographer of learning, a designer of learning. So it's how you bring your subject knowledge into a space which empowers young people to both make use of that and all the other resources for learning that there are. You, of course, have made it clear that you utilize the technology now in fantastically powerful ways. You can now make use of lectures on physics from the most distinguished physicists in the whole world. Why would you not bring that into your classrooms? But in order to do that really well, you need your physics teacher to know how to utilize resources to enable young people themselves to tap into these resources. So the role of the teacher is really going to need to shift. It's a big challenge for teachers. It is a big challenge for the way in which we train teachers and enable them to develop their skills over their career. But I do believe that when teachers start to teach in this different way, well, I don't believe it, I know it, because I have been interviewing teachers around the world who say, this was a big shift for me. I thought all I had to do was to download all I know about chemistry into these heads. And I'm at the center of it. I'm at the front, I know it all, and I need to tell them what I know. But now I realize I actually have to guide them to a place where they can draw upon all the learning resources, including me, including what I know, but including experts in many other sources, and including addressing the real life problems that our communities face, that these subject disciplines can impact. Because what it does is it shows the practical utilization of disciplines, as of subject knowledge, which quite often young people don't see. How many times was I as a teacher asked, what are we learning this for? I don't see the point in learning this. But a teacher's role now is to show the practical application of the powerful knowledge that is out there to real world problems. So the short answer to the question is, it does entail a different role for teachers. Teachers are doing it around the world. And when they do it, they find it so satisfying. To work in that way with young people is profoundly, profoundly fulfilling. And it is no loss of status, no loss of skill. On the contrary, it's upping the skill level and upping what is needed from our teaching profession, which in my view is the most important profession in the world.
Thank you so much, Valerie, for your time.
I'm sorry, talking of time, I have overrun a little bit. You will have noticed that I'm passionate about these matters and I tend to overrun. So. It
was a great session. Thanks so much. It was a pleasure to have you here in our conference today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and my very good wishes for the rest of the conference. I hope it is a huge success.
Hope to see
and I hope, by the way, to be able to remain in contact with you. I'd love to be able to assist your program.
Sure, of course, of course. Okay, thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you so much. Gitte Balslev holds a PhD in collaborative innovation in public sector education from Roskilde University, Denmark. She is currently a postdoc fellow in educational science at the University of Southern Denmark. Her research focuses on educational change, leadership, collaborative innovation, and ecosystems as educational networks through the NetEdu project, which is a cross-national research and development project that investigates the potential of educational networks. Gitte is also working on developing university teaching with connection to the United Nations goals and has developed new master degree programs on pedagogical change management in and around public schooling. Now moving on with Jordi. Jordi Diaz Gibson is an entrepreneur with an ecosystemic and research background. He is interested in weaving together learning ecosystems to co-design and co-implement solutions for a better world. He teaches in the education degree in Blanquerna Ramon-Llull University and also leads the NetEdu project. Welcome again.
Welcome again. Before letting you the floor, a last minute guest, Günalp from Education Reform Initiative. Welcome, Günalp. And,
welcome.
Also from the Teachers Network, he will share the practices from Turkey. Okay, now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, friends. And thank you so much for having us. We're very honored and pleased to be here with you.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. A pleasure also for me. So yeah, so we are very, very happy to be here, and we'll be very happy to share the work that we are doing also in collaboration with our colleagues, Günalp and others in Turkey. So let's start. Come on, Gitte.
Yes. And actually, to start out, we would very much like to have your perspectives on the open schools. And we have this in thought. We would like to plan our session with you like this, that we would start with a check-in and a breakout, where we go into breakout rooms. And initially, we share our ideas about open school. And then we will meet together in the plenary session again and discuss what we have been speaking about. And then we will move on and give some examples of our studies into open schools and our school weavers tool. And after this, we will finish off our plenary session with future challenges, with a dialogue on our future challenges regarding open schools. So first, we would very much like to have you into groups of 3. And it would be wonderful if you would start introducing yourselves. See, I don't know how it is here in this session here in Turkey, but I know in Denmark, if we do not be really careful, then our introductions might be very long and we never come to speak of what is interesting for us. So we would like you to have a very short introduction with your name and your institution only. And then we would love that you contribute with your ideas of what is an open school for you in your position, in your opinion, and have a mutual dialogue, 3 and 3 in the groups of the open school. So Jordi, do we think that this is possible?
Yeah, so are our colleagues all kind of supporting these breakout rooms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we are trying to send the participants to the groups. Just a second. So,
yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be just a 15-minute group.
Okay.
And also a great time to connect also the idea of the open schools also with the amazing ideas that Valerie Hannon has shared with us.
Yes.
So it's a good transition.
And we will call you back in around 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. And maybe, Jordi, you can stop sharing the screen and we can see if people have left into the rooms. Not yet, as it looks. Okay.
Jordi, we're trying to get some technical help for the breakout rooms. So could we wait for like 2 minutes if it's possible?
Yes, we could also share some of our thoughts here.
Yeah, I think it's a good moment to maybe we can have a few words from Günalp, who is our colleague and our collaborator, member of the NetEdu team. Maybe Günalp, you can present yourself. You're gonna be sharing a little bit, not now, not yet, but maybe they can get to know you a little bit. I'm sure there's some they already do. So thank you, Günalp.
Yeah. Thank you, Jordi. Thank you, Jordi. I can, of course. Should I do this in Turkish, maybe, so that the translator?
Yeah.
Okay. Merhaba herkese. Günalp ben.
Hello, everyone. My name is Günalp. I work in the teacher network in connection with ERG. In the teacher network throughout Turkey, we actually put the teachers and educators in the center, but we make sure there are stakeholders around them that they can collaborate with. So we're trying to create this network. And I'm working as the development coordinator. I coordinate the teacher events and field events and activities. For those who are interested in the teacher network, we will send you the links. Perhaps you already know. I'm an educator at the same time. I graduated from English teaching department, but I work in the civilian area. And this NetEdu project is a very exciting project for us. Today, we'll be discussing open schools. So we're actually building this session around that topic. We want to make schools more open in Turkey. We need to make it open to more actors. There is a huge need in that direction. The NetEdu projects and the Schoolverse project are very exciting for us because it presents a great opportunity for schools to reveal their potentials, to understand their position, and to come up with their own actions. So we think that it presents a great opportunity, and we've been working on this for the last couple of years. So soon it will be open to everyone. So we'll be sharing it and implementing it. So thank you, Jordi, for the opportunity.
Wonderful. And actually, Jordi, we could also move on and maybe take our session a little later, if that's okay. Do you think that we should move on and just wait with our breakout rooms?
Yeah, I think we can perfectly do that, and we can do the breakout rooms whenever we can. And
right.
if we cannot, so we will think to expand maybe a little bit at the end the discussion. So that's perfectly something that we can do. Thank you very much, Günalp, for your introduction. So it sounds Turkish It sounds amazingly wonderful. So let's start then, okay? So I'm gonna share again the presentation.
Right.
And we're gonna move on here, and we're gonna start with this quote, right, Gitte?
Let's do this, because we would like to start with this quote and let this quote, I will read it to you, but we would like to let this quote actually color our session today. So it goes like this. Humans are the only species where we put young people together in very well organized boxes. And this is isolated from the real world. And then we tell them, okay, sit here. And this is what the real world is about. Every other species, once they feel that their youngers are old enough, they guide them into their real environment, and they experience to fly, to hunt, to collaborate, and so on. And they learn by interacting in their own ecosystem. And Kavita Anand has this quote, and let us have this in mind when we move on now. So yeah, you can take the next slide. See, I do transdisciplinary educational research in science education. And I work partly for the University of Southern Denmark. It changed a bit since last we should have had this conference. So I'm in another place now. So I'm at the Center for Research in Science Education, the red dot in the middle, and partly for University College Copenhagen, where I'm the head of CESE. This is the National Center for Excellence in Science Education within the NAFA program. This is our new National Academy for Science, and this is located in Copenhagen, the red dot to the right. So now you have me placed here in Europe. And let's move on and have a look at a case in education. So this is a case in primary and lower secondary education in Denmark, where stakeholders are working to open up the school, open up these well-organized boxes isolated from the real world, as Kavita Anand calls our current school system. During my research, I have investigated the problems and the complex social processes of educational innovation. And I have looked at networked learning. While stakeholders were opening up their schools and building educational networks to address complex educational problems, such as school dropout and student motivation. I don't know if this is real for you also in Turkey, but in Denmark, school dropout and motivation is actually a big problem. So I would like to share this model with you, and it is a Lego board, as you see, and in this Lego board, this is a model built to illustrate collaborative innovation in a local educational network of teachers, school leadership, local stakeholders like sports clubs, museums, local businesses. And the model consists of this Lego board, the framework for change, on which different Lego animals, the figures, they are strategically placed in relation to this role that they symbolize. And to the left, you see a female lion, and she's just outside the board. The female lion illustrates a curious stakeholder who, well, really not has been involved from the beginning. She may not really have any interface or share the problem, but there's a potential to help and to present this actor. And this actor is, or stakeholder is open to the problem field. And below you find the polar bear. And the polar bear has the back to the problem field. The polar bear may symbolize a knowledge worker. You see the small computer block at the foot of the polar bear, but he has turned his back to the problems, and he does not immediately show interest in this common process. I've met this attitude many times in my educational work, actually. And then at the bottom right, there's a crocodile, and it's seen as the entrepreneur who's already and has the machinery. You can see the gears next to it. And the entrepreneur may be the initiator that has the arguments and the story in place and is perceived as dominant and sharp in speech. Here it's of course illustrated by the crocodile's tooth-filled gap mouth, right? And then at the top right, there's a male lion, and this person represents a result-seeking stakeholder who longs for the prestige it gives to be a prime mover in a successful project where gold lies at the end of a long implementation path, at the end of the rainbow, right? And you can see honors from previous projects. They wave like the yellow flag beside the lion, and also represented by these ripe crops by his side. And then to the left of this prestigious hunter, there are two stakeholders who have formed an alliance, the horse and the cow. And together they have a chest of gold and they have a vehicle. So they have both resources and mobility. And thus together they represent a valuable resource and have in this innovation process or development process. And all these mentioned actors, they're bound together by a mutual cause and education of local children, but also by, let's say, a wicked problem that is illustrated here in the middle by a spider sitting in an invisible web at the middle between them. And these wicked problems, they could be the high dropout rate or the lack of student motivation, as mentioned earlier. And this web of wicked problems pulls at the actors from all sides and demands solution or even threatens the existence of this project or this initiative. But the various animals, they have not really discovered the seriousness of this problem yet. And the situation shows actually that here is a window of opportunity, but something is missing. You see the empty space on the platform. Maybe the actors are waiting for someone or something to catalyze this problem solving. Maybe it's a person, or maybe it's resources, maybe it's mindset, as we just heard the previous speaker. And maybe this can push the collaboration into movement. So in other words, the situation here is a step immediately before an innovation process is initiated. And for example, this is a field of opportunity where the potential for innovation is untapped. So this is an illustration of professional interaction in an educational ecosystem, local or national. So Jordi, should we move on now? Yes. And to our colleagues, you just tell us when we are ready for the breakout rooms, then we can shift our program a bit. But if we go and stick to this story and this slide, in Denmark, we have been working with reforming our school system for many years, just as you have here in Turkey. And with the latest reform from 2014, the open school has been on the agenda and still is a very important part of our reformation of our educational system. And the ambition is to let society into schooling and open schools towards society, actually to, as we just heard, draw real problems into learning processes, real societal problems. And this part of our reform in Denmark can be seen as this attempt to open up education of future citizens to be able to address the complex problems that we stand with right now. And unfortunately, we are witnessing all too much of these complex problems regarding climate change, pandemics, and even war. But we should ask ourselves, how can our schools be ready for this opening? How can our teachers be ready to involve students and stakeholders and teach problem and project-based in engaging ways where they do not just feed children with knowledge, but they actually, as we just heard, actually engage students in their own knowledge process. In Denmark, opening up schools are just at the beginning and have not really reached its potentials. So we should ask, what can spur open schooling? Well, teacher education is one part, and I will be talking about this also in a moment, but building an educational ecosystem is also an option. And Jordi, he will go into this just afterwards. So maybe we should just move on, Jordi, and then go to the next slide. Because here in Denmark, since last summer, the summer of 2021, the Novo Nordisk and the Willum Foundation, two great Danish foundations or big foundations in Denmark, they funded a 7-year national program, the NAFA program, not the NASA, but the NAFA. And it's put in place to lift science education in Denmark. And the interesting here is the focus on teacher education and competence building of teacher educators. So the collaboration and joint venture of our independent university colleges, where we educate teachers, this is how it's organized in Denmark, and our 4 universities. And these 10 partner institutions, they nest our research and education and development of Danish science education. So the network is amongst these institutions. And they normally work in silos. I don't know how it is here in your country, but in Denmark, our educational institutions, they have a tendency to work in silos. So the NAFA program is actually challenging regarding these traditions in institutional politics, competition, and collaboration. So this is what I do now. I actually facilitate the networking and the collaboration between these partner institutions. And the NAFA program is, the goal is actually to establish a national educational network and to address student engagement and learning in science. So the overall ambition is actually capacity building of professionals to facilitate an opening of this school system, addressing the complex societal problems that we face in these years. So this model, you might not be able to see all of the text, but it illustrates the framework of the NAFA program with the 3 central elements of teacher education, research, and a school track. So all in all, I could go into detail about this. I will not do this right now, but all in all, this complex design, well, it calls for a task of weaving a national educational ecosystem of educators, researchers, municipalities, politicians, science education stakeholders, and philanthropists, and at last, but also not at least, students. And this important educational change making has just begun here in Denmark. But I could reveal results in 6 years if you like. But before this, let's go into the network mindset, Jordi.
Sorry, hi, Jordi.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't, create the breakout rooms for the participants because there are participants who are following the conference from YouTube, some participants from the school in person, and some participants in Zoom. But
don't worry at all.
That's
okay.
fine.
You can create some interaction with the participants if you prefer. So if you direct us your question, we can put it in the chat box, and we can ask the participants if they want. They can answer questions from the chat box, and we direct all the answers to you.
Yeah, that's great, Doğan. So thank you very much. So we are okay with that.
Yeah.
So what I will do is, and what we will do together with Gitte, so we're gonna advance, and we're gonna have like a space where I will ask some questions to be responded in the chat, if that's okay. And
Yes.
then at the end, we will do like a plenary where people can be interacting with us. Okay, if that's okay. Right?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yes, as Gitte was explaining a little bit, nice story about the context in Denmark and the context of open schooling. And one of the projects that we're sharing and that we want to share with you today is just about address to fill the gaps that can support us to advance into these policies and to advance on the specific shift in mindsets and shift in cultures that we are discovering and learning as part of the advances that we need to open our schools. So opening the schools, we are seeing and we are learning that it's not something that is easy to do so. So our schools operate in silos, as Gitte was saying. So we are very used, the schools in Turkey and in Spain, in Denmark, and in many places in the world, we are used to have everything we believe we need very close inside our boxes. So we sometimes don't acknowledge the need for interconnection, as Gitte was sharing this story. So the project that I'm going to share with you all today is a project that is like seated on the NetEdu project. That is a research practice partnership with universities, schools, leaders, educational organizations from the 5 continents from around the world. That is linked to Blanquerna Ramon Llull University in Barcelona. And a project that is funded by different organizations, as the Jacobs Foundation, UNESCO, also Government of Spain, and others. And what we are trying to do in the NetEdu project is just together with this big network, support the growth and the development of educational systems in order to open and try to evolve as learning ecosystems, going far away from traditional educational stakeholders and trying to support schools to better connect with the wider society, with their communities, with other learning stakeholders that can bring in new knowledge. They can collaborate to support learning and to support the development of student-centered ecosystems at the end that can support the work with real societal problems, as Gitte was saying, but also supporting what I just mentioned at the beginning. So supporting the shift on mindsets of professionals that work and lead these processes, and also the development of new cultures that are collaborative, interdisciplinary, and that are that are like leading us into another way of perceiving our schools, our intentions, our goals, and so on. So within the NetEdu project, so I'm going to share with you a specific effort that we're doing with schools. So we have seen in our learning journey, together with this big network, that schools around the world were they were struggling to better connect with the wider ecosystem, with their communities, and we saw that was a current pattern of interaction around the world. So we asked ourselves, what and how can we support the teams, the leadership teams, and the communities in schools to advance in their opening schools? And this is how we came out in the development of the School Weavers tool. So we started 5 years ago to think about how could we support schools, and we ended up like supporting them, not to focus so much on achievement as our schools are around the world, and try to focus our efforts and our intentions and our minds in the way that we interact with each other in relationships, the relationships that we establish between teachers within the school, between teachers and families, between students and teachers, and also between the school stakeholders and community stakeholders. So supporting them to deeply think how we were collaborating with each other. So we started to develop a model of a school together with the schools around the world in our network to think about what were the domains and what were the energies that we needed to feed to support the collaborative endeavors and the efforts of working together in more deep and trustful ways in order to advance into collaborative climates, innovative climates, personalized learning, and others, as I will share with you. So at the end, so the School Weavers, what it is, as you can see here, is an online tool that is free to use, for open to schools around the world, that supports schools to analyze their own learning ecosystem, and also to start a process of regenerating their learning ecosystems and regenerate their relationships in order to nurture the quality and the quantity of relationships, and at the same time to better connect with the wider community. So I'm going to explain this a little bit more. So this is an online tool, as I was saying, but it's not only a tool, it's a tool that sits on a wider process that supports dialogue in schools and the development and transformation of our own communities. And as I was saying, at this point, there's universities, research organizations, and schools involved at this stage, as you can see, in diverse spaces in the world. Also in Turkey, as you heard from Günalp, and you will hear a little bit more in a moment. So we have schools from, you see, from the 5 continents that are joining the team and joining the network, and together we are learning on how to advance into more collaborative spaces, opening our schools, strengthening our relationships, and at the end, feeding and seeding our learning ecosystems for thrive and for collective thriving. And I'm gonna stop a little bit here, as we are not able to do breakout rooms. I will share a question with you. Maybe you guys can, Okan and also Gitte, you can share this on the chat. I want to ask you what these images, the one you prefer, what they are telling you around the obstacles and the facilitators of moving into an open schools perspective. What are these images telling you about these processes? Let's take a moment, let's stop a little bit here, and let's see what do you have in mind at the moment, and tell us a little bit around these images and your experience, how you interpret them, and what they tell you about the process of opening schools into the wider community. So I'm gonna stop talking for a minute. Objects in the mirror appear closer than they are. So this is a very interesting comment. So maybe our colleagues can also translate us the Turkey questions, or we are very, very willing to have that thoughts coming into the dialogue.
Okay, the second answer is sharing the data transparently. One of the outcomes from the image. I think one image is presenting looking back to move forward.
Yeah, so we need a 360-degree view. Yeah, that tell us a lot around our blinders, right? So what is limiting us to have these 360 degrees view? Open-minded, so design the class based on the content.
The importance of perspectives, somebody wrote.
Okay, thank you. Asking guidance from others who have more experience. We get blindsided by our most prioritized aims, chance to fail. Our vision gets shaped by our aims. So we will continue accepting some new ideas, and Gitte, you can then bring them in whenever you feel. But yeah, so some of your ideas are so interesting in terms how you interpret and you connect these metaphors or analogies into the game, right? So for sure, sometimes it's difficult to be aware of what is limiting us to see the wider picture and our wider perspective. So you see the horses, you see this artifact, the blinders. So the use of this artifact is to better control horses and to be like much to support the horses to focus on the road and to better govern and lead their steps in the direction. Because also we understand that horses can have fear of understanding and seeing, just visualizing other stuff that is not on the path, right? So it's also a controlling space. So the blindness is also a control artifact. So one of the questions that we need to take into account in order to advance in opening our schools is, what are our blinders? What is hindering us, or what is neglecting us from seeing the wider perspective, seeing the whole ecosystem of resources and opportunities, and seeing the whole capacities that us as human beings, as citizens, as part of the larger ecosystems, we have to provide learning. So regarding the mirror, so I like the idea that this was like very brand new idea. So you can read sometimes that objects are closer than they appear. Sometimes relationships are closer than they appear. Stakeholders are closer than they appear. When you start connecting with them, you see them very far away, as you see the difference mirrored, right? And sometimes differences are perceived as difficulties to advancing collaboration, right? So also as car drivers that we have blind spots when we look at these mirrors. So we have a blind spot that we are advised, and we know that we have those blind spots. What we don't know is what is that we cannot see in our back. What are our blind spots that are. So understanding our vulnerability in terms of what is that I'm not seeing in the picture, and what is that I need to pay attention, and what others can support us to see what I'm not seeing, right? Sometimes someone in the back, they ask you and advise you, be careful, there's a car behind, right? Where you're moving. So having different type of perspectives, people in the collaborative space supports you to cover those blind spots, right? So in having these 360 perspective is the ambition, right? So they can move the head like almost 360 degrees, but they also can fly, right? They can fly and they can look at the space from another perspective, and they can check, see, acknowledge, and understand, recognize others, new opportunities, new resources, and so on. So,
and Jordi, there's an interesting there are many interesting things tipping into our chat right now, and there's one about the habits because maybe habits actually blind us. Our current habits and the way we learn can actually inhibit the new ways of learning, new ways of schooling. So habits, I think, is very interesting to draw into our conversation.
Yeah, that's very interesting, Gitte. Thank you, and we can keep bringing your ideas into the dialogue. So, what it is a challenge, and we have seen on the School Weavers tool project, is the mentality. Sometimes mentalities hinders our understanding of possibilities and opportunities. So advancing into a mentality, what we say an ecosystemic mentality, is a very relevant like goal for the School Weavers tool. And I'm going to share with you very practical learnings that we are getting from this mentality. So what is that we are seeing? So how schools are changing, how the mentality of teachers and partners and also staff members and families and students are changing, are being like shaped and developed by the use of the tool and the involvement in the project. So there's like 3 different levels. So we see the focusing on the ecosystem. Think about like focusing on the classroom ecosystem, like doing a little zoom up, focusing on the school as an ecosystem, and then going a little zoom up, focusing in the neighborhood and the community as a learning ecosystem. So I will go upon these 3 spaces of evolution of the ecosystemic mentality. So now I will go with the first one, and I will share this idea of the world inside the classroom. So for sure you will remember, as I do, living our school days in the classroom. So we could see like a teacher focusing on in the classroom subsystem and the limited resources that were inside the classroom. So children live mainly in the classroom. So this is my when I was a school student. So I live in the classroom. So the interactions were limited for everyone. So limited opportunities for everyone, limited for the people that were in the classroom, and also limited interactions for teachers, right? So the world was in the classroom, and you could see like a crowded classroom with every corner with things, different corners, murals, making the most of the space to put the world inside this lab, right? So this is one model. So living a mentality where teachers believe they don't need anything more, they need a lab, and where students interact most of their times, and where learning was happening by their perspective. So moving and advancing into a much more like wide perspective. So we see what we call the world inside the school walls. So we're not yet located in the school. We see a little bit more. Our blinders are a little bit more open, and the teacher is focused on the school ecosystem and its resources. So they think, okay, we have the classroom, but we also have a gym in the school. We also have a playground with several resources that I can take advantage from. So that the child lives mainly inside the school walls. And you can see more interactions between students and between teachers, more opportunities there. So you can see teachers relating with other classes, with other, students relating to other classes, other classmates, expanding their relationships, expanding their learning, and expanding their opportunities. And so as teachers, right? So teachers are open to collaborate with other teachers that are also part of the school. So we see the world inside the school. So diverse environments, use of school spaces. So we see that mentality also present in schools as an evolution from the classroom into the school. So where we are moving with the School Weavers tool is into a wider mentality. So taking our blinders off as much as possible. So in thinking about the school being the world, being the same thing. So we see teacher focus on expanded ecosystem and the resources in the neighborhood, municipality. So understanding that there's multiple resources in the classroom, in the school, but also looking into the neighborhood where we have libraries, we have pool, we have sports facilities, we have other schools, we have other community organizations, we have parks, forests, and other spaces that they are actually a source of learning and an opportunity. So children live both at school, but also in the immediate environment. And this environment also includes the global tech environment. And we see expanded interaction for everyone. We also see teachers interacting not only with teachers from their own school, with teachers from other schools. And we also see interaction with teachers and other professionals, psychologists, speech therapists, gym specialists, also people working in the markets and citizens that are living in our communities. So the school is the world. So we have school spaces and other multiple resources that are also part of the learning assets. Yes, Gitte, please.
Yes, there's one comment about leadership, and I would like to connect what you're talking about right now to leadership or management, because what does this mean to management or leading the opening of the school?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and we can spend some time at the end to go into this space, because this is a very relevant space. And let me touch into this.
Yeah.
So what we have seen when we think about this new mentality, new shift in the way we think about learning and the way we think about putting and setting children in the middle of a learning ecosystem. When we think about this process, we need to think about relationships, because this is what nurtures and feeds the climates for learning. So, and when we think about a learning ecosystem, this is not very different from what we understand as a biological ecosystem. So actually, sometimes we forget we are humans and we're part of larger biological ecosystems. And when we think about a biological ecosystem, we see there are many diverse. You can go into the desert, and you can go into a forest, and you can go into this nice river, right? And we can understand this biological ecosystem by a set of organisms that relate to each other and to the environment, and the various interactions determine the evolutionary changes. So, and something that we know is very crucial for the development of biological ecosystems is the main source of energy, right? Is the sun. The sun determines and influences very much the evolution of the ecosystem. If we think about a learning ecosystem as a human ecosystem, we see that a group of people and organizations that relate to each other and to the environment, and the various interactions determine the evolutionary changes. So it's quite very much the same. So it's about interactions, network of interactions support the changes. But something that is different there is the source of energy. So the source of energy is not, well, it is the sun actually, but beyond the sun, we also have another source of energy that is educational leadership. So the management and the leadership of schools and of also neighborhoods and cities. So the management of these school organizations are responsible of creating the climates that can support relationships to grow and to emerge. So one question that I share with you already here, and related to the question that Gitte was mentioning from the chat. So we acknowledge that leadership is essential for the evolution of mentalities, and also for opening schools, and also to seeding relationships. We need to take care about our relationships because they are not transactional. They are very influencers of not only achievement, but also well-being, equity, and personalized learning. So how is this leadership unfolding to support these processes? And we go into this, but let me just share with you this picture, I'm going progressively into the leadership space. So we know this is an image of what is called the Wood Wide Web. And the Wood Wide Web, there's many research that has been conducted in the last 20 years around how forests are connected underneath the soil. And you can read this interesting research and you can see that the most developed forest ecosystems are the ones that are better connected underneath. And trees, they exchange many resources through their roots and fungus. There's a network of roots and fungus that interconnect the different trees, where they exchange resources, they feed each other, they advise if there's a caution of an organism that is producing any damage into on the system. So when a tree is dying, it liberates the essence and energy and organisms into the whole system. So there's many interactions, and those interactions are so essential to keep alive and keep the development of the biological ecosystem. So those forests that are better connected underneath are the ones that are more resilient and resistant to alterations, as for example fires or earthquakes and many type of alterations in the biological systems. But we can mirror this into human systems and into learning ecosystems. There's a lot of research that says that during the pandemic, that has been a big alteration for our social and learning and school ecosystems. So those schools who have showed up as more resistant and resilient are the ones that have shown greater collaboration between teachers, and greater collaboration between teachers and families, and greater collaboration between schools and community organizations. So this collaboration has supported very much our lockdowns, following our school, our students when they were home, they were in lockdown, and creating trust, building trust together with our families to support the students' well-being under the pandemic circumstances. So relationships are crucial for the development of our schools and of our systems, and also to develop well-being, equity, and the society that we are willing to create, a caring society where we care for each other and we care for the planet as well. So talking about the School Weavers tool, we are really aware that relationships are so powerful. And what we're doing actually is directly supporting school leaders and the communities to better support these relationships in order to strengthen the links, strengthen the resources flow that is shared, and trying to build up climates that support the thriving and the evolution and the development of the people that resides inside those ecosystems. As you can see, children, parents, and also teachers that work together in the same community to support the growth and the development of and thriving spaces for our children. So going into the leadership space, the School Weavers tool supports the leadership development of the team. And what we do at the end, so we collect the School Weavers tool collects data from the school around levels of empathy across the community. So at the end is a survey that goes into all the community, so into parents, students, teachers, staff, community collaborators, and so on. They receive a survey, they respond, and the leadership team gets levels of empathy, trust, purpose, so they can see how students are respected or feel respect or feel that they trust each other or they trust the teachers. Also around innovative and collaborative climates, how the different people in the community is contributing to change the community, they are collaborating on the main efforts. And also this idea of personalization and equity is very, very well grounded. So they get data, real data, to inform their decisions and to inform together with the community and to better understand where they are in terms of their relationships and the climates and the thriving. And they together as a community start think about how they can advance into a space to cover in a much more deeper way the challenges that we say. So at the end, this is what an example of what they get in the tool. So for example, for the trust space, so they get levels of trust between teachers, families, students. So we go into the leadership trust, individual trust, collective respect. So a bunch of data that the tool facilitates an understanding and supports the translation also from data into action, and supports to set the focus, as I was saying in the beginning, not on achievement only, but also on the way we are building and seeding our relationships. And I will say, Gitte, so let's also when you share your ideas, let's give Günalp a little bit of space to share the experience in Turkey. Yeah, Gitte, please. Gitte.
Yes, well, we should give Günalp some space here, but maybe we could just also pose a question to ourselves that we could come back to after Günalp's presentation.
Yeah, that's great.
How do we move then from the data to a changed reality? But let's not go into this now, but just keep this in mind. Should we actually let go of the screen sharing and then have Günalp?
Yeah, let's do that. So we, as I was saying, this is a project, the School Weavers tool. So we are a large community. There's many leadership and leaders around the world that are advancing, and we are learning together. And we have the honor of having with us Günalp today, that is part of the team in Turkey that is advancing on these efforts. So please, Günalp, can you share a little bit with everyone your advances or your challenges or whatever you think that can be relevant today? Thank you, Günalp.
Yeah, of course. Yine Türkçe devam edeyim isterseniz.
I'll continue in Turkish. Now, I'll go a little bit back. This open school idea is actually something we were quite far from. I'll start with an anecdote. We had a workshop and I was having a conversation with a teacher from Van, the eastern side of Turkey. And I said, you know, or he said, he goes to school every day and he walks by this building, and he was never curious about what was inside that building. But after that, after the teachers network activities we actually had a collaboration with Tegev there, and we found out that it was an educational park, and that children could really benefit from what was inside that building. So it was really a mindset transformation for him. So basically taking a different perspective on what you do. And it was part of the comments earlier, I remember. I mean, the way we look at education and the actors really defines our actions. Because I mean, if we just take a straight look, then we just see the checklists that we need to fill, the steps we need to take. But actually, if we have a different mindset, and if we really get into the essence of education, then we discover that we can learn a lot from all the actors around us. I mean, getting to know the museum that is close to the school, discovering the educational park close to the school, these are very important. And of course, we're not just talking about the initiatives that teachers need to take here. It's also the centralized approach to education that we are familiar with that creates certain habits, and we need to transform all of those. Then there are prejudices, some social issues, polarization in society. These are all things that we need to deal with. Also, trust among society is again very important when we are discussing the open school concept. And in our country, the context is a little different, of course, compared to Europe. And in Turkey, we really feel the challenge of being the intermediary. I mean, sorry, using this tool, because Jordi talked about this. This tool is prepared for, self-assessment for the school, and it's completely free. People can take it and apply it in their schools, but there are some setbacks in front of that as well. I mean, the attitude of parents, for example. And if you go inside the tool, you will discover that, community leaders and external actors are also required to answer some questions, but we don't have that because our schools are so used to resolving their own issues within the school, and actually reaching outside of the school is usually deemed as a negative thing. And it is important to transform this mindset. And Jordi talked about this. We are talking about a very complex structure when we talk about the school, very complex relationships. And Jordi also emphasized the importance of relationships and how much they can transform our lives and education. And at that point, I believe opening schools gains even more significance. And I think one of the tools that can enable this is the School Weavers tool. And as the Teachers Network, and together with the Education Reform Initiative and with our professor from Yıldız Technical University, we are having a coordinated process in place right now. Yes, we are facing some challenges, but we are hoping that this tool will be open for use for everyone soon. And this tool enables the school to conduct a self-assessment within its own ecosystem, within its own impact area. And for school leaders and school actors to draw out an analysis by themselves through the use of these question sets is very easy with this tool, and they can develop strategies based on these outputs. And when you look at it, there is a huge trust issue in among the actors of the school. Since we're the Teachers Network, we see this all across society in Turkey. I mean, collaboration and trust are huge issues. And once you discover that, you can actually focus your work on building that trust. But when you look at our habits right now, what we do is we organize a seminar, we focus on academic topics, we invite authors to, give seminars or invite professors. But no, I mean, these are things that are kind of outdated compared to the point we are at right now. In our context, empathy, collaboration become very important topics, and that's the approach we need to take. And we need to have a more grounded strategy that is developed to create a climate that is convenient for learning and teaching. And we need to try to empower teachers as well. And finally, to talk about the situation in Turkey, we are still conducting our pilot activities, and we are focusing on the language and the localization adaptation of the tool to Turkey. But soon it will be open for everyone. I mean, currently it's accessible already, but there are some technical bugs, some language issues. Once we resolve those, it can be shared with everyone, and all schools can actually monitor their progress, their situation. And both Jordi and Gitte emphasized this. This tool can really facilitate the work of school leaders, and it will be a tool open for the use of everyone for this person. Thank you.
My perspective and experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Günalp. So we are very honored and proud of our colleagues in Turkey. So we learn a lot from them. Günalp is one of them. There's others as Olcay, Emre, so others that are also being involved. So thank you very much, Günalp, for being present today. So Gitte, so I hand it over to you for the conversation part. You're muted, Gitte.
sorry. And I just wanted to say thank you, Günalp. And what I understood from your talk was that this is very complex. We would actually like to ask you a very complex question, because what do you think could be our future challenges for weaving? Because we of course are very interested to move on from data, the analysis of our school systems or our ecosystems, to actually change. So what can be our challenge for weaving? And Jordi, do you think we should do this in the chat again? What do you say, Günalp? And also,
yeah, I think we should.
Yeah.
So
Günalp, maybe you can actually start out, because what do you think is a challenge from moving from data to a new reality? And
well, I think that the educators in Turkey are very creative. I don't think that's the issue. I mean, when they are given the resources and the opportunities, they can create magnificent things. And in the field, as Teachers Network, we see this every day. When given the opportunities and the agency, teachers and school leaders and educators can, really transform their environment. I think the main issue may be socio-cultural, because we have this mindset in the society that everything should be in this limited space of school and even in the classroom, as Jordi explained in the first one of the slides. I think that our mindset, the society kind of limits our area of mobility, because there are lots of rules, there are lots of codes that how the education should be conducted, how teachers should act, how school should operate. And these are some of the things that we intrinsically, use in our daily lives. These not maybe deliberate. However, these are all in our minds that inhibits our actions. So I think that we should, as a society, as societies of individuals, we should kind of embrace to be able to make mistakes, to be able to, let go of these codes and, kind of embrace our communities, trust each other, and, kind of always think about how can we increase the number of the seats in a table? How can we gather more voices in an issue? I think when we do that, when we achieve that, the barriers that we put before the weaving process will be hindered. We can get past that.
Thank you very much, Günalp. And just before Jordi and we comment, then I would like to state our question one more time. And it is, what could be our future challenges for weaving? Yeah. So Günalp, it sounds, when you give this very comprehensive analysis of what to do in Turkey, it sounds like that we must set schools and teachers free. Is this about decentralization, or how do you think?
I would use the term teacher agency, and agency. Yes, I think we should put our emphasis in the education system on teacher agency and school leaders, of course. In addition to that, and we should conduct some activities on those before we start this. Of course, these are parallel issues, and we should, conduct these, operate these two hand in hand. However, we should really put our effort on, giving more agency to teachers and letting them more, having them more space to, the mobility. So I think that's one topic. In the future, in Turkey especially, teacher agency is a highly important topic. Before that is like a prerequisite for open schools. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. So I was going to share, because when you shared, Günalp, this idea of trust, so it's very essential that we think about like us being siloed as individuals, us opening into our social relationships. Trust is very relevant, right? Because we need to feel that others are not gonna hurt us, right? So we need this be vulnerable, so open to our vulnerability, right? So individually, we need others to interact and to grow as human beings and to learn, right? So we need that. And trust is essential, so as it is agency, right? So self-esteem and try to be really, really like sure and have strength around who we are, right? And who we want to be, and have an open space to open and to learn from others. So I believe in schools, trust plays also this relevant role of opening. So why is that we are not opening? Because the trust sometimes is not there. So leaders need to see these spaces with dialogue, with opening, getting to know others, breaking prejudices, rethinking our habits, as we were saying. And we need agency. I think agency is a big topic, as I agree, Günalp. So I just wanted to share that.
And I add just one more thing. And I think the effort we put on diversity and inclusion also matters in that sense, because we have this, we don't actually, there are lots of research on this in Turkey, and we kind of, in the society, we don't trust one another. It's a really, you know, lots of indicators show that in Turkish society, in the Turkey, people don't trust one another, especially in other social groups. This is a really big issue in Turkey. So I think that this plays an important role in what you kind of try to describe in the field of open schools, because people don't trust one another, but because people don't trust other individuals, other groups, especially, I mean, as well. So this brings this anxiety, like social anxiety, to the individual when they try to do anything that is outside the classroom, because he or he feel being analyzed, like there are lots of other dangers to her.
Yes.
This is how they feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this social issue plays an important role in this sense as well.
Yes, it sounds like that we are narrowing this down to trust and equity and agency. And let us just pause here. We're coming to an end, but Gizem Özgüven has posted this citation. Collecting data is easier than establishing common or parallel strategies based on trust. We are open to collect data, but we are having difficulties while creating a consensus as a community. One of the reasons of this is division of power, I believe. So this is very central to what we actually think is challenging. How do we move from data to actually a new reality? So there's something with our mindset that we have to be very much aware of and attentive towards.
Yeah, and let me share that this is a great question, and as everything that we share with you today, we are in a learning process. We are open to fail, we are open to learn, but we are very sure that we are moving into the right direction in terms of opening, collaborating, and collectively gaining new capacities that strengthen our community and our possibilities. So for sure, this is a learning process, and it's not an easy question. How can we move data into action, right? So we have a bunch of research in the world, but how this big bunch of research is turned into practice, right? So this is one of the essential pieces of the School Weavers tool. So we want to learn together with schools what has sense, how we create sense out of this data. And if we see, for example, low levels of trust between teachers, what is that we can do as leaders to promote that trust? And this is not a recipe that can be like transferred from Turkey into Spain and into Denmark. So this is something that we need to build in our local ecosystems. And what we do we can learn from one another. This is a human challenge, right? This is why we are working together. And I think there's many questions, so I don't want to miss also. Gulden Celebi shared that also share around their prospective risks and dangers around open schooling. So this is also a very interesting question. I don't know if we have time to go into the risks. As I was saying, we're learning about the risks, and we are learning that everything that we do has risks. And what is essential for us is the agency and the leadership capacity to choose our own risks. So I would say that this is essential, and we need to choose our battles. And we believe from the NetEdu team and for the School Weavers team that this is an essential move, and we are completely committed to this, support this energy to move into a much open schools and to support the learning for everyone.
Yeah. So hopefully we will turn into the human wide web, or not the wood wide web, but we can really draw on this picture and this metaphor for the work in the NetEdu project. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. So it has been a pleasure. It's too bad that we couldn't visit you guys like 2 years ago just before the pandemic. Everything was ready to visit Turkey for Gitte and I. So we couldn't do it. So it's good that we did today. So we are happy and we really appreciate your time. It was a great discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gitte, Jordi, and Günalp. It was very interesting to hear about this promising notion and approach. And also, thank you so much, Günalp, for elaborating on the situation in Turkey as well. I hope we will be able to integrate such an effective system into our school system. Actually, a very common issue is pointed out by our participants, so I think we can take it as a question in a short time. And also, this is a future challenge as well, I think, Gitte. So I am directing the question: how can educational communities cooperate with the governments on educational decisions in terms of creating open schools?
This is a very, very important question. And in Denmark, we do this by lobbying, with interacting with the politicians, inviting our politicians to our events, and actually engaging in collaboration. So actually, we have to, as educators, be very aware of our audience, not only our wonderful students and our wonderful teachers, but as well our wonderful community and our politicians. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say that, that this change of perspective is not only needed for schools, it's also needed in the different levels of the ecosystem. Yeah. So we normally say that, and we listen that learning is not anymore only a business of schools, right? So you can learn all throughout our lives, everywhere, in the digital space, in the neighborhood, and so on. But we can translate this into the macro level. So learning is not anymore a business of the educational ministers and ministry. So learning goes far beyond our box of the Ministry of Education, because we have seen it in the pandemic how the digital infrastructure has been essential. But not only that, also the health infrastructure as well to support the decisions in the pandemic. So we have seen how all the systems come together, and we don't have the readiness and the culture ready to do that. So we are building that, and we are learning by doing. But this change needs to be evolving and happening at the same time in the macro level, in the meso, and in the micro level that we are sharing today in the school level. But for sure, we are change makers in the school level, guys. So we are also very, very moved from decisions that come from from up to down, right? But at the same time, we are change makers, and we need to keep pushing and establishing dialogues between the vertical system And this is part of the efforts that we are doing already.
We like to call this the bottom linked way. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for sparing your time for us, Gitte, Jordi, and Günalp. It was a pleasure to have you at our conference and listen to your interesting conversation today. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you, everyone. See you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Welcome back. We're now continuing our conference with Mr. Marc Fuster's Trans Shaping Education session. Just a reminder for our new participants, the session will be in English. So if you would like, you can use the translate button in Zoom to listen to the session in Turkish. Also, please do not hesitate to direct your questions to Marc on the Q&A box because at the end, we'll have a Q&A session.
Hello, Marc. Welcome. This is Okan from Hisar School.
Hello, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here.
Afternoon. How are you, Marc?
All good.
Thank you for
excited.
Thank you. Marc, before you begin your presentation, I would like to briefly introduce you to our audience. Okay. Marc Fuster is an analyst in the OECD for educational research and innovation, where he is involved in trans-shaping education. He previously worked on the governing complex education systems and strategic education governance projects. He holds a BA in political science and MA in current democracies. Prior to joining OECD, Marc Fuster worked in the Catalan Department of Education. So Marc, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's my pleasure to join you this afternoon. And I'm gonna share a presentation. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, Marc, we can see your screen.
Thank you very much. Well, so what I'm going to do is to talk a little bit about the trends that are shaping education, which is a piece of work that has been part of the OECD work on education for a long time, and that I hope will give you some food for thought in this very ambitious topic or objective you have set for yourself about reimagining the school in the 21st century. So as I was saying, what I'm going to do is to provide you an overview of the recently published OECD report on trends shaping education, which was published in January. This is part of a wider series that started in 2008. It's a book that comes out once every 3 years. And its main intention is to look at trends outside of education, economic, technological, social, demographic, and so on, and then raise questions about the impact these trends may have on education. And this is important. So basically, what this report does is to raise questions for education more than provide answers. Because as opposed to other OECD reports, this is not a statistical compendium or a prescription for policy, but its intention is to be a conversation starter, a tool for reflection, a tool for strategic thinking, which is very much the objective you have set for yourself in this weekend. This series has been here for long and it's directed to a wide audience. I invite you to take a look at the book yourself. It's been used by different stakeholders in the education sector to understand what's going on, what's changing around us, and what might it mean for our education policies and our education practice. But stop about talking of the OECD product, and let's have a look at the content. Trends Shaping Education 2022, we divided it in 5 thematic chapters. And what I plan to do today is to give you a little bit of a taste of what are the trends shaping education by going through some examples in the different chapters. The book starts with a topic that it's very important for the OECD. It's about the economy and about growth, about whether we are growing prosperous and what is driving, what's the source of such prosperity. And that's exactly what we ask in this chapter, but also or what we want to see when we want to check in this chapter, but also we want to check what it is that we know on how sustainable such growth is. And that's why we look also at demographic trends. Besides economic, we look at demographic and environmental trends. An example of this chapter, it's a very basic piece. So the first trend today, it's a trend of the gross domestic product, measuring the growth of the economy. And the good news is that for a few decades, we have seen our economy worldwide growing. There for different reasons, the open of international trade, the rise of the middle class outside in Asia, and so on and so on. And particularly, we've seen the economy grow in OECD countries. But of course, while this is good news for OECD countries, it's not so good news when we look at the wide gap, when we look at how increasing affluence is also coming with increasing divides. Here we can see between countries, in this case, OECD and the rest of the world. But we also know that inequality is coming in many different forms within countries, particularly increasing inequalities in income and wealth. But as I was saying, if we ask about whether we are growing and how sustainable such growth is, we also ask ourselves, what's the nature of our economy? What is happening in our economy? What is creating value in our economy? And here, one of the things we included in the report is, which is not new in the Trend Shaping Education series, but we presented with a new indicator, is this idea of knowledge economies. And here we can see the big rise. We are all aware of the big rise of the big tech players, in this case, these 4 American companies. But the important or the interesting thing we wanted to see is the contrast with other major economic players that used to dominate the economy back in the 60s. To note that the industrial economy, it's being increasingly replaced by this knowledge economy, where intellectual property, data, software, skills are increasingly more important. So a basic question for education here arises on what are the competencies that our learners today will need to become competent workers tomorrow. Of course, the rise of digitalization raises many other questions, the rise of the big tech raises many other questions for schools and education systems more widely. For example, many of these companies increasingly offer educational technology, educational products, and digital platforms for learning. So a lot of questions around data ownership, around implications for data privacy, and so on emerge from there as well. Precisely, is this idea of knowledge and its implications in terms of power that we thought deserved a chapter of their own. So another of the chapters in our publication looks at this binomial, knowledge and power. We know that our economies are growing into knowledge economies, but this can be said as well about our societies. And one way to look at this, it's to look at a topical example, Wikipedia. We can see that Wikipedia, or the number of pages in all wikis, has been growing massively, over 250 million pages in the last 20 years. This has a number of implications, notably that information and knowledge are much more accessible today. If we remember a world in which there was a scarcity of information and knowledge, today we live in the abundance of information and knowledge. But there's also another implication that Wikipedia, that the example of Wikipedia represents very well, which is how we create this knowledge. And when we can see in Wikipedia, but also we can see across different forms of collaboration in science, but also education, is that people are becoming more active in creating the content, in creating the information and the knowledge that are available. There has been a democratization of knowledge access, and there has been a democratization of knowledge creation. Nevertheless, of course, this has not been perfect, and there are many questions that schools might want to pay attention to in these regards. One important one is who has access, but also has the skills to access this knowledge and use it. What does it mean, this incredible plethora of knowledge resources available for the practice of teachers and schools? Before, we used to have books and a teacher, and those were the knowledge gatekeepers. But nowadays, that's no longer the case. We know there's a plethora of open educational resources out there. So how do we use them? How do we integrate? Are teachers prepared not only to find them, but also to create them and to reuse them for their own purpose and to tailor the needs of their students? This idea of the reconfiguration of knowledge and power, it's not only happening in digital encyclopedias, it's also happening at the very basic level of democracy. So another trend or another example from the book is this wave of deliberative politics. What this chart represents is the growth of representative deliberative processes over time. This is basically public institutions selecting randomly a representative group of citizens, inviting them to see the evidence of a particular problem, to deliberate upon this evidence, and to provide recommendations to policymakers. If this is difficult to understand, perhaps a couple of examples might be the conferences on climate that have been taking place here in France, or for example, a big one that took place in Ireland around contentious topics like abortion and gay marriage over the last few years. So what are the implications for education in this sense? So very similar to the example of Wikipedia, we have to think about how we used to prepare citizens for democracy, right? And for holding their representative accountable. And our idea was that we needed to provide a basic set of very well-defined knowledge. But nowadays, many of the things that we deal with, and probably the COVID pandemic is the greatest example, just emerge very quickly. And we don't have perfect information on how to address these topics. So to put it in the words of Jayla Jasanoff, of the scholar Jayla Jasanoff, the question here for education is, are our schools prepared to support learners to grow into citizens that are not only knowledgeable, but are knowledge able? Citizens that are capable of looking at knowledge and understanding the logic of knowledge itself. Students that understand what evidence is and what types of evidence can be more useful to find solutions to a wide array of problems. Moving on, we have other types of trends related to living and working. It is obvious that schools play a big role in preparing citizens for life at work. But it's also clear that, as I was talking about citizenship and democracy, that schools play a big role also for preparing citizens outside of work to be healthy, to support their well-being, and so on. So a trend here is, you might not believe it, but we've been working less on average over the past few years, over the past few decades. In this case, you have here a trend that it's from the 1970s, but we would see a much sharper decline in average annual hours actually worked per worker if we went back to the 19th century. There are different reasons for this: increase in mandated vacations, weekends, public holidays, etc. And this is actually very interesting data, right? Because one of the key functions of schools is to custody children while parents are at work. But also, if parents spend less time working, all sorts of questions emerge, right? About, can we involve them into the daily operation school more easily? And we know from PISA that that's actually not easy today, partially because parents flag different barriers related to working schedules as the barriers for participating in their children's school activities. But perhaps, can we ask a question for the future? Might this be less and less the case as hours work per worker actually decline? But also, as I was saying, if we work less, we have more time for leisure. What's the role for education in preparing people to be healthy in their free time, to pursue their own interests, or to learn outside of the requirements of work? We're not only working less, we're increasingly working differently. And this is also perhaps a topical example, but it looks at the rise of work that it's found and carried out online. This is the online labor index, and we can see that in a very short period of time, the number of work that is found and carried out online has been dramatically increasing on average. And it's just an example of how digitalization is changing the world of work, right? Not only in new ways of finding work, in new ways of doing the work online, but also if we think about remote work that was so necessary during the pandemic, although not everybody was able to enjoy it, we might see, and actually the trends point towards that direction, that more and more people will engage in work in more flexible forms. Questions for education, of course, are if we think the topic is reimagining schools, right? So if we think about the schools as we experienced where we were younger, and we still experience them today in many cases, we think about these places where time is very much standardized for everybody. There are fixed schedules, there are fixed calendars, partially because that's the kind of thing we wanted students to get used to, right? For when they would join the labor market. But that might not be the case so much in the near future. So there are interesting questions, in my opinion, that these trends point out in terms of how to organize the time. Do we know, are we aware about what the evidence is on the time that the time of the day that students learn better? Do we need to have them enter and leave the school at the same time, whether it's physically or the digital school? And similar questions about the organization of time and spaces in education might be derived from this graph. Another thing we want to look and have a number of trends is the question of identity and belonging. Because we know that both for learning and well-being, it's very important to know who we are and where we belong. To have strong connections to our teachers and to our peers. But also to be confident about ourselves and to know that we can learn. Right? That to have confidence in our capacity as learners. I brought you a couple of examples of trends we covered in this chapter. One, it's a very topical one. It's the rise of migration. Here you can see that in Turkey, it's also the case. And in this case, the data, which is from 1990s to 2020, also include refugees and asylum seekers, which is an important element of mobility, of human mobility, particularly in Turkey. We've seen human mobility on the rise for these past decades, and we unfortunately are seeing this more and more to be the case because of international turbulence, geopolitical turbulence, over the past decade and even more so today. So questions about identity and belonging are very profound if we think about migration and about growing diversity in our classrooms, right? Because on the one hand, it's about how we help students to integrate newcomers to integrate to our system so that they can actually follow classes and make the most of their, or fully develop their competence, their knowledge and skills. There are also many questions about what it needs to be done on the side of education systems to meet the needs of these students. So not only to help students adapt and be more flexible to better adapt to our systems, but how can we make our systems more flexible to better meet the needs and the interest of these students? How we prepare our curriculum, how relevant curriculum is not only to migrant students, but to a diversity of different circumstances and interests that students have. How we conduct assessments, and not only in terms of, for example, the language of an assessment that can actually capture the learning that a migrant student is having, but for example, how an assessment is ready to measure the learning and progress and help drive the learning and progress of those students with learning impairments or with physical disabilities. So a lot of questions about identity, belonging, education in schools. But of course, there are other, and here I want to bring back the issue of digitalization. There are many things that are related to identity and belonging in the digital spaces. And actually, if we were talking about migrant identity as a fixed identity that now face new circumstances and challenges when we move, when we migrate, here what we have to think when looking, for example, at the number of active users in social media platforms is that we nowadays can have several identities at the same place, right? Students might join different communities for different purposes and may self-present in different ways. And there's a question of what this means for education. What does it mean for education that students have different identities? How, or the other way around, how we can use these social media platforms to make sure that our educational activity meets the interests of their students? How can we use them, for example, to personalize the curriculum and to go there and find students where they want to be when they are, where they are? Of course, there are many other elements that relate to digital engagement, especially when we talk about relationships in digital spaces, such as, for example, what kind of risks students face and what's the role of schools vis-a-vis parents, for example, in supporting students to grow into competent and safe digital users. Finally, the 5th chapter of the publication, we called it Our Changing Nature. And here we want to bring many of the last pieces I went through before together to push you to think a little bit about what does well-being and what's the purpose of education in driving people's well-being gonna be in the near future. So we called it Our Changing Nature because one of the things we cover is the relationship we have with our planet, right? And we know that at least since the 70s, we have been exceeding our planet's biocapacity consistently, with no exception. We are abusing the resources of our planet. And here there is a question, what education can do about it? Of course, this is not only something that education can solve, but education can play a big role in driving attitudes, in equipping learners with the necessary scientific knowledge about climate change and global warming, so they realize that this is a problem, that it's real, that it's worrisome, probably the biggest challenge we face collectively we have ever faced, and that it won't be solved unless there is action both collectively at the political level, but also at the individual level. As citizens, of course, putting pressure on our leaders to take this seriously, but also as consumers, right? Like being critical consumers, knowing that we can affect change in our daily decisions. So in terms of reimagining the school, there are many questions that we can ask ourselves when thinking about climate change and global warming, like what kind of pedagogies can help empower students to take climate action? What kind of partnerships can we find actors in the surroundings of our schools, in our community, that can help us, that we can join forces with and take action for climate? And spread the word, not only in the school, but also in the wider community. But also, what can the schools do as a consumer itself, right? Because schools consume a lot of resources, consume energy, consume ICT equipment, consume food. Many of these products have very large implications in terms of their contribution to our footprint, to our carbon footprint. Are you thinking about what you buy as a school? Those are some questions that this trend can pose. Of course, well-being in the near future won't only relate to our relationship to the planet. It would also relate to how we relate with one another. And here I'll bring you a proxy, the global number of new patent applications related to augmented reality and virtual reality, in gaming in particular. And I say it's a proxy because the conversation I want to have, or I would suggest to have here, is about the ways we are relating increasingly, not only face-to-face, but also digitally. And the very powerful ways in which we might be doing so over the next few years. It was clear when we went under lockdowns in many OECD countries and all over the world during the COVID pandemic, that we can relate in many ways through the digital. But also it was clear that it might not be the same for different types of people. Those friends of us who were connecting, but then were alone at home, as opposed to those who could spend some time connected and then spend some time with families. It's also clear that an emoji, when we send kisses or hugs through a Zoom call, it's not the same that when we do it face-to-face, physically, and we touch each other. It has not the same impact on our well-being. So when we think about the school in the 21st century, and we think about the school that will be increasingly digitalized, more so after the COVID-19 crisis, how we imagine our relationships, how we imagine the readaptation of our relationships through technology to make sure that we can find the right balance between physicality, between presence, between face-to-face presence and virtual activity, between those who might thrive through distance learning solutions and those who might struggle more, for example, younger children or more disadvantaged students, and therefore need greater in-person support to progress in their learning, but also to feel happy and connected to schoolwork. Finally, if I told about our relation to the planet, our relationship to others, I'd like to talk also about the relationship to ourselves, right? Because one of the things we're seeing is that our own nature, what it means to be human, is increasingly changing and might even do more so in the next few years. This is also a kind of wild proxy graph that I bring you today, and it's about the cumulative number of companies since 1999 that are tasked with the mission of curing aging, so of helping us live forever. This, of course, might sound crazy today, but the fact that there are more and more people investing in such a goal, it's already an indication that that might be a conversation we might start having in the education sector as well. Because it's not only about pharmacology driving ourselves to live longer life. It's about smart drugs, pharmacology to help us concentrate, to help us focus, and the effects that it might have, for example, inequity in education. It's about the increasing number of technologies that in one way or another, whether as accessories or already built into our bodies, may help us not only, for example, recover some aspects that where we might be in disadvantage of. For example, technologies helping blind people recover sight, but it might be also about augmenting our network capacity and the kind of implications that might have for learning, but also for equity in education, might be totally different. And yes, this is far-fetched, but it might be a conversation we might want to start having now. So these were the few examples I wanted to bring you for our latest report on trends shaping education. I know I touched on many different points. That was my intention. I wanted to inspire you to think in topics that you probably maybe have not thought about before, but also invite you to go into the publication and look at the many questions we have there for you. And just perhaps to close, a very, very last point. What I showed was mainly long-term robust trends. But we also know that not all trends are created equal. Where we have seen trends grow steadily or evolve steadily in one way or another in a regular path, we have also seen many trends. We might also see many trends take different directions. And COVID has been a good example of this. Many trends accelerated during COVID, such as the adoption of more open science, ways to open science to collaboration to develop safe vaccines. We've seen some trends bend, and this is a very unfortunate example, but also a very true one. We were observing sustained decrease of global poverty around the world before the COVID pandemic. And this is something that bent as we now go back to a path of sustained reduction. But we pushed over 100 million more people into extreme poverty in 2020. And trends might also break. And here, for example, the example is thinking about the kind of investments that we are doing now outside in going out of this COVID crisis to try and shape our systems and drive them towards a greener economy. If you look closely into the data, you'll see that actually the picture is not as optimistic as we would like it to be. But trends can also break, and big events like COVID might be a turning point. If we think about the future, the future will surprise us. Trends will continue to accelerate, to slow down, to bend and break for different reasons. War, which is unfortunately very present these days, but also climate change, pushing further human mobility. And if we talk about war, we can also think about cyberwar and about digital breaches and about issues with data and with privacy and other digital risks. But also about the climate changing and affecting our communications, our internet infrastructure, and so on. This has been a little bit of a convoluted presentation. I apologize for that. I wanted just to raise as many topics as possible so we can now hear about you a little bit, perhaps what you think. What trends are more important in your context, or what trends you expect to continue to grow or to change in the year to come and to shape the future of your schools and your classrooms. Please check more information about the project in our website, and please do not hesitate to contact me if you have any questions or comments. Here you have my email. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marc. It was a very informative session, and it was actually very nice and fruitful to hear about the dimensions of the OECD Trends Shaping Education report. So we have a comment from one of our participants on the chat box. I will read it out loud. It is important to use process-based measurement and evaluation tools to move the education out of the school in terms of learner and time, and perhaps to spare more time for workshops. We also have one question from one of our attendees. Hi, Mr. Fuster. Considering the recent negative developments on world peace, economy, and social lives of families, what would you consider as the ad hoc precautions for education?
Thanks very much for these questions. These are not easy ones. They're very good. These are not easy ones. They're great questions, which probably, and some of which you probably have more expertise than I do. I think the first one is one about opening the school to the environment and connecting what we have been discussing as formal and non-formal and informal learning in new and powerful ways. It's an important one, and I think it's one in which digital technology can help us a lot. You probably have heard about this. I would imagine, looking at the program, that you touched on this topic this morning already. Perhaps one example, one powerful example of how digital technologies can help us in doing that is digital badges. So ways of recognizing things that are learned outside of school, so that we can not only further like personalize what we do in school, but also recognize and continue encouraging people to learn new things wherever they want to do it. There might be different technologies that will help us do that in more powerful and secure ways, such as blockchain, for example, in the near future. But if I started with technology, if I started my answer with technology, it was for one reason, because I leave the most important for the end. I don't think technology alone, I mean, technology will just help us do this better. At the end, I think we need to look at our school and our broader local community to start creating these links like directly, right? And technology is just an amplifier. We can start talking to the museums around us, the libraries around us, the different cultural and educational officers in the local administration, to think about how we can better integrate and reinforce what we are already doing, right? And this is part of a conversation that it's not easy to have in education, because teachers are already asked to do a lot of things. Many of them are not even in their formal job description. In many OECD countries, we see teachers wearing all these different hats, and they are not even paid for those things. They are not even, they don't have the hours to do those things. So I think this is a conversation that it's important that it relies on the great enthusiasm of teachers, but enthusiasm won't be enough. It's a conversation that also needs to involve our education authorities and an open and honest conversation about what is the role of teachers, what is the role of school leaders, and are we providing them with the instruments, whether it's regulations or resources or connections they need to actually do all these things. In terms of the second question, would you mind reminding me? I remember it was about peace. Would you mind reminding me about the second question?
Sure, I could read it again. So considering the recent negative developments on world peace, economy, and social lives of families, what would you consider as ad hoc precautions for education?
I don't know about ad hoc precautions. I think if we look at it at the general level,
So by ad hoc, she means the necessary precautions.
Yeah. No, I'm not entirely sure. From a system perspective, I'd say that a more obscure, if you want, economic outlook ahead of us, now that some of the optimism across some of OECD countries after when we initiated the recovery of the global pandemic, now we're seeing the economic outlook a little bit more obscure through inflation, some bottlenecks in trade. So it might be that we are facing the beginning of turbulent times, indeed. This might mean that all the resources that in many OECD countries we have devoted to education when things went very badly during COVID might not be available, no longer available. So we will need to think about prioritizing interventions, about prioritizing resources much more carefully. That's a piece that affects the central authorities, but it's a piece that also may affect teachers and school leaders. We will see indeed a growth of human mobility. This means at least some preparation for schools and teachers in terms of attending diversity issues. It's probably our education systems are probably gonna put under strain over the next few months, and we need to have an open conversation about where resources are needed the most and how to drive these resources, how to enable local capacity to drive these resources effectively. Unfortunately, I don't have a magic, a silver bullet to respond to this question, but hopefully the report that I was presenting can help you ask yourself try to find what are the right questions to ask, right? Perhaps on that, I think I'm not sure if there are more questions, but on that, I would like to add a note about the process of developing a report. These questions are not the ones that we could randomly think about. This was a very extensive participatory process in which we involved people in the education directorate of the OECD, but also across the OECD different directors to fact check and find the best data to reflect global trends. But it also included a number of policymakers in the education sector and scholars in the education sector in reflecting about what are the questions, the fundamental questions that global trends mean for education. So just to say, go and check the publication. You might find not a lot of answers, but perhaps and hopefully the right questions.
Marc, thank you. One more question. I know this session is not about the future of school, but as you know, OECD reported about future scenarios of school. And based on these trends, what do you think, what will be the future of school? On the one hand, when we look at the OECD report, on the one hand, we see a more centralized school system in education. On the other hand, more unschooled system. So what is your interpretation about this based on these trends?
I think what the point we try to make when we published the OECD scenarios for the future of schooling was not that much that we can predict those futures for education, that we need to be aware that the future might not always, and it's often not the one we expect, certainly not the one we always hope for. So that in part because some of the decisions that we take nowadays have locked-in effects that we might not always advance and determine the configuration of our systems tomorrow. And one example we can think of now is, for example, the increase, like the drastic expansion of digital education during the pandemic in many OECD countries. Like, of course, we did that and we needed to do that to ensure the continuity of learning while we couldn't be with each other physically, right? But as we rushed in to solve one challenge of today, we're probably setting the stage of the many opportunities and challenges that will come over the next few years. Now, if I think about the four scenarios we put forward, it's not clear that this particular example of digital education drives us to one scenario or the other. Because when we were writing the scenarios, we were also aware that probably the future will be very much digital. Will it be a scenario one where the traditional schools, the traditional way we have organized schooling, it's just mirrored and upgraded with digital technology? Or will we use this technology and the experiences during COVID to reorganize the spaces, the time, and the content of learning completely different, as we suggest, for example, in scenario 3? Honestly, if I had this question, I would be probably delivering many more talkings than the ones, many more conferences than the one I delivered. But I think the important point is to think about what decisions are we taking today, and what implications they will have, not only in the short term, but also in the medium and the long-term trend. Because this way we can already start thinking about some of the challenges and opportunities we can find ahead.
Thank you so much, Marc. I hope we find time to discuss these issues in the future. Thank you so much for attending our conference.
It's been my pleasure, and it will be my pleasure to come back and discuss these issues in more depth whenever you want.
Thank you, Marc. Now we will have a short break. After the break, we will have our concurrent sessions. Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
Dr. Roberta Lenger-Kang is the director of CPT Teachers College, Columbia University. In her role as the initiative director, she supervises the professional development programs and initiatives across the center. She cultivates partnerships with schools, districts, and organizations in critical areas such as developing academic rigor, refining literacy in high school, creating meaningful instruction for high-stakes assessments, and leveraging city and state mandates for authentic school change. Dr. Selçuk Doğan has been an assistant professor at Georgia Southern University since 2019. He does research and carries out educational initiatives on teachers' professional development and building learning communities. He has published more than 20 scientific articles with different researchers around the world on the topics of course design, program development, and learning in the top 5 educational journals in the field in the last 4 years. Greetings from Istanbul to both of you. I hope you're both well. I'm very happy to be sharing this experience with you today. In our panel, we will talk about how schools support the development of area of teachers. We aim to come up with practical suggestions on the planning and delivery of PD, provide outputs that will positively affect the quality of school life and contribute to student learning. So, Roberta, I'm going to start with you. Schools remain at the center of our lives. However, the role and the function of schools are changing, and so are the expected professional competencies of teachers. So what are these competencies?
Thank you so much for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. It's interesting in thinking about some of the competencies for children as well as the competencies for adults, right? And there's nothing like the last 2 years of our world that has told us that we are in an ever-changing and somewhat unpredictable environment, whether it's due to a global virus or it's due to global politics or advancements in technology. Things are changing, and the skills that we relied on in the past about organization and simple critical thinking are no longer sufficient for us as educators, and they won't be sufficient for our students as they are going through our K-12 programs as we go into the next 21st the next era in the 21st century. One of the things that we focus on at CPET is really looking at those 21st century skills, because they are so critical, not only for our students to embrace, but also for our adults, for our educators. We have a framework that we call the Global Mindset Framework, which includes 6 mindsets that are really important to take on. And I love your question, because I'm trying to distinguish between the skill sets that our students need and the skill sets that our teachers need. And I'm struggling to. I actually think that they're the same. And that's maybe why this transition period is so difficult, because as adults, we're trying to teach and really learn those skills as well. For us, those 6 mindsets, of course, that have more specific subtopics include the critical mindset, being able to look critically and analytically and question structures of power. The collaborative mindset, understanding how do we work really well with other people. The creative mindset, and that's not just about arts and crafts, right? Creativity is about creating something from nothing. It's about asking deep questions, being reflective, and looking to build something new. We have the compassion, or the caring mindset, which is about what are we doing this all for if we don't have care for other people or for our own selves. And that's all about developing self-identity and social and emotional skills. And then finally, it's this idea of global consciousness that I understand at a deep level that what's happening to me in the USA right now is impacting what's happening to you in Istanbul, and vice versa, and that we're all on this planet together, and we need to be able to work together to make it the best it can be so we can get to the end of the 21st century. So those are some of my thoughts.
Mm-hmm. When you said I couldn't decide the ones that are related to the students and the teachers, maybe the common point is that they're both learners in a way. I mean, teachers are also lifelong learners. So you're defining the competencies for a learner, either an adult or a child, I think. Selçuk, what would you like to say about this topic?
Thank you, Meral, for having me for this great meeting.
With pleasure.
And I'm just going to piggyback on what Roberta has just said, because these 6 skills are really important. And I also strongly believe that the intersection of teacher and student skills are really important to talk about. So, but my point is, will be more on teachers and how we just assign roles to teachers. So let me share a couple of slides with you so that, visual representation, of my ideas will be better. Let me share my screen. I think everybody can see my screen right now. So my approach is from reflective practitioners. So teachers are really no longer teachers. They are not teaching. So they have other duties, other roles, other tasks. So reflective practitioner is a kind of umbrella term, just encompasses all of the skills, just Roberta has just said, and other kind of characteristics we expect from teachers. So the practitioner, reflective practitioner, just builds and examines knowledge about learners, so which is critical. And also culture at school, because they are working at the school, there's a learning culture. Also, of course, there are like authority figures. So teachers also, reflective practitioners also examine that. And another thing is curriculum or lesson planning or whatever approach you have in the school. Reflective practitioners should focus on that approaches as well. And the last thing is they need to focus on context in which teaching and learning occur. So which is like kind of really close to the 6 skills Roberta mentioned. But the main role of, I think, reflective practitioner is to kind of, seek to kind of integrate previously learned information in the school, kind of, and connect it to the new future learning. This is just for achieving future results at the school. To achieve that, I believe, from the literature, we assign 3 roles to the teacher. So these are like competencies and skills, but a little bit kind of, comprehensive framework. Let me just show it to you. So the first one is teacher as a facilitator. So as we know, facilitation is kind of, creating something, conditions for a group to learn from each other. So teachers in the school, so of course in the classroom, we are facilitating student learning, but this is more like teachers facilitating teachers learning to accomplish a task. So I think this is a kind of skill that can be learned and practiced. So we just need to kind of, create structure around our school so that teachers can be also facilitator. So this is more like, facilitator can do like, can make sure that everyone's voice is heard. So this really will develop kind of communal understanding, community feeling in the school. And they need to be intentional. So this is really critical. They need to be intentional, willing to build collaboration. So collaborative skills is one of the skills Roberta mentioned. So this is like, really parallel to that. So the question is there enough participation within the group, like professional development efforts or other kind of school reform initiatives? So this is more about willingness. So another thing is, other than the facilitation skills, our teachers are designers. So this is another thing. So, but when we say design, teachers mostly think like designing 40 minutes of the class, like activities, assessment, stuff like that. But in the new generation, after the pandemic, we just understand that we need to focus on big ideas, because every subject matter lies in like fundamental ideas. Firstly, as a teacher, as a subject matter expert, we need to extract them, and we just need to plan for big ideas. And of course, this is more like we need to focus on unit planning, just rather than a kind of lesson planning, like, short planning periods. So, and we need to work together, because in isolation, teachers cannot, develop themselves. So they're growing, they need to just, work in an environment that they can, benefit, they share. And this is not just within their department, just not science teachers working together. We need to have interdisciplinary teams between departments so that this collaborative design skills can be encouraged. The last thing I just want to mention is teachers are also feedback provider. And this term is like caregiver, so they are just feedback giver, I think. And this is just feedback from teachers to teachers. So this encourages and indeed educate other teachers. So this is another thing, another mechanism we use. It's a kind of form of teachers collaborating to address student learning issues in our schools. And the one thing we can just make it happen is we need to provide opportunities. So give teachers opportunities so that they observe each other. And one day, like one day a week, or like open door policies, sometimes we have that. Just this is like a usual thing. And this doesn't have to be like technical critiques or like evaluative things, or, just don't cost a career for the teachers. So teachers need to provide like open environments so that learning can happen. So one quick note before I finalize my comments over here, like let's look at the research evidence. So when teachers work as a practitioner, reflective practitioner, facilitator, collaborative designer, and feedback provider, lots of positive things happening in the school, like more teachers using new innovative practices in their classroom. They are more willing to share their practices, and they are more open to new learning, attend new professional development events. And also at the end, our final and ultimate goal, like improve student learning. So our goal, I think skills, competencies will focus on these roles so that, our teachers, our students, and our school can benefit from.
Thank you, Selçuk. Taking from the point that you make about teachers as designers and keeping these competencies that you both shared in mind, what should be the focus of professional development design? Because now we're talking about here schools reimagining itself, school reimagining itself. So while doing that, what's the focus of this design, professional development design for schools? Selçuk, shall we start with you?
Yeah, of course. So first of all, let's start with the content of our PD. And let me just share another slide so that, visuals always help, as you know. So in this slide, you are seeing 4 things. So based on research of like 30 years of research evidence, articles, or other projects. So 4 things just kind of, appear to be important, like as a content of PDs. The first one is pedagogy knowledge. This is like how to teach. And another thing is subject matter knowledge. So for example, for a chemistry teacher, like the pure chemistry is our subject matter knowledge. So firstly, a chemistry teacher need to know chemistry. And the second thing is that it's a combination of first one and the second one, pedagogical content knowledge. So how to teach one's own content in the classroom. And the last thing, which is most of the time overlooked, is knowledge of how students learn, because every student is unique, right? So, and our community is different. So we just need to focus on that as well. If we have a kind of profession development, First three, most of the time available to teachers, but the last one is a little bit critical. So we just need to put more emphasis on that. Let's just jump into some statistics. So I just copied a table, a graph to show you. This is a little bit complicated, but in the left-hand side, you're going to see the content, the topics of profession development. And the graph is, so there are blue and pink bars. So let's focus on the pink bars. So because these are the need for PD in the following kind of areas and content. So most of the time, as you see, the peak one is here, over here, ICT skills. So our teachers, this is a kind of, recent research, our teachers still looking for ICT skills to develop. So after the pandemic, I think this is like growing over here. So more current research, like this year and last year, also showed that teachers still need like online development, online course design, how to teach in a hybrid environment. So these are still needed. And other thing is sometimes we don't even focus on is teaching students with special needs. So this is also another thing our teachers are kind of looking for. So if you see, the first four of them are really close to the research evidence. So teachers are looking for knowledge of their curriculum. And in Turkey, we are using, like, we have öğretim programı, so which is similar to that. And we need pedagogy, assessment, and also like understanding of our subject matter. As you see, the first four in this OECD graph just showing that. Let's look at the blue bars again, just to see. So most of the time, teachers, like, as you see, this is like very high, more than 70%. So this indicates that teachers attending this kind of PD, but the idea is they still need it. So even though we provide most of the thing for teachers, they are still some kind of in need. So I think, in terms of topic, in terms of content, we should be more kind of, nitpicky, and we just need to ask. So ICT skills, but in which areas? If it's the design, or if it's the teaching. I think when we focus our efforts on just more important topics, researchable and based on based on evidence, so this might really help to kind of decide which way to go, I guess.
Thank you, Selçuk. And Roberta, you're in one of the leading institutions in designing PD within your institution and in collaboration with other schools. So what's your insight? What would your contribution be in this area about the focus of the PD design?
Yeah, it's so interesting. I keep thinking the same question, right? What's the difference between teaching children and teaching adults, right? And one of the things that we understand is that, well, good teaching is good teaching. And in fact, most professional development should actually look and feel like many classroom experiences. That should be engaging our learners. It should be activating. It should be relevant to their lives. But we also have to recognize that children and adults are different. We're formed differently. And if you've ever attempted to do any professional development, it's much, much easier to teach children than it is to teach adults. And in fact, I think similar to if doctors probably make lousy patients, and sometimes teachers make lousy students. And I think one of the things that we realize at CPET is that there are some real fundamental differences between how you design learning for students, for children, and how we design learning for adults. And that's because children are forming knowledge. Their identities, their mindsets, their understandings are in formation. All of the experiences that they have up through their early 20s are all about getting inputs to understand what is the world that I'm living in, and like, what are the rules and what are the parameters and who am I in this world? And over there, what they learn with their families, what they learn in their communities, what they learn informally through school, what they learn formally through school, each of those things gives them an input into how they understand the world works. Well, when we grow into adulthood, then we begin to filter all of our experiences from a preset mindset, from an understanding about how the way the world works, right? And so now when I am asked to learn something new or to make a change, if that change is different than the mindset that I've already cultivated, it's actually kind of a big deal. And that's, I think, why we see a lot of adults resistant to sort of input or resistant to feedback, or even sometimes resistant to change, is because, well, I have an understanding about how the way the world works, and this is what I do, and this is what I think about what teaching looks like or how I should do my job. And who are you to tell me otherwise? Who are you to tell me I'm doing it wrong? Because any decision that I make to change as an adult is a decision that I'm saying, I didn't do it well, or I didn't do it as well as I could have, and I'm going to make a change. And that's difficult for somebody who cares about their work, who has pride in their work. And so what we need to be able to do is really engage as professional learning. I'm going to answer your question directly. The parameters for designing professional development have to keep our adult learners central in mind. Adult learners need their learning to be interactive. They need to have choice and autonomy. They need to see the relevant connections between what they're learning and their goals and their job. And they need to have very active and constructivist opportunities to reflect and learn. While I might be able to just tell students, hey, do it this way because that's the right way to do it, we really want to explore with our adult learners so they have the experience of taking on new practices. And we want to be really patient with them as they process through the changes we're asking them to make.
What I'm hearing from both of you is about the needs of teachers. It's just looking at what the teachers really need instead of providing central programs or predetermined programs, but starting with the teacher's need. So according to, I can share that this information about what's happening in Turkey too. According to the latest regulation from the Ministry of Education, the schools will be able to design their own PD according to the schools that the teachers need. So this will be a school-centered design rather than a central design. And I think this is an important shift and very much aligned with what you have shared with us. So that's a good point to share. Thank you. Please.
Well, I just wanted to say, I really love hearing that news. You know, in New York City, we have over 1.1 million children in our school system, and we have over 1,800 different schools, and they're all under the same umbrella of the New York City Department of Education. And over the years, our systems and structures have changed so many times that we actually have schools that used to house 4,000 or 5,000 students that have now become campuses that house multiple schools. So you might have one school on the first floor and a completely different school on the second floor and a completely different school on the third floor. And what's amazing is that if you're, as a guest, walk through the halls of each school in the same building, from the same neighborhoods and the same families, the energy at each school feels different. And that's because schools are not made of buildings. They're not made of desks or smart boards or projectors or even books. They're made of the people who are in them. And those people form unique communities, and those communities have unique needs. And so if our professional development isn't accounting for that, then we're missing the mark. So I'm just so happy to hear that that's a change that the ministry is making, and that you will have an opportunity to really take those hard looks and say, well, what is it that we need? Mm-hmm. Because if we don't know, right, we need to know first and be able to name that so that we can move forward.
That's an important step for the public schools, whereas in private schools, we have more like a needs-based programs too. So let's talk about what are the better and effective ways to design these PDs, and especially your own experience. Can you tell us your best practices, because you both have different experiences, and it will be lovely to hear different ideas on this. Roberta, shall we continue with you and CPT?
Mm-hmm. Sure, yes. I don't have all the fancy slides, I apologize. We provide a lot of professional development in a wide variety of ways: in person, online, synchronous calls, asynchronous sessions, but we do try to keep several central themes in focus when we're designing our professional development. So I'm going to focus on our core values, because our core values really drive all of the different kinds of PD that we do. And again, some of those PDs are structured, workshops or courses, but a lot of our professional development is actually job embedded coaching, where we're doing classroom observations, we're leading a team meeting, we're having conversations with teachers about their practice. And our core values really ground all of our efforts across all of the different methodologies of professional development. So we have 6 core principles. I actually can pull those up. We have 6 core principles, and these principles were actually developed across our team as we have been learning and growing over time to better understand who we are and really what we believe in. So the first core principle is critical reflection. And critical reflection is for us at the heart, because it is this reflective action that requires me to always be looking out and then looking in. And we believe that it's through critical reflection that we're able to have aha moments and create change. So critical reflection is one. The second one is what we call cultivating strengths. Cultivating strengths comes from the work of Carol Dweck and the growth mindset, which is just acknowledging that our brains are not fixed structures, but rather they're very elastic, and that we can grow, we can change. And so if we believe that we can grow and we can change, what we want to do is cultivate in our participants what they're strong in, what their natural gifts and talents are, where they are strong, and use those strengths to leverage towards change. We want to be very positive and focused on what's working well and how we can apply what's working well to what we need to work on next. Okay, that's 2. You have to hold me accountable. There are 6. I'll try to go quickly. The third is communities of practice. And we believe that learning does not happen in a silo. You're not just like walking around one day going, I've learned something new all by myself without any input from anyone. Our learning, it can come from media sources, it can come from text, but so often our learning comes from other people, and it comes with other people, especially in school communities where we're often working with teams, within teams, or sometimes through teams. So we want to be building communities of practice so that everybody in the community has a voice and has a role in the changes that we're making. The fourth is cycles of inquiry. And cycles of inquiry is really, really important because we don't believe that learning happens in a straight line. I start my unit or I start my PD and then I come to the end of it. And then that's it. We all just go home. And then tomorrow we start again with something new. No, we believe that learning actually happens in cycles and it happens in spirals. And that's what creates momentum. So when we can engage in cycles of inquiry, asking questions, getting a hypothesis or a theory of action, creating a change, monitoring the change, evaluating the impact, and then again, setting new goals. Those cycles of inquiry are grounded in key questions, right? They're grounded in like, well, what do I want to see happen and how could it happen? And questions are the key to all learning and all curiosity, and we want to keep that momentum going. The fifth is actually customized design, which means that there is no one size fits all. There's no one workshop that works for everybody or one saying I can have that fixes everyone's problems, but actually it needs to be customized for every community. And finally, the sixth one is culturally relevant and sustaining practices. The importance of recognizing that you cannot separate the individual from their identity. And you can't separate someone's identity from their race or their culture, their background, their language, or their faith. And so if we want to be teaching the individuals in our room, we have to be affirming and welcoming of their identity and be able to embrace that in our curriculum and pedagogy. It's a way that we honor human beings. So those are our 6 principles. And what we try to do is really understand those principles deeply and then develop all of our PD from those perspectives. Now, that's not a very concrete how-to answer, but I'd be happy to offer more of those as well.
Thank you. Selçuk?
Thank you, Roberta, for a great introduction. So you just provided great features, principles of your PD. So most of the time, what she has just said really aligned with research evidence. So, and let me just kind of, collectively, so she provided like pieces, and let me just try to provide models. So using those principles, we create models. So I have 4 models to show you. Let me show this slide. So the first one is, I think Roberta also mentioned that just this inquiry. So I think for the 4th principle is cycles of inquiry. So this is the same thing indeed. So teacher inquiry, or sometimes we say it coaching. So most of the time at school, so Ministry of Education just released this information. Now schools can work as a kind of PD provider by themselves. So teacher inquiry is the best way to start kind of initiate that kind of effort. So we start with identifying a problem and an improvement focus. So as we know, teachers in the classroom always face some challenging things. So let's just identify one thing. It can be questioning, or it can be assessment practices, or it can be even just one single piece of teaching. So, and then they collect evidence, they collect some data, so to kind of understand the problem, what's happening, how can I improve it? So they're trying to look at like justification, like general kind of reasoning behind that, and develop some hypothesis or research questions and how to change it. Then they conduct a pilot their ideas, because they have a kind of intervention. They try it out, and the most thing is they need to change the ideas and kind of to close the gap, kind of to identify the problem and just kind of remedy the problem. So sometimes we need more evidence, just teachers collect data. So this is sometimes called like, kind of a scientist approach. So teachers kind of investigating his or her own classroom, which is a great thing. And then after data collection, we have kind of a phase that teachers examine data. What did I learn? What this data show, and how this works? So because I tried something new, let's just take a look. And after that, there's a decision timeline. Should I adapt it? Should I adapt it, or maybe just abandon it? So they just, I just don't use it. So this is a kind of, increase. So of course we can add coaching, mentoring to that. Sometimes teachers, as Roberta said, not working in silos. So we just need some kind of mentoring, some structure mechanisms, so that teachers can do that. So of course, experienced teacher know their classroom, but this is a kind of cycle that needs a little bit support. Let me show you another thing. This is a video coaching. It is very similar to the teacher inquiry. So these are not, there are not red lines to differentiate, distinguish these approaches, but most of the time they have one particular focus. So this is like video coaching. So let's look at the process. Teacher record their own classroom video, and there are really great 360 cameras, and they just record all the things. And now we are using, in one of our project, NSF funded project, we are using microphones. Like student groups have microphones, so microphones record audios just independently, so that we can analyze them. So the technology brings lots of possibilities here for video coaching. So we have camera in the classroom. Teachers are teaching like usually in a natural way. And then there's a coach, so which is like a certified coach, from a center, Roberta's leading. The coach, based on the rubric or a couple of criteria, just reviews it, select a segment of it. So, but this is not the whole teacher evaluation system. As in teacher inquiry, we have just one focus. It can be, as I said, question, wrapping up, warm up, anything, or experimenting. And then coach provides some kind of prompts, questions. And then in the 3rd step, teacher reviews the video and responds to those kind of prompts. So all these cycles, these can be done asynchronously within the school context. And the 4th one, teacher and coach meet. So this is the crucial part. It doesn't have to be in person, but they are talking about the prompts, the questions, the answers. So the approach of the coach is important here. As I told before, this is not evaluative. This is like we are kind of it's a constructive feedback from the coach to teacher. And one single thing important here, coach does not provide tangible, actionable insight. decide together. Coach just facilitates the conversation, and teachers need to kind of explore, discover themselves, what I need to change, what should I add, and then they together create kind of action plan. How can we change? And then the cycle continues. Teacher again use another thing, just improved one, and just to see what happens. So this cycle continues over and over till teacher feels that, okay, now I provide some improvement. So video coaching recently, for the 10 years of evidence, research shows that this is one of the best effective professional development approaches. So school-based professional development, if done by video coaching, improve a lot. Not just for teachers and also for students as well. Let's talk about my favorite. Most of my career is based on professional learning communities, but this is a little bit different. So this is school-based professional learning communities. So there are a couple of characteristics. First, let's just quickly define it, and I'm going to just share another research evidence. So in these communities, so schools, the whole school can be a community, or just a department can be a community. A couple of departments can create communities. So, but the idea, we need to see a couple of characteristics, like features. So they need to have a shared goals. There might be a mission, and Roberta just talked about a principle. So these are like that. I believe she already created her community in their center. So this is a shared goal. So what else? So we need to improve our learning, for example. This is one of the shared goals. So, and another one is reflective dialogue. So teachers need to share, they need to talk, and they need to reflect, and then they need to reflect back again for another thing. And the third one is the privatization of practice. So this is like open door policy. So everything you do in class, it might be effective, it might be good, just share it. This is not just to you. You are not on it. So you just share it with other things, and it is not your private property. Just share it. So another thing is focus on student learning. We have lots of data, whether it's in person or online. Students create data. So just use that data to just improve student learning. And through collaboration and learning community, maybe one of the things other than learning community is just collaborative learning community. Teachers need to work together just to make it happen. And of course, we have other kind of conditions like structural and social resources to make that community happen. We need to access expertise. Teachers need to be social. They are not just learning. They are also being social, and they need to open to improvement. And also schools provide time for practicing, time for meet, talk. And I think this is kind of the role of the leader. So we need to just open communication channels to teachers. I'm just trying to keep my airtime, but just for 30 seconds. So this is the kind of current research we published. So let me just quickly show that. So this is like professional development, like training and other things. And this is school-based communities. And this last one is over here, this effective instruction practices. So we just examined, which one is effective. All these yellow and orange arrows just showing effect, like effect of something on instruction practices. If you look at the numbers, this is a little bit high, profession development quality. So you need to attend quality profession development. The training Roberta just mentioned, they need to have principles like that. And the good thing is, I think there's a mistake over here. It will be like 0.0. It is not 0.8. So this is very lower than this one. But let's look at this one. This is critical. So when teachers bring his or her experience to the school, spillover effects happen. So spillover effect is the effect above and beyond the direct effect of PD. So whether it is outside and inside of school, teachers learn and come to classroom. They try to kind of help share, spill what they learn to others. And here's the tricky part: the effect size over here, it is growing. So when teachers share what they learn in their community, it is more effective to the classroom. So what this school-based professional learning community showed us, so just try to learn in or outside school and create a community inside school so that your outcomes will be better and will be more effective. I think this is the gist of the research evidence.
Thank you, Selçuk. I think this part of our panel is very useful for the workshops tomorrow. I mean, the principles that Roberta provided and the models that you shared I'm sure the participants of the workshops will benefit from this content very much. So I'll just be mindful about the time, and I want to leave some, like around 10 minutes for the questions. So I have 2 more questions, but I'll ask these separately. So the first one goes to Roberta. What are the challenges the schools face in designing PD? We talked about the best practices, but there are some challenges even designing those best practices. So we learn from the challenges too. So what would you say on this?
I think it's the number one challenge, right? Time. What is the time? Where is the time? Where does it come from? How do we create it? How do we save it? How do we buffer it? But I think that one of the biggest challenges is really understanding how to build the relationships, to ensure that the relationships are there so that the learning can happen. I just loved the model that was shared about the video coaching and how powerful that could be to be able to watch yourself and get feedback and see it happening and replay it. That's how elite athletes, right, rise to the levels, right? They watch themselves and they have a coach who's whispering into their ear, you know, tweak this or tweak that. And as educators, we don't have that. But also when we're applying that, we can't just say, everybody, I'm going to video your classes and then I'm going to tell you what to do differently, right? We need to be ensuring that we're developing strong and collaborative relationships, trust-based relationships between professional educators and their coaches and their PD providers, because without that, professional development, well-intentioned, well-designed, well thought through professional development can feel like surveillance. It can feel like diminishing. It can feel insulting. And when we don't have willing participants, right, these adults who decide like, who are you to tell me what to do? I've been doing this for 20 years, right? Then it doesn't matter how great my PD is if I'm not really connecting with the people that I'm working with. And so I think the number one challenge is to ensure that we're really valuing, respecting, and appreciating all of the funds of knowledge that every educator brings to any PD, and that we're really thinking carefully about how we build relationship and how we create relevance in the coaching methods that we're doing. If we're there to sell a product, if we're there to say how great we are, I figured it out, it was so great for me, if everybody just does what I did, you'll be great too. I think that's one of the biggest traps that new professional developers get into. And it's a really challenging place because folks who move into a leadership role or who begin doing professional development, they're doing it because they did have some success in the classroom and they do have some great ideas about what teaching looks like. But creating mini me's is not an effective form of professional development. What we need to do as professional developers is, once you have some of those aha moments and you want to share them with other people, it's not just about saying, hey, everybody, do what I did, but rather, how do I create the conditions in which other people can have the learning experience that I had that brought me to this change in my practice that was so effective? And that's really hard.
Right. You made an excellent point. Excellent point. Thank you. And Selçuk, this question is about what's happening around the world. We'd like to get more examples from the world, what's happening around the world. How much does the amount and the profile of teachers' professional development vary within or among countries?
Let me share a quick graph. So I'm a researcher, so that's why I prefer just showing something on the graph. Most of the time, we just heavily base our assumptions on our data, and this data just coming from 32 countries. Like, just started showing that. So it's a little bit. So I just copied these graphs from OECD's TALIS documentation, so it's publicly accessible to anyone. So this graph shows who participated, teachers, those who participate in professional development activities. So just participation, as you see, like OECD. The average is over here. Turkey is just below over here. So indeed, it is not really low. It's like 90%. So we are attending some kind of profession development. So, but Roberta brought really important concept to the table. So if they're effective, so this is the question we need to ask. So let's look at the type. So most of the time, OECD works with type. So here there are a couple of types, like we have education conferences, courses, online courses, so formal qualification programs, and there are a lot of different kinds of programs. So let's look at the gray bar over here. So green is for principal. So most of the time teachers attend seminars or webinars, like this. So we just need to ask if this is the effective way of learning. Of course, for like, starting point, for kind of encouragement, motivation, these are real starting point. But how about, school-based PD? But most of the time, if you see here, participation in a professional network is a little bit lower than other forms of professional development. But luckily, we have like peer and self-observation, like coaching, as we talked. So it's a little bit high, like almost like 50%. So it's growing. So 10 years ago, it is like 10%. Now it's growing. It's like increasing, but hopefully in the future, it will get higher. Let me show another thing. So Roberta and I just try to kind of, focus on the support. So if we are focused on school-based profession development, support is the first thing we need. So we cannot let teachers just learn by themselves, right? So let's just see, how much support, we just provide. So the question is participation in professional development and level of support. So if we look at, this is like OECD average over here. So there are countries over here. So which means, PD efforts teacher participated just include some kind of support. So over here. So if you look at the Turkey's position over here, so we are a little bit behind. So this is like, yes, there are like PD profession development opportunities, but we lack a little bit support. So which is most of the time overlooked. And another graph is so support. We are talking about support, but is support really important for other stuff? Indeed, yes. So this graph showing the relationship between teacher satisfaction with their their job and also support in their professional development. If you look at the graph, so this means this is a little bit complicated graph. Other than that, so there are countries over here. So this is not just satisfaction versus not versus really interact with our professional development over here. So teacher reports, so if they just get one additional form of support like coaching, mentoring, or leader, any some kind of support, they are more satisfied. So which is a good thing. So we need happy teachers, right? We need satisfied teachers at school. Then why don't we are providing professional development in school, but we don't have any mentor, we don't have any coach. So let's just add that. So here, the policy change in Turkey is effective. It's the first step. But then we just not just like provide webinars or any other thing. We just also need to have a mentor or support. I think that's the kind of general tendency in the world. So of course there are great countries doing best. So let's look at Mexico or Canada. So there are other countries just doing great jobs like providing support. But I think one takeaway message from what I'm just showing is, if you provide professional development, just please remember that you need that mentorship or coaching and some kind of support mechanism. So they are go hand by hand.
Thank you. Excellent points. Thank you, Selçuk. We have around 8 minutes, I think, and now we can get questions from our audience. Can be either our followers from YouTube who are following us on YouTube, or here, our audience here in Zoom. The Q&A box is open. While we're waiting for the questions, I'll just make one more comment. While I was listening to you, keep remembering what Valeria Hannon said in the morning about the design principles for school, for future schools. That was one of the principles were learning experiences. Now that we consider teachers as learners, so this personalized, integrated, inclusive, empowering learning experience is valid for teachers and students. What Roberta said, the identity, keeping the identity So being inclusive and integrated experiences and designing the whole PD around these principles are very important. So we have one question that I will. How do we define high quality professional learning? Roberta, would you like to start on this?
Sure, I can start with this. So I'm going to provide two different responses. I think the first is our approach to is around collecting feedback in a way that is very consistent. So for the past 7 years, I think we have been using the same rating scale and the same criteria to request feedback from our participants. We call it CPET HEARS, HEARS, and that's an acronym because I love acronyms. So it stands for, okay, I have to remember, it stands for helpful information, HE, effective facilitation, applicable models, relevant activities, and supportive environment. This is what we use for most of our hands-on workshops as well as our online courses. We don't use it so much in our coaching because it seems sort of weird to have an intimate conversation with someone about their lesson plan and then please rate me. But in our larger sessions, we always use that same rating, and we use the criteria that it was below my expectations, it met my expectations, or it exceeded my expectations. Mm-hmm. I loved seeing the work from OECD in evaluating professional development. A few years ago, the Gates Foundation did a similar study in the United States and found that only like 27% of educators were satisfied with the professional development that they received. I was so proud that year to be able to share our own data, where we have typically between 97 and 98% meets or exceeds expectations on those criteria.
Could you repeat the acronym, what the acronym stands for again? There's a question from our audience on that.
Yeah, here's helpful information, effective facilitation, applicable models or examples, HEAR, relevant activities. So what I did during the session is connected to what I wanted to learn, and supportive environment. And then just briefly to add on to that, that's how we practically and pragmatically receive feedback, and we receive it from the teacher's profession, like the teachers, that's the teacher's perception. It met my expectations, it didn't. Well, if people have really low expectations, then those ratings don't really mean a lot, right? And so I also want to offer the secondary model that I use around, and I use this more in my coaching. Mm-hmm. So that model is that I really want to see teachers who are like interested and open to receiving the content information. The second thing that I want to look at is that teachers begin taking initiative, right? They actually, first they actually implement what it is that they learned, right? If you go to a PD and nobody tries anything that they learned, did it happen, right? So first step is 3 I's. So the first step is implementation, right? I went to something, I learned something, I tried it. That's one step of effective PD. The second thing is that when the person comes back, they begin taking initiative for their own learning. They begin saying, oh, last time we worked on this, now I want to work on, now can you give me feedback? It's the difference between the coach giving the feedback to the teacher and the teacher asking questions to the coach. So that's a fundamental mindset shift that happens in the coaching and teacher relationship. That tells me that the PD has been effective. And the third thing, and this is what they call a lagging indicator. You don't see it right away, but you should be able to see it in time. And that's an increase in student performance. If we could do all the PD in the world, but if students don't demonstrate their learning in a better way, then also that's a cause to question the PD. So those are the 3 more like pragmatic, 3 more conceptual ways that we measure quality.
Thank you. Selçuk, do you have anything to add to this high quality professional learning?
Yeah, what Roberta has just said, like they are aligned well with research evidence. So in 2009, Laura Desimon, which is one of the leading scholars in this field, so she proposed 5 features, which is just Roberta just defined them. And also Linda Darling-Hammond, Stanford guru for education, she also provided 7, sometimes 8 characteristics. And I also provided a link to the chat. We also have a similar article published in Turkish, so for our Turkish listeners, they can just download and read. It's freely available on that link. One thing I will add to Roberta, so there are like structural features that connect to activities. One thing is organizational feature, duration and time. So we need sustained duration. So like weekly, monthly long activities, like job embedded activities. This is what we need. And if you look at the research tells us at least 20 hours of exposure time. Exposure means like sufficient efforts. So teachers actively working something, like this can be listening, this can be reading, like asynchronous discussion, anything. But we need in a PD to be effective, we need at least 20 hours of exposure time. So if it is longer than 20, this is the great thing. It is like double the effect. It will double the effectiveness of PD. So if we are trying to kind of plan professional development for schools, we just need to focus on it should be 20 hours minimum. Of course, span of time can be a little bit longer. Like you can just have like 3-month long PD. But in that, teacher need to spend at least 20 hours. So that's 20 hours. Really important number for PD professional development providers, I guess.
One last question before we close up. Teachers, I'm just reading the whole question. Teachers who have less teaching experience are more open to mentorship than the experienced ones. I would appreciate if you share your thoughts about using these experienced teachers as mentors. Would it be something applicable in a good sense, all schools, so that both parties could benefit from it in a collaborative way? What should be the position of a mentor? I can see Selçuk is typing up his answer, so we can listen to Roberta on that. Thank you, Selçuk.
I think this is such a great question, and mentorship is something that we deeply value, the apprenticeship model and also opportunities to learn from people who have more experience. I think that there are obvious reasons why this is a model that would be very successful and very empowering for many new teachers to have somebody who can, especially, I think on 2 levels, right? The first level is just sort of like community integration. I remember my very first year teaching, walking through the halls going like, I'm getting lost in my own workplace, right? How do I find the staples, right? Like, so having somebody to just say like, oh, sit with me at lunch, just like with students, right? Sit with me at lunch, find some friends. These are other people in our departments. When I first started my teaching job, my principal walked into our department meeting on my very first day before school started and said, oh, Roberta needs a mentor. Does anybody want to do it? And no one raised their hand. And I was like, oh, okay. And it took a while for somebody to want to volunteer to do that. And when they did, they kind of just did it for like the extra money, and they didn't really do it out of a space of caring. And I had that, it was a rough year then for me starting out. And I sort of said to myself, like, no one should have to go through this. And in some ways, I feel like that was one of the reasons I got into professional development eventually, was because my own transition as a young teacher was so difficult because I did not have a supportive environment, and I did not have quality mentorship. That I sort of said, no one should ever have to go through what I went through, and let me pave the way for others to learn a little bit of what matters from what I have to offer. And so while I want to say, yes, we absolutely should have mentorship, sometimes forced mentorship or contrived mentorship that isn't really genuine can be worse than not.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Selçuk, for just sharing that article I think this was the answer to this question. This is the end of our panel now. I would like to thank each of you again for your contribution. This was very inspiring, and I hope this was a well-spent hour for all of us, for all the participants. And the outcome of this panel, I hope it will be useful for the workshops tomorrow. Again, it's an honor to be with distinguished experts such as yourselves. Thank you very much for your time, for your contribution, and I hope to work with you in different events and in different environments again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure. It's great to talk with you all, and I hope you have a great rest of your sessions.
Thank you, Roberta.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Selçuk. Bye.
Hoş geldiniz.
Hello, welcome.
Kendini tartışan okul konferansımız
Our conference, School Reimagines Itself, continues with school as the living ecosystem. We are organizing this conference with the collaboration of ERG and Education Lab. I would like to welcome Dr. Zeynep Erdiller. Hi. Okan Bey. Before we get started, I would like to talk about your background briefly. Can you hear me? Yes, I hear you. I'm listening. Yes, sure. Zeynep Erdiller graduated from the Sociology Department of Hacettepe University. She had her doctoral education at Indiana University, Bloomington, in the field of early childhood education. She worked as a lecturer at Middle East Technical University and Maltepe University in the preschool education program. Since 2011, she's at Bodacious University School of Education in the elementary education. So you have a lot to share, and we have limited time. We'll start with your presentation, and for the rest of the time, we're going to continue with the Q&A, if this is okay for you as well. Yes, sure. Well, I'll share my screen. Sorry.
Çok özür dilerim.
Sorry about that.
Ay evet, şimdi Zoom'u bitirmem lazım. Pardon. Bu kadar deneyimimiz olmasına rağmen yine
despite all this experience, well, okay, now it's fine. I believe you can see it now. Yes. In this School Reimagines Itself conference, I'll talk about school as the living ecosystem for the child. Well, everybody has questions, probably, so I hope that I can add more questions to people's minds rather than coming up with answers. So
sorudan çok cevaplara odaklanmaya itiyor. Fakat bizim
the society that we live in leads us to focus on the answers rather than the questions, but we need to go back to the questions because the questions are more important than answers. So my goal in this brief session will be this. So talking about questions, of course, it's important to have a critical perspective to school and to child and school. These are things that or concepts that we know a lot about and discuss a lot about, but let's get away a little bit from them. We have to make them an object of our thought. So we need to question what is given and develop these questions. And we should just stand against the principles of our times. It's very important that we adopt a critical perspective, and you organize this event in order to ensure that with school and with children. So thank you very much. Some of you may have listened to me, to my presentations before, and you will know that I go about the same questions, or you may think that I'm always pondering the same questions. My first question is, who is child? And thinking of schools, why is the child important? Why is it important to define the child? Those are the questions that I'd like to begin with. So who is the child? For the last 200 years or more, we think that there is an absolute answer to this. However, there is no single definition of childhood, and it varies a lot depending on the cultural and historical context, whether it's addressed as a separate period, how long this lasts, and how the children of this period experience how the children of a certain period experience this childhood depend on the cultural and historical context. And with the discipline of history focusing on the child, we see that there is a close link between the concept of childhood and social events. Postman is someone who studies childhood. He is one of the first sources about childhood. So he looks at the relationships between social events and childhood. So the printing press, he thinks of the printing press as a time machine. And with the invention of the printing press, we see the literate people coming to the picture, and this brings about an illiterate group of people. So between children and adults, there was the strict difference in terms of knowledge and experiences. So between the children as well, there is a difference of skills and knowledge. And today, we accept the presence of, and we accept the presence of this concept of child. We don't question this any longer. And of course, political and economic ideologies have an impact on how we define children. Well, why is the child so important? Loris Malaguzzi, one of the pioneers of the Reggio Emilia approach, says that education is always a political discourse, whether we're aware of it or not. It means working with deliberate political preferences. Education is a political discourse, and the child serves as an excellent tool for this. And this has been the case for hundreds of years. There was always interest in the child, be it in the field of philosophy. You know, the philosophy tried to explain the child while trying to explain human. But who is the child? It's important to hear their experiences, but we see that that was not the case. They saw the child as a tool. That was what actually happened. In order to improve society, in order to understand humankind and animals better, in terms of understanding human intelligence and psychological health, child was an important tool. And child is multifaceted. It's the cultural phenomenon that has a biological and psychological aspect, and it changes depending on the context, history, and social events. So why is it important how we define child in terms of school and education? Let's have a look at that. It is important because there's no single definition of a child. If there was a single child, it would be easy to act in line with that definition. We wouldn't have to worry about how we defined it. But throughout history, we see that children went through different childhoods. And we don't even have to say throughout history, because the generation gaps are shorter. It was 10 or 20 years, and now it's starting to change. And we cannot really talk about a universal and objectively defined child, because there are very subjective and alternative explanations regarding who the child is and what childhood is. Where does the child live? What are the conditions? What is the context that they're living in? There is no single definition of child, but it is important to define the child, because when we define the child, we define the teacher, and we define our practices of bringing up teachers. It has an impact on the definition of school and school management. It also influences what we understand by education and what kind of approach we will choose in education. So these all depend on how we define child. That's why it is important. Again, Loris Malaguzzi has this saying, a statement about the image of the child is not only a required openness and correctness, but at the same time, it is the necessary prerequisite for any pedagogical theory or pedagogical project. So how we define child as society, as individuals, as teachers is important. We have to identify that. And the image of child, how we define child, the thoughts about childhood are not social phenomena that are spontaneous based on John Wall. It is something that needs to be structured based on imagination. So the adults have an important role to play there, particularly the practices and organizations that take child in its center need to look at things from this perspective. So how was the child positioned throughout history? Let's look at that. There are two different classifications. One is the Dahlberg and Moss classification in 1999, and the other one is John Moll, 2010. These are parallel statements. So we see child at three different stages throughout history, and in fact, people interact with children on that basis. It's not like we can pick one over the other. For one thing, we see child as a symbol of innocence. The child is at the golden age of life. It's the simplest version of humankind. In that regard, the child is left outside the problems of the society. It has to be protected. Until it gains power, it has to go through a preparation stage, and only after empowerment, we expect the child to be part of the society. So this is one approach. Another approach sees the child as a reflection of nature, or a scientific child of biological steps, or an individual that will realize its potential, an adult of the future. So our approaches to the child, our communication with the child can differ based on this. And of course, you can see the child from a negative lens. We all have that. When I say this, everybody rejects that they have this notion of a child, but we see the child as an irrational individual, selfish, not socialized yet, needs to be under control, needs to be shaped, needs to be tamed. So this is the kind of child image. It's not easy to accept, but in our daily language, we use statements like, he's not the kind of child you know, or this is not a child, this is a monster. So looking at school from a traditional perspective, we see there are several practices that adopt this lens. And the child is seen as someone that will carry the culture to the future generations, somebody who will spread this. So the child is seen as a vessel in a way. So these are happening simultaneously. We all carry some of this, and we see this in our interaction with children, both at an individual and professional level. So Moss and Roberts have this new study. It's called Neoliberalism and Child. That's the name of their book. Together with the neoliberalism, a childhood has changed, and the perspective towards children has changed following neoliberalism. Of course, with 1990s, we see neoliberalism as a movement dominant our lives. So our perspective to children shaped within that context. So this ideology and movement reduces life to economic relations and make thing an element of economy. So competition and individual preferences stand out, and this has its repercussions on child's family, expenses, school, etc. My area is early childhood education. So I think that this approach has very negative impact, like standardization or focus on academic curriculum from very young ages. 4+4+4 showed this to us in a more apparent way. We see kindergartens, 4 years, 5 years, as the times where there is a heavy preparation for elementary school, but 0 to 8 years as a whole, this is the early childhood education period. And this is an important pressure. We want to prepare children for academic life as early as possible. And the education practices, teacher behavior changes accordingly. At the same time, we see the little child as a future productive worker that is flexible and ready for the market. So it is actually an opportunity for investment or an economic element that is the human capital for the future. So it is actually leading to the perception of a child that is information, but we assume what potential this child has in advance. And the child is the vessel for carrying the culture and values to the future. So this is an approach that nourishes this perspective. So this failure of neoliberalism movement, the financial crisis in the world, and we're actually seeing climate crisis, which will become even more problematic. So following these developments, there is need to have a more critical stance towards this perspective. Moss and Roberts Holmes voiced this in their work. And it is not just the failure of neoliberalism only. In 1980s, there was the Convention on Children's Rights, and aside from developmental psychology, social sciences was included in the realm of childhood. And with social sciences focusing on childhood, we see there are childhood studies leading to a different perspective towards children. So what is this approach all about? The child is seen as a rich entity as it is. Malaguzzi has this 100 languages of children concept. So they're very creative. They can express themselves. They're rich beings. So with several languages and methods, they have this potential to express themselves. Yes, they're illiterate, but they're not as developed as adults in terms of their language development, but they have this potential to express themselves through a variety of methods.
And after the Convention on Children's Rights, the children are deemed as citizens, as rights owners. And yes, we used to talk about a potential, but we would postpone that potential, right? We'd say they can do this and this when they grow up. No, now we are saying they are already equipped and they have the capabilities to shape the society they are living in, and they can actually guide the society they are living. So children are co-constructors of life together with adults, and they are constantly trying to create meaning, attach meaning, and through their mutual bonds, they are part of social interactions, even more than adults. And actually, the internet and social media is making this very clear in front of our eyes. They have their own peer culture, and they are able to really shape society and relationships even on the internet. So children, rather than being seen as weak, codependent individuals, they are seen as rights owners rather than needs owners, and they own values and they have competencies. That's how we see them. So for that reason, we are talking about an unforeseeable being. I mean, what a child can become is in the control of the child itself when we talk about post-neoliberalism children. So if we compare the two approaches, now before we were talking about a being that needed to be informed. But according to this new perspective, where we see the child as an equipped being who already has talents, an individual, then we are talking about a being that has not yet been expressed. So for that being to be expressed, the child needs to express itself based on whatever means they find appropriate, because we need to discover the child with the child itself. And then there is the Bronfenbrenner ecological systems theory, which I want to tie this to. Now, children are born into a family, and just like all other individuals, they don't live by themselves, and they're also born into a society, and they have their own little circles where they are very active. But then there are also some circles that they are part of, which they are indirectly impacted by, and where they are more passive. So if we look at the systems that impact the child, first of all, we have the microsystem, the home, the peers, the school, relatives, neighbors, and of course the school is part of this microsystem. And when we look at the mesosystem, that's basically about the interaction between these primary systems the child is part of. And then there are the exosystem, things like the parents' workplace, policies that impact children, health, justice, etc. So that is all also influential on the child. And then, of course, at the macro system, we see the general cultural, ideological atmosphere, policies, education, health, culture, fundamentals, and things like that, which have an impact on the child. So when we look at this theory, it's a relatively up-to-date theory, and the child basically, in terms of relationship with family, teachers, school, peers, we see that the school is one of the primary environments for the child. But when you look at it, it's not a natural environment. Now, the family is something the child is born into. Peers, friend groups, they are also quite natural. The neighborhood, again, is something that they are born into, but the school is actually an artificial surrounding. And it is something that was developed later on, and it became part of the microsystem of the child. So where did this concept of school come from? I mean, children were not born into schools, and not all children have experienced school. So where does this come from? Now, I'm pretty sure this will be discussed in other sessions, so I'll just briefly touch up on it. When we look at the preschool era. So basically before the school being constructed as a structural institution, basically schooling was done by the parents, and it was a mutual interaction. And before the 19th century, academic learning was something that only a privileged group could have access to. And the children were not separated based on age, so their existence was not based on their age. So it was basically they were there as part of their social role. So how does the school concept come into play? Now, the Industrial Revolution, of course, is a very important part of this. Then the modern nation state, the transformation in the family structure and the economic structure, all led to the birth of school. And of course, then there was an erosion in the family and societal structure, and the question of what children will become came up. And that's when schools were born. And when you look at it, when you look at the children on a school from the more inferior classes, if I may, there were question marks about whether or not there could be a danger to society. So in the pre-industrial era, or at the beginning of the industrialization era, we see that compulsory schooling comes into play, and then there is an evolution into an information society, which requires new talents, new capabilities. And of course, there were requirements for more qualified individuals, and the number of schools increased. And of course, we saw that the compulsory education duration was increased in time, and there were more detailed programmings of curriculum, and that's all become part of our lives. And how I see all of this is, now I believe the school is an artificial surrounding for the child. It's not a reality the child is born into. It's not an unquestionable reality. So basically, the school is kind of an invader of the other surroundings in the microsystem. For example, the child's acceptance to school. I mean, we ask, how old are you? What grade do you go to? So the child is equal to their school or classroom, basically. And then there is the school child concept, you know, the school being the main venue for the child. Like parents go to work, children go to school. And we also limit learning to the school. However, learning can happen anywhere. We actually cannot prevent a child from learning in any setting. And according to the Convention on Children's Rights, if we describe childhood as the age between 0 to 18, we actually plan the child's time based on schools like primary school, middle school, high school, and the child is evaluated according to input and output. So basically, schools are trying to have good children enroll, and they try to make sure the output is even better. So maybe we need to ask ourselves if the school is really actually an invader in these microsystems. And when we have a critical perspective on school, this is something we always do actually, but I want to go over it again. Now, when we talk about school, we talk about regulations, curricula, rules, routines, control mechanisms, and spaces or venues. And who is at school? Decision makers, administrators, teachers, and children or students. But we are also witnessing that children become the subject of school rather, become the object of the school rather than becoming the subject. So How do we see the child? That's a question we need to ask. So child for school or school for child is a question. This is something that we question quite a lot. Now, there are these concepts that we use, like deeming the child ready for school, for example. I know we try to avoid these statements these days, but basically, we are still trying to prepare children for school at the preschool level. Then once they are prepared for primary school, they are trying to prepare for middle school and then for high school. So we are talking about preparing a child for the school. However, if we are going to adopt the child definition that I talked of earlier, then we need to talk about a school that is prepared for the child. So the school needs to be prepared for the children and not vice versa. And we need to focus on whether or not the school is ready for different possibilities and whether or not the school is ready for the child to become the main subject. So for a different school, we definitely need to have a different definition of the term child. And first of all, to be able to do that, we need to understand the current definition of child for schools. So we need a new definition for teacher, for school, and who are we going to be doing all this for? Well, as I stated earlier, it is basically for the child who is a co-constructor of society, who is a rights owner, and who is already an administrator with all the capabilities they have from birth. Now, how does the existing school system define the child? Now, you see it here in two different categories. Is the existing school system acting in line with the definition of the child being the co-constructor of culture, information, and identity? And also, when we talk about creativity, for example, we are talking about a creativity that can transform things, that can create things from scratch. So do we have schools that have the approach to be able to respond to such a being with such qualities? Now, these questions are very important. How do we define the child? And then after defining the child, what do we want for these children? How can we enable these children to experience a good childhood? What do we think the child's position in society should be? And at home and in terms of all services provided to children and at the societal level, what are we planning to do for the development of the relationship between children and adults? And the children's services and children's spaces are two concepts that are described in the theories we mentioned. And basically, these are about policies implemented based on the child, focusing on the child. Now, when we talk about children's services, we are talking about providing public services to children based on what we believe the output should be. So we are talking about an instrumental approach here. The school is a very important part of child services. And then there is another perspective, child spaces. And there, yes, there are still some predefined outputs. However, there are some open-ended outputs as well. And sometimes the adults initiate those outputs. about what the children should achieve, but sometimes it's the children who initiate these outputs and identify where they want to head based on their capabilities or talents. And basically cultural, social, economic, political, moral, aesthetic, physical, many opportunities are possible in these spaces. So it's not a one directional approach, but there are many, many opportunities. There are unknown resources, potentials, and in these spaces, adults and children are there together, and they are the ones who shape and make these spaces functional. So could the school turn into such a function? Until now, we have deemed the school as part of child services because it is basically a whole of many parts. And when we look at it, we are usually preparing students for high school and then for college, and we are trying to contribute to the human capital. So it is always a single function that we focus on. But the schools actually have a great potential because children can discover many things and ask for very different things. But are we aware of this? Are we making good use of the resources? Because there are many entities that come together at school, and the children are already rich entities in themselves. So there is a huge potential to shape culture, really. And the innovations and developments are shaped based on different values, cultures, and policies. When we talk about school, that's what we're talking about. I mean, yes, there are concepts and goals, but they are all realized independently. For example, we have various directorates, you know, the preschool directorate, primary school directorate, and it is not really easy to reach an alignment between these directorates either, really, at this point. And the teachers or the people who work with children, and as preschoolers, we experience this the most because we are with the smallest children, and the perspective on children is also quite different. I mean, it's a little condescending, really. So the conditions of the staff that work with children, the lack of income they are facing, and the limited opportunities for them to develop themselves is another thing that we see. And finally, in most children's services, children are not included. They don't have an impact on the services that are provided to them. So they are not able to become the subject of children's services.
When we think of school as a space for a child, it is one of the main areas where children live outside the house and get together with their peers. In that regard, it is not just the physical space, but it also includes social relations and experiences, conflict, working together, competition, differences, social intimacy. So anything that makes a human can be experienced with their own peers in this space. And you can create values, rights, and cultures together with children. Adults and children can co-create these. And in these spaces, we need to see the blossoming of different perspectives and ways of expression, dialogue, conflict, challenging different ideas. So if we see school as a child's space, these are all potentials and possibilities. So if we consider these questions over again, if we see school as a child's space, how can we respond to these questions? And finally, I don't know how I use time. I think I hurried. I would like to talk about this project of ours called School as a Child's Space. This poster was co-created by children. So what school means to them, what kind of complaints and wishes do they have? And this is a project that we realized in 2019. It is called the Child Has a Voice Partnership Network, Grab a Mic project. It is supported by the EU. We had 27 child participants in the workshop and 30 child participants in the forum. The children discussed their own spaces in the workshops. They voiced their wishes and discussed solutions. And there was this forum where 90% of the participants were children. They communicated all these ideas to other children, so they exchanged opinions. And as a result of this project, this is what we got from children. So it's not just classes that they think about when they think of school. Friendship is very important for them, spending time with friends. And one of their main problems is bullying, peer bullying. And they think about the spaces. They think of the cafeteria, the size of the classrooms, cleanliness and hygiene are very important. And the garden and sports spaces, how they're used, are important elements. So the garden, they want to see it aesthetically pleasing. So they would like to see it as an art area where they can express themselves. As for the teachers, they think of teachers' attitudes toward them, and the teachers being just is very important. The teacher needs to be competent and should be against verbal and physical violence. So we saw the children suffer from this. And they have a search for equality and justice. They want to be taken seriously. They don't want to be labeled as poor, rich, hardworking, lazy. So they just want to be free of these labels. And they don't want penalizing teacher attitudes or unfair teacher attitudes. So they had some complaints there. And they want to have a voice. They want to be included in the decision-making process. So these are what children ask for from school. And of course, the classes should have a balance with the breaks, and they need support during classes, and they especially need support and encouragement for arts. So you see this photo of the forum here with 90% children. It was realized at Boğaziçi University. And we saw that the school does not have an academic notion. It is not a child service. We perceive it as a child service, but the children see it as a child space, but we need to allow this. We need to turn it into a children's space, performing arts, environment trips, designing the garden landscape, forestation, a biking path, opportunities for play using the library, student clubs, sports tournaments are things that they need. And of course, friendship relations are very important. Conflict resolution, positive relations, use of common spaces, the food price, balanced nutrition, having campaigns for water, walnut, um, dry nuts, and also the water dispensers. They don't have this at public schools. And of course, they need this attitude of teachers, and they want 40-minute classes and 10-minute breaks, which is, I think, reasonable. So these are what children want. They want to see school as their own space. And if we see this space as a space for children, and if we assume that they have the power to transform the space, so there is no barrier for not turning schools into a living space for children. I think I went fast. I don't know if I have time. Thank you for this opportunity and for your time. Zeynep Hoca, thank you very much. It went very well. We have time for Q&A. As I was listening, I was thinking of Althusser, the state's ideological devices. You talked about the link between ideology and the definition of child. You talked about neoliberalism, the definition of child in 1990s, and it's based on a standardization approach. You criticized this as far as I understood. But the situation that is subject to your criticism, can we talk about that a little bit? Because the schools are trying to standardize more today, right? From buildings to curricula, as to how many minutes for which theme, or where children need to go at the end of 1 year, etc., etc. So is this what you're criticizing? Shall we discuss that a little bit? Yes. Why are we going towards standardization? Because there is this lack of trust and there is this need for control. It's about controlling the child, the teacher, the curriculum. So there is this lack of trust too. This system is actually a system that doesn't trust in what it created itself. So there is an error in the system itself. We want to control more, standardize more. We're just trying to homogenize school. Then what do? We exclude the child from this picture because we cannot homogenize children. You know, they're not at the same, I mean, even two children brought up in the same family can be very different. So think of all these children who grew up in different contexts, different social and cultural environments, and ethnic backgrounds, you know, disadvantages that they have. So it's not possible for children to be the same. So standardization is turning the child into a prototype, and it totally excludes the child. We have to see this. Our system is not good enough, because otherwise, why would we want to control it more or homogenize it? And we exclude the child completely. Stop there, we'll find the best for you. We will do the best for you. We see your needs, but do we actually ask them? What would you do? How do you feel? Do we ever ask the children themselves? So that's what I mean by waste of resources. It's an environment where a lot of children get together, and these children are building friendships and social relations. So you can imagine how different ideas can come from them, but we disregard that. I don't know if this is an answer for you. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yani özellikle tabii okulların
particularly, you know, schools present standardization as an achievement. So that's the kind of period that we're going through. So your answer was quite explanatory. There are some questions. The digital environment, the digital spaces. So how do you see that? This is a very good question. Thank you. When we conducted this study first, we went to children with 4 spaces: school, home, neighborhood, city, and what else? And they said internet as the 5th space. The digital environment, the internet environment, was included as a space because that's how children view it. I hadn't thought about that. My colleagues hadn't thought about that either, but it is a microsystem for children. That's how they see it. So I can only communicate the answer of the child, but thank you for the question. For schools to be living spaces, we have to start from ourselves. Everybody will have to start from themselves, because there is a child around all of us. I mean, children are not rare beings. They are there and they have a voice as long as you ask for it, as long as they feel that they're being listened to. So we will start with ourselves. We will start with our own communities and expand further. It wouldn't be realistic to say, well, let's transform the whole national education system so that the school is a living ecosystem. No, this is not possible. But first, we have to accept the child as a subject at home life, school life, city life, municipalities. These children have rights. I'm not saying something new. We already accepted that in 1990. We signed this convention and we accepted that. that the children are subjects, they have their own rights, they express themselves, they have a voice in every issue that interests them. I mean, could there be any issue that is not relevant to children? If you think of the child as a human being, which is something that we always disregard, there couldn't be anything that is irrelevant for the child. Environment, economy, climate, school, human relations, mass transportation, everything pertains to the child. External relations, these are all about children too. So we accepted this. We have to be aware of the fact that we acknowledge this, and we should first look at ourselves. Did I experience this childhood? If I haven't, how can I make sure that other children can experience this childhood? This is where we need to start from. I'm sure none of us experienced such childhood. So we're a generation that needs to make sure that the new generation experiences this. It's difficult, but it's worth it. So preparing the school for children rather than preparing children for school. Can we do this? I don't know how it's done. I cannot answer. We need to think with the children. Even asking this question is a beginning. Is it possible? There is school, there always will be school, it won't change. It is this very strong fortress. Well, no, school can change. It can transform. It's not like this structure that is there for 100 years as it is. So we have to build it together, but this is beyond us because adults, yeah, we have some creativity, but we are actually imprisoned by our own experiences. Children are not that way. We think of experience as a good thing, but it is actually a form of slavery or imprisonment. So how can we create this? Even hearing the voice of the child or including them in the process will create this space for them. The child won't try to prepare for the school, but the school will be prepared for the child simply by listening. Even those minor changes will work. Don't think of it as the whole system all the time. Well, you made me think about linguistic codes. There is this approach that denies childhood. Like when you're warning someone, you say, you're not a child anymore. So it's not like we appreciate childhood in our discourse. We don't have that language. Well, I said that in the beginning, our definition of child is very important. It includes all of that. There are great questions coming. So, in teacher education, what is the most important element to ensure that children live what we couldn't live? Questioning, critical thinking. I tell this to our students. You study at this university for 4 years. We're going to try and make sure you experience what we didn't experience, but there is this automatic teacher inside you that you took as a model for very long years, so you can turn into that person. That's why you need to question everything. You need to question each piece of knowledge, and you need to get in touch with your own childhood. We forget that, but of course we all have this inside. We actually are angry with our parents and we say, I'll never do what they did when I grow up, but we can do that. So everything, I mean, we have to change our definition of teacher, dressed like teacher, teacher look, teacher seriousness. It doesn't have to be that way. So we have to discuss all our assumptions, and we need to discard some of them and include some others in our practices. Thank you.
Yes, there is a message sending you their love. Okay, so the school's interaction with the ecosystem was discussed, and the open school concept was discussed in many of these sessions today. So how should the school's relationship should be with other microsystems? Now, this is very important. The family participation is a mesosystem in itself, for example. And also, we talked about the resources being wasted, for example. And of course, the school should have a relationship with the other mesosystems. But I believe that there are some decisions that are taken at the exosystem. Now, those need to come back to the school. I mean, which educational policy was asked to children? I mean, let aside children, even teachers are not asked about educational policies. So, you know, even as a university, as an institution that raises teachers, I mean, what do we ask people when we are making policies? So we need a change at the macro system as well. So it needs to be a participatory system, and the child needs to be the subject of the school, and school needs to be the subject of the system. Only then there can be a relationship between these systems, and we can talk about the school as a living space. I hope I answered the question. I'm not sure if it was a good answer. Well, I think we kind of answered the next question as well. We had a chance to talk about the parent-teacher association, or the relationship between the parents and the school. Now, of course, that is a very vital relationship. And the more intertwined that relationship is, the richer the mesosystem will be. So, I mean, the more there is a relationship between the mesosystems, the richer the school environment will be. Okay, thank you. There's one more question. For the child to realize their potential, the school supports the child, but afterwards, when the child is adapting to real life, they can face some challenges. How can the school be better at preparing the children for real life? Now, that's a very good question, because what we tend to do is we separate the school from the rest of the world. We see it as a different planet almost. And of course, then they see challenges when they go to real life, because the school is structured in such a way that it is trying to isolate the child from society. And the school child is basically raised according to the talents and capabilities that will be required by society in the future. But the school is not trying to make the child part of society during schooling. So basically, we are creating this problem ourselves. I think this problem is a result of this system, really. We need to have a different path. When we talk about critical thinking, that's what I mean, really. I mean, I believe you should be questioning everything that you're doing. You know, when you see something white, you should ask yourself, is this really white? What is white? That should be your approach to everything. Well, I mean, we do try to bring the outside world to the school a little bit, but I guess, are we too keen on sterilization? Well, you know, I talked about this innocent golden era child. You know, because, you know, we always say things like, you know, children are innocent and people become dishonest as they get older. So we see the child as this very innocent being, and we try to make sure that they are not damaged by anything. That's why we are quite protective over the child. We see the child as a weak and vulnerable being. Basically, we are forgetting that they are human beings. We think of them as non-human beings, really. No, I mean, that's not the case. The 5-year-old me and the me today were the same person. It's just, you know, years and experience that have made some changes, and that's it. Thank you very much. We have reached the end of our time, actually, but there is one question, and it really wraps up everything. And the question is there any way to facilitate the governance of so many different structures? I didn't quite understand this question. I believe maybe if you can elaborate on it a little bit. I mean, probably there isn't anything to facilitate it. There is no easy way around anything, because I mean, the more people are included, the harder things become. And what I am calling for is to have high participation. So we are taking the harder road, really. But yes, it is quite a hard issue. I mean, how to manage so many dynamics, and the effort to change the educational system is already quite challenging because many factors are out of our control. So we can focus on the school as much as we can and try to integrate it to the societal systems. And one last thing, basically, we need to turn to the child. I mean, as soon as a baby is born, they turn the home they have been born into a completely different place. And we are talking about Generation Z. There's great hope expected from these children, you know, and maybe we can just ask them. We feel that we need to do everything, and then we say, wow, it's so challenging. How am I going to do all of this? Maybe we can ask them and they will find a way to facilitate this, you know, and work together with them. I'm not just saying they should do everything on their own, but yes, thank you very much, Professor. So it's time to turn to the child. That was the final takeaway we got from you in this session. Thank you very much for taking part in our conference, and we hope to see you again as soon as possible. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I talked a lot. I guess I had so much inside me that I had to bring out, but thank you very, very much.
Hello, everyone, again. Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Ayşe Çelebi. I am 12th grade student of Hisar School. We'll go on with the session of Feyza Eyikul. She is from another school if possible. The session is co-hosted with ERG Education Laboratory and Hisar Schools. Hello. Hello, I'd like to introduce you very briefly before going on. Feyza Eyikul graduated from Yıldız Technical University Political Sciences and International Relations. Between 2002 and 2010, she worked in many foreign trade and international companies. As of 2010, she was involved in the movement of Another School is Possible, an NGO. She was involved in the Happy Goat and the Teachers Village projects of Another School is Possible. Since 2013, she has been working in the fields of non-violent communication, restorative systems, inclusive decision-making, and sociocracy. And she is sharing her experiences professionally in the area of civil society. I'd like to remind you that you are able to ask your questions by using the Q&A box at the bottom, and I will be steering those questions at the end to the panelists. Thank you. Let me share my screen with everyone, just to orientate everyone. and to have an idea about the contents. And I won't keep them on the screen at all times, but this is my flow. Hopefully, you will be asking me several questions as I go on. So I will be presenting for 20 or 30 minutes. And I'd like to talk about the context at first. I will make a very short conceptual introduction about the school-related concepts we have been this morning, but I will tell a story mainly, and what kind of steps we took to establish another school is possible movement, and what we weren't able to do in this process rather than what we were able to do. Well, these were mentioned in the morning, the mistakes we've made, learning from our mistakes, giving opportunities to make mistakes in learning environments. It's very important. So we made lots of mistakes, and what we've learned from those mistakes, I'd like to share with you. So as a school, as a learning environment, and a community, I talk about that as well. Then hopefully we'll go on this conversation with Ayşe in the Q&A session. Call me Feyza, please, Ayşe. And if you allow me, I'd like to call you Ayşe as well. Yes, sure. Okay, I'll make a short introduction around two concepts. In fact, we will talk about two concepts in this session. Hopefully, we'll get questions about these two concepts as well. As a learning community, school, so we'll talk about learning and community. And I will not talk about the details of the history, will not give a historic background in length. I'm sure people interested in this conference, they have been engaged, involved in these concepts for many years. But what do I mean by learning? What do I mean by community? I'll define those two concepts in my own words. And it's like the state of acquiring skills. And well, this is the process of learning, like acquiring knowledge and skills. The whole process is called learning. And communities, people gathered around a common purpose. So, for example, a class is a learning community for me and for us, in fact, as the association for another school is possible. So school, it's a community per se, a neighborhood is a community per se. What is the common goal of the community? To get sheltered together, to receive. And if they're well organized and in solidarity, then they're sheltered in solidarity around common goals. Or teachers are a community, and they are accompanying children on their learning journey. Or a class is a learning community. So this is how I will define these two words, and I'll use them. So as another school is possible, association, where are we coming from? And I would like to talk about that. So a brief history, I'd like to share a brief history. The Another School is Possible Association was established in 2009. Parents, a group of parents who had school-age children, well, they asked, there are no schools that we want to send our children to, so why not establish our own school? So they took the initiative and founded their own school. In a short period of time, because of the worldview of the people in the group, they said we should not establish a school just for our own children. So they converted this idea into an association. So not only for our own children, but not we can't establish a school for everyone. So education is a public right. So that's why you have to think into account what the public wants and what the public demands from us as well in setting up the school model. And of course, we wanted to become an example for other parents to establish their own school initiatives. So the vision is to establish a school in Istanbul, and it's doing so to become a role model for others. That was the purpose of the association 2010. And then we started developing a model. In a simplified manner, I can say that we wanted to discuss the current problems of the education system. They're well known since 2010. We have been having these problems. Some new problems have been added to the past problems, previous problems, but we wanted to come up with a modest solution to these problems with our model. And as we were doing so, we wanted to benefit from world experiences, from other practices, alternative pedagogics, etc. But in principle, we have not copied and pasted those models. We were determined not to do that, but because when you have a look at the education movements in the world, all of the global education movements, they consider local needs and contexts, and before they come up with a solution for themselves. So although there are similarities, because human beings are similar to one another, they have different historic, social prerequisites and conditions. So instead of putting on a shirt that was tailored for someone else, we wanted to tailor our own shirt, actually, get a mold from them and sew up our own shirt. So in this context, different roles gathered, academicians from the educational sector, from the social sector, from many sectors gathered, and parents, they sat around the table as parents as well. And students, they were involved, and volunteers of education were involved. So we had a diversity in our group, and in the model development process, we have had the same diversity of experts, of disciplines represented. They were not only different roles, but different disciplines. They were reflected in this process to come up before we came up to come up with a school model. So in hindsight, actually, this was an invaluable process for us in terms of experience, because as we sat around the table, we sat around the table as adults who were imagining another world, but everyone's world is different. There were differences, values. They were expressed maybe in the same words, but they had a different meaning for each and every one of us. Or we were looking for the same solutions for the same problems, but we came up with different solutions and adopted different methods to come up with those solutions. So and then we have realized the purpose was not that common at first, and which may have a negative impact, and because everyone is trying to come up with, we're product of the existing education system, so we don't know how to act collectively, we don't know how to listen to each other, we were not able to express ourselves well at first, so we lack those skills, in fact, and the skill set is limited because of the current education system. So we were people who wanted to establish a new world, and so we tried to fight each other, actually, gauge our eyes out, in a manner of speaking. In this, we gathered for the first time to establish a school in 2010. From 2009 until 2013, we engaged in this whole process, and people started to fight with one another, including me. So, and these were skills that we hadn't learned, but it opened ways, and we started to really relearn those skills, because as describing a school as a learning community, and we put learning and community side by side, we can see that each group has their own learning community, and it's an important input for me. If you were to ask me, it took time to discover this fact, to learn this. We should have known that in advance. Maybe we could have solved our disputes better, or in another way. So what I want to underline is that in this whole process to reimagine a new world, we find ourselves in using our habits of the existing world. And despite everything, we made a tremendous progress. In 2013, we came up with a school model based on 4 elements. And in a simplistic manner, I mean, we know the problems of the Turkish education system, so this is a response to the current problems. It's based on memorizing, it rejects individual differences, etc. So we wanted to respect individual differences, to have a more individualized educational approach, alternative world, and the pedagogical aspects of alternative education methods were taken into account in this process, of course. It's a whole learning system. And in the current educational system, there was an obvious problem. Children, they're not involved in decision-making in schools. They make up the mass in school, but they're not involved in the decisions made, which have an impact on their lives, unfortunately. So each child is an individual like any people, any human being. They have the right to shape their own world, of course. And school is an important aspect of children's lives. Some schools, they spend 2/3 of their day at school. So active participation of children in decision-making schools within democratic principles. And this was an important element. Then this ecological approach. This is an existing problem of the current education system. Our connection with nature is missing. And there is no need to talk about it in depth, because we see that the climate crisis has arrived, and nature is like an integrity of resources that are infinite, that are there to serve people, and the schools they consume a lot, and then the pool problems, well, fill water and empty the water from the pool, so they're all consumption related. So each living being is part of nature, and each living being has rights as part of the nature. So harmony with nature is an important approach in our school model. So instead of consuming, producing, an ecological stance was also adopted. So that's very well said. But how to do it in Turkey? I mean, they are private schools, charter schools. They are profit-based in Turkey, and or there are foundation schools, very few of them. And then we have government schools, public schools, and there's limited amount of resources for public schools, and we are not able to intervene in public schools. 10 years ago, the interaction was even more limited with public schools. So we asked the question, how will we implement this model? So we wanted we had to raise funds, because there were financial inequalities. In terms of sharing public resources, there was social inequalities. So it was difficult to come up with a solution to this problem, but within our own small structure, we wanted to give scholarships up to 25%, and teachers' rights as their personnel rights was very important to us. But we established a unique funding model for ourselves, and this through education we use an education cooperative model to organize the school ourselves. The model was good, and we wanted to open a school in Istanbul. We were not able to, and so in Bodrum at the same time another movement started. Some people moved from Istanbul to Bodrum. So as we were developing this model for Istanbul, and we had talked about these problems, and the people in Bodrum, they were aware of this problem, so they had to fight less. In 2015, we founded the first school, which was based on our Another School is Possible model. the Happy Goat School. And of course, this inspired other schools because they had started their own movements in Ankara, in Izmir. They started to organize themselves in Antalya, Eskişehir as well, in many other provinces in 2015. So 2013, the Happy Goat was opened. 2015, in Ankara and Çanakkale, educational cooperatives were set up. In 2015, again, in Ankara and Izmir, new schools were established with this model. So, and finally, of course, we wanted to establish a teachers' village as well. Why? Because what we realized as we opened the schools was, I want to elaborate on that. So we opened the Happy Goat, opened the door to another world, but it was not that easy because as was the case, as we were sitting around the table discussing the model, developing the model, we realized that we were lacking some skills. After we opened the schools, we were faced with the same challenge of lacking skills again. If you were to ask me, what was the best feature of this school? The mechanisms that involved children, but the adults and the parents that came on board later, or the academic staff, teachers, they had trouble with this structure. I mean, these 4 elements that I introduced to you, they had trouble in putting into practice in a week. So they start with a circle as they come to school. They have weekly plans, teaching plans. They draw up these plans with the children. In the morning, we have academic classes. Then we have workshops in the afternoon, optional workshops. So we have kindergarten, primary school students, they choose their own workshops, and we give them information so that they can choose the one workshop they want to participate in. So we were missing peace and participation education. So it was like heaven, but it was a huge chaos on the other hand, and it was quite complicated, and it resulted in problems, and because we didn't know how to do, how to implement this process. And I would like to share a short anecdote here. This is disseminating the class circles or the school assemblies experiences. They're becoming widespread. It is also disseminated by the Ministry of National Education within the scope of the Acquis Communautaire. But this was a representative school assembly, like a parody of a parliamentary system. Children, they go to vote in certain periods and discuss things in certain periods. I'm not talking about such of a school assembly, but each children have the right to directly participate, to set the agenda of the school. Where children have rights and responsibilities, and when a decision is taken, they have the responsibility to put it into practice. And this is what we mean by school assembly. In the Happy Goat, we established our own school assembly, and of course, before opening the school, as everyone else did, we visited many schools that were members of the European Democratic Community, and we screened and all literature, international literature. We had an idea about how to do it. The school was in Bodrum. You know how hot it is in Bodrum in September. So, but the school assemblies in Europe, they were open air around a fire. They took place around a fire. Maybe people have these images. People sit around the fire in like the Athens bureaucracy, sitting around the fire and debating, discussing. Symbolically, this I'm using as a symbol. But so we had a similar kind of order the first week, and we gathered in the assembly. Open air was and it was so hot and outside, and we had this concept of speaking stick. We've seen it in the international examples. It was 12 or 10 years ago. Now it's widespread, and this object of speaking or speaking object was used, and to draw the attention of children, we used this 1 meter speaking kind of pole or stick, which was as large as a child. But well, there was something, but didn't know how to put it into practice. We lacked experience. We knew the theory, how to do it. So we had this assembly experience. Okay, we made some mistakes. Okay, this is bodrum. We can't sit under the sun. It's very hot. So let's do it in the gym. And the adults were reevaluating the situation, why the children didn't want to speak because of the hot weather. And so we started doing it in the gym next week, the speaking round or the assembly. And then children were laying down, playing, and the sounds they echoed, and it was very fun for children. But for the adults, well, okay, we introduced the assembly in the first week. What is an assembly? A school assembly. And the second week, we said, so you have these freedoms, you have these rights. We were explaining their rights and freedoms. We were still setting the scene for this, but so this, we don't have any preset rules in the school because it's direct. We wanted to allow direct participation, a democratic way of engaging in school. So adults, well, as adults, other than our responsibilities as adults, of course, the safety of children, physical safety of children, that was our responsibility, but or not leaving the school ground, that's to ensure that is our responsibility. So other than these subjects or these matters of concern, we didn't set any rules. We were expecting the children in the assembly to help us in setting the rules. So it was the second week. We were explaining what a freedom is, and we were waiting for the children to come up with rules. No, they were playing in the gym. Okay, the third week we said the gym, it's not the right environment. Children are not sitting down. So it was the third week, and it was lack of rules, and chaos emerged, and which resulted in chaos. So freedom stops where the freedom of others are infringed on. So we started to say, okay. And during week 3, one of the children stood up and said, I am fed up. We are talking and talking, and this is your place. You say this is your place. You will start talking, but you're the one who is constantly talking, and I'm fed up. And the other child and other children joined him. We started with 20 children at first, and the other children said we remained in the circle, and the children abandoned us, left us actually. And at dinner, so we realized that their trust in the assembly deteriorated, diminished. So we understood that we didn't know how to do it, and it was a turning point, a shedding moment for me. This reflection meeting that we had at dinner. So we put our head in front of on the table in front of us. We wanted to have a more participatory democratic school, but as adults we had to face these facts. And at the end of the day, so we locked down the gym because some things were missing and some things need to be finished first. So we had to manipulate. We have to gain that trust again, the trust of children. And when the children wanted to enter the gym, we said, we locked it down. If you want to use it, you have to place it on the agenda. And they actually, they organized kind of an action in for the gym to be opened. And one of the staff had to open that. Their actions took 20 minutes in front of the gym. And we showed the children that some things in the gym were missing. That's why we needed to wait for them to arrive. And in the fourth week, we saw that children, they were in the assembly first before the adults arrived, and we started to collaborate with children as of week 4. So we had the trust. So they understood that their needs were taken into account, and they were responsible for putting those in practice like the adults. So why am I telling you this? about this process because this is one of the turning points. There were several turning points. People who embarked on this journey to have a different school didn't know what to do at first. And then the teachers that are accompanied this process, they were expected to do it, but their education did not suffice, was not adequate. They don't have this learning experience. The learning experience we imagined for our children, we didn't undergo this ourselves. That's why we wanted to create this learning environment, create space for and a learning environment for adults and teachers as well. In 2015, we established a teachers community called the Teachers Village.
It's still going on, and it has inspired many different studies for different teachers around Turkey, and many initiatives were created afterwards, like big networks, nationwide networks. So great minds think alike. If you start digging stones, you'll see that there's a big gap underneath and you need to fill them. So the teachers community see teachers as learners as well, and it's a community which develops systems to cater for their needs. This has taught us a lot in terms of what we need actually, because when we get together, we discussed how we could learn, how to become a community, and many needs were uncovered. In the morning session, the concept of security was mentioned, and I value it actually because emotional security and physical security are the indispensable elements of learning. Scientific studies on human beings show that these are the two prerequisites of learning. And of course, on one hand, you have to ensure security in becoming a society or community, and it is much more related with connectivity. Without connectivity, without connection, you cannot establish that secure environment for learners. So, we know what essential elements we need. We need to have to implement them, but of course, when it comes to putting them into practice, we require more efforts actually. It's not easy a task. As I told you at the beginning, we are a group of people who came together to open a school, but we had disagreement among us and we were not able to have a peaceful process all through the way. So we as learners had to discover that for ourselves actually. But there was something quite obvious. These are the existing instruments and they're not enough to create communities and sustain them. And they're not enough to establish a learning environment, a secure learning environment for those communities. So what should we do when those things are missing? That's a big experience area. In the universe of another school is possible, new structures established in the last 10 years. We have the Association of Another School is Possible. I'm a part of that association. I talked about this 4-axis model actually earlier. We extended the scope, and you can come up with many different models actually because learning models change, or the way people learn change, and schools should adapt to that. And we established an association, which is the glue for the universe actually. So it is where we established the principles. And we have around 10 education cooperatives And at the moment, we have 8 schools established by those cooperatives, and they implement the BOM model. There were more schools actually, but some of them had to close down because the system did not work. But of course, we learned from that experience as well. In that process, we developed ways to cooperate with teachers, and to provide them more opportunities, we created the Teachers Village. And there's another structure, which is the publications body. We follow up the latest trends around the world, we translate that into Turkish literature, and we follow the literature. So this is our entire universe. And of course, we all have different activities, but they're all interconnected. You can see the details on our website. Why am I showing you this context? Because here we have different learning communities. Every cooperative, every association, every teacher's village are considered as different communities. And in the last 10 years, out of our experience with those individual communities, we have gathered a lot of experience about what should we do for the future. And where we stand today, we can observe the qualities of a learning society, how it should be organized, how it should collaborate with the other bodies, what kind of ways we need to take decisions, what kind of decision-making systems we should establish, and how to create conflict if it arises. So these questions identify the qualities of a society. And the answers to these questions rather than establishing a secure learning environment, may sometimes motivate the community in the negative manner, or it may have a negative answer to the security problem as well. So, for instance, the question of how we communicate. We communicate without hearing the opposing side, or we communicate by hiding ourselves. We do not create connections, but we build walls between us. The next question is how we get organized. In general, we have a leader, and then we organize under that leader. We beat him up or her up and change him or topple him. And we always need the leader to organize. The next question is how we take decisions. We generally leave the power to that one leader we select, and then when that leader starts using that power, we get humiliated, and we don't want to be a part of that decision-making body. And how we resolve conflict, again, this is in a negative manner. So if we see school as a learning environment, and if we want to have a qualified learning experience, we need to establish peaceful communication in that learning community. Organization should be horizontal, not vertical. Decision-making should be inclusive, meaning everybody affected by those decisions should be involved in the decision-making process. And restorative justice, rather than a sanction mechanism, there should be a restorative justice mechanism. This is what we recommend actually, because we're trying to live and learn at the same time. And as a learning community, this is what school means for us. Easy to tell and not so easy to put into practice. But of course, we benefit from some tools and instruments around the world. Some of them were developed by ourselves. Some of them have already been developed. For instance, for peaceful communication, we use the nonviolent communication method developed by Marshall Rosenberg. Sociocracy is a way of organization in itself. It has new models like holacracy. Inclusive decision-making is related with deep democracy. And restorative justice, we have restorative circles by Dominic Barter. Again, it is based on nonviolent communication, and it also provides for restorative dialogue. So you can see examples in our website as well. Of course, we do not expect to create peaceful communication just by establishing those tools. We have to learn them, we have to adopt them, and we have to practice them continuously. But of course, we need to establish values in line with those four items, actually. This is how we can establish an ideal learning environment or peaceful learning environment in the school. Of course, this is the need what we have at the moment. I don't know if our needs will change in the next 10 years, but experience tells me that we keep on learning. So if a new need arises, I'm sure we'll find ways to meet that need. I can conclude my remarks now. I think I've taken a lot of your time. And now I'd like to give the floor to you, Ayşe. I saw that you were listening to me with quite interest. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Well, thank you very much for sharing this experience with us. You were quite enthusiastic in sharing the way you think about that model. And we learned a great deal from you. In our school as well, students are at the center of the school democracy. And you also described a model similar to that, which is in harmony with the environment and nature as well. I hope that the model that you described disseminates around the education system and becomes a core model for our country. We have questions. The first question, thank you very much for this enthusiastic initiative. We all hear about the problems of children with learning difficulties. Is it possible for these children to benefit from your model? It is possible, of course. If there are certain children with learning problems, or let me put it this way, we cannot call a school a different school if it doesn't include children with different levels of learning or different ways of learning. Because what most people describe as a learning difficulty may not be a difficulty at all. It may be another way of learning. And if we do not have that diversity in a school, then we won't have a rich environment, actually. And it is, our schools are possible for those children, or in other words, our schools are not possible without those children, actually. But in our schools and in the public schools or private schools, the entire burden is on the shoulder of the teachers, actually. We do not have a student-based learning system. It may be because of different reasons, poverty, mental or physical health, or we do not have a support system if the teacher is suffering emotional problems. So we can't expect a teacher to do everything. We do so, but this is very tiring and exhaustive for teachers. There are certain civil initiatives trying to create support mechanisms for teachers, which is good, but of course, they're not widespread around the nation. But the main responsibility lies with the government, actually, with the state. Especially the children with learning difficulties should be supported outside of school and inside of school. And teachers in that regard should not be left alone. There are certain mechanisms which can help teachers to reach out to those children, actually. So, a classroom with 20 students and a teacher, although it may sound ideal, may not give us the ideal learning environment for us, because every child is an individual and they need connection with the teacher, actually, or with the rest of the universe. So if we overload the entire responsibility to one individual, being the teacher, we cannot achieve that ideal. It is possible, actually, but only with support. So can you explain the restorative justice concept? Restorative justice So in that area, we do not have much literature in Turkey. But when you go to our website, you will see a library section, and we have a guideline for restorative circle, and it gives a very good background and some examples for teachers. In short, the concept encompasses the follows. Of course, it's a large literature, so it won't be possible to explain it all now. But in short, in the mainstream justice approach, we have a set of rules, and if those rules are violated, there are sanctions. So this is the regular order. But looking at the crime rates around the world, we see that that model does not work because the sanction systems do not include rehabilitation. Also, it also depends on how you look at the existence of human beings. If, well, let me put it this way, because I need to be politically correct. These are very delicate issues. The concept of justice is quite delicate. So I'm not talking about a holistic system, by the way. I'm not talking about the entire justice system. Let's focus on a learning environment. Let's take a school as a whole. There is a rule in a school. For instance, within the school hours, children are not allowed to leave the school premises. Okay, this is a rule. And if I'm a part of that school, I'm exposed or I'm subjected to that rule. But as an individual, I may leave the premises, I may break the school, so as to say, and I get caught. I may do it 3 times, and if I get caught, I may be expelled. Or I may be suspended. But this is an oxymoron. You try to punish a student who's leaving the school by keeping him outside of school again, by suspending him. So this is not very reasonable, actually. This is a system. There's no connection between the action, between the crime and the sanction. So if I do not go to school or if I leave the school, I'm not told what the consequences would be. I'm never allowed to make that connection. And of course, when I'm not given that connection, I do not learn. I just get a sanction and that's it. Whereas in the restorative system, there is a connection between the event or the incident or the crime and those who are affected by it. There is another link between the natural consequence of that crime or of that incident. Let me give an example. I break school, I leave the premises. If there is a restorative system, I will be first asked why I did that. For instance, my mother turned me in, and my mother is asked what happened at home. So I see the consequences of my action, and I draw myself a path in order to restore that process. I learned from that experience, and I'm supported by the people around me, and the community learns as well. And it is an important step so that the action doesn't repeat. Because as the perpetrator of that crime, I broke school, and that consequence happened, and it should never happen again. Another question, we're talking about the future of schools. So in your model, what are the areas for further improvement? I listed 4 areas, actually. Those are areas of improvement. Our model is never final, actually. It can never be final because we came up with this idea, but I never believe people if they say that this is the final solution and we won't develop any further. Look what happened. We had the pandemic, and this was an unprecedented experience for all of us. Some of us were able to go through and come out of it, but we don't know what we have left behind actually. And time will tell us whether we were successful. So it's just like a survival model. It may sound like an extreme example, but the pandemic has shaped our past 2 years actually in a very different way. So if I were told that I would be talking in a Zoom meeting, meeting hundreds of people, I wouldn't have believed it actually 2 years ago, but now it happened. In our model, in the BOM model, the areas of further improvement are the needs of people actually. I believe that we will focus on the needs of people when we improve ourselves. In Turkey and around the world, as authoritarian systems become dominant, or as the number of authoritarian leaders increase, and as the wars continue to go on, I think we need to improve ourselves in building peace actually. So we need peace both inside ourselves, we need peace in our communities, in our societies. So I think that should be the area for further improvement for all of us. There is another question. We have the curriculum of the Ministry of National Education. Is it possible to follow that curriculum and design other systems in parallel with that? Well, it depends on what we understand from curriculum actually, or how we define curriculum. Here is my definition of curriculum. This is going to be the basis of my answer to this question. Curriculum is the set of content or planning that shapes the learning experience at school. If you ask me, I think it is possible to make such a design. So it is also possible to come up with an alternative design while still keeping the curriculum of the Ministry of National Education. Yes, the ministry's curriculum has some achievement or learning objectives, and there are certain instruments that help the children to reach those objectives, like course books and so on. But there are many more models or many more instruments that we can use. And in using those instruments, we reach that objective. So when you focus on the process rather than the outcome, and when you collaborate or cooperate with the learner in that process, or when everyone becomes learners, then I think those different or alternative models are possible. And this is alternative education, not having a fixed curriculum. Because when you have a fixed curriculum, the learner is no longer the subject, and the learner becomes the object actually. And if the learner is not the subject, then it's not possible to talk about alternative models. Well, thank you very much. Next question. You talked about the role of teachers and students in becoming a community, but of course, school has other stakeholders like parents, the other elements of the community. Do you believe that they should be integrated as well? Yes, I think and I imagine that, or I wish that they become a part of the learning experience. Think of a neighborhood. What do we have in a neighborhood? We have shops, we have people living, there are schools and children in school. So if we design the neighborhood as a learning environment, school is only one of the components of it, actually. I think rather than organizing the neighborhood around the school, we should organize the entire neighborhood, making school a component of it. Therefore, I think it's possible. And
ebeveyn demeyi tercih ediyorum. Veli kelime anlamıyla çocukları yine nesneleştirdiğini düşünüyorum. Öğrenme sürecinin öznesi olan çocuklar.
In Turkish we have another word for parents, which mean students' parents, called veli. I do not prefer to use that term actually. I prefer to call them parents. Parents have an important role as well. A child is a member of a family, and the family is a member of the society, and therefore they're all interrelated and connected. Therefore, the relationship between the parent and the school should be built in an inclusive manner, because if the community exists by producing or by reproducing, then that community further develops. So if the parent becomes part of the school by contributing with their own assets or by producing something for the school, then it becomes a community actually. I know parents who support the trips, for instance, which are not participated by their own children, but by other children, actually. So the relationship is no longer a proprietary relationship or a property relationship. Those children belong to all of us, actually. And as the adults in a community, we are all responsible for the learning process of our children. Or, we are affected by the results. Therefore, as active citizens, this is our duty to take part in schools, in their neighborhoods, and I think this is quite valuable. Also, we have to accept children as the subjects of school. Then I think the rest will follow and the parents will join. Thank you. Let me check the time. We have time, so I'll ask another question. You talked about your experiences about school assemblies. That's a valuable effort to have a democratic environment in the school. So what do you recommend for schools that will experience the school assemblies for the first time? It's a very good question. Why? Because if you ask me, in terms of direct participation, we were one of the first schools to try that experience, actually, and we learned it the hard way. So my recommendation is first find people who have already tried this and work with them. The entire system depends on whether your efforts have been successful or not. And we continuously are judged or we judge our achievements, actually. And our brains are coded in a way to see the negatives first or the failures first. Therefore, that experience can be quite disruptive. You may think that, oh, I will never be able to do so. This will never be a success. So you should not fall to that trap. Therefore, find people who have already tried that experience and talk with them. So that's my first recommendation. Secondly, I think every moment is an opportunity for learning, actually. You may have a school assembly and a group of people come together. Those are aged 10 or so, and they're all talking at the same time. It's like a chaos, actually, and it's not possible to take decisions in such a chaos. But this is still a learning experience or a learning opportunity. That experience teaches us that we should first learn to listen. And it was only possible for the children to learn that because it was by experiencing that, actually. Every community has different needs, and I think everything is interconnected. And of course, this is an entire process and it will never happen overnight. It takes time. But our nature or our inner self tells us the opposite, actually. I find myself, for instance, using my body language to stop children from talking, actually. It's a very simple example, but life consists of those simple examples. So just give time for yourself. If you rely on yourself and if you trust children, then the rest will follow. You should definitely have trust. We're talking about this concept of trust. As adults thinking about schools, we have to ask ourselves, do we really trust children under the age of 18? This is a major question, and I think we should revisit this question.
Before closing the session, last but not least, I have a question myself. Maybe I've missed it, you've mentioned it already, but I wanted to ask about the BOM model. Have you implemented it for different age groups? And how did they respond, these various age groups, to this model? Well, we used it for early childhood, so preschool, yes. In Izmir, for example. We have also primary schools and up to 4th grade. So we used it for the primary school and the preschool. And this age group, I mean, how are they to decide? People would ask. I think primary school ends at 13 years of age, so 13 years of age, who is an adolescent. Well, it's a large scale, it's a wide range. I mean, and when you look at the growth development of children, it's a large range, wide range, but parallel to the strength of learning. I mean, the experience is that it's common. So the learning becomes deeper the more they exposed to it, experience it, and the feeling of belonging to the community, to the school increases the more you utilize this model. It's like reversing this vicious cycle. So they feel the feeling of belonging increases, the connection increases, and they assume more responsibilities. They learn to exercise their rights. And based on my observation, once they leave school, it remains with them. And there are different examples in the world for when it comes to participatory and democratic schools from 0 to 18 years of age. And when you have this environment, there is no age hierarchy between children. I mean, so there are many things to learn from Ayşe as a 4-year-old, and Ayşe will learn many things from this younger child. So walls between children are dismantled. In the existing system, we have these walls between age groups, primary school, secondary school. So they're interacting more, different age groups in the school model. Thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. It was very interesting. Good to you that you were here. Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting me, having me, Ayşe. Hopefully we'll meet face to face one day. Thank you for organizing this event. Thank you for all your efforts.
Distinguished guests, I welcome you all. We will continue the School Reimagines Itself conference with the Sphere of Governance panel. We have distinguished guests, Darlene Fisher, Peggy Pelanis, and Murat Günal. Welcome you all.
Thank you.
So before you begin your speech, I would like to briefly introduce you to our audience. I will begin with Darlene Fisher. Dr. Fisher has worked for more than 30 years as a leader, teacher initially of students, but now of teachers and leaders. Her doctoral research focused on the impact of culture and effective leadership practices. She leads accreditation teams and courses for NEASC as an international accreditation leader. Her last full-time post was director of ENKA schools in Istanbul, which she held up to 2012. Darlene is now working with schools and leaders across the globe to develop strong and effective leadership communities and in a fast-changing and increasingly culturally diverse world. Dr. Peggy Pelonis. She has worked in upper school administration for 20 years. She is also a translational psychotherapist that has been director of a mental health community center in California. Dr. Pelonis has been on the faculty of master's psychology programs for the University of Fullerton, University of Laverne. She is author and co-author of numerous journal articles, book chapters, and magazine newspaper articles, as well as 4 books which focus on educational leadership and managing educational change. Peggy Pelonis now is the president of American Community School of Athens, Greece. Welcome, Peggy.
Thank you.
And I would like to introduce our moderator, Professor Günalp. Welcome, Mr. Günalp. Mr. Günalp, after completing his Bachelor of Science degree in physics education, he worked as a science teacher. In 2003, he received a master's degree with a major in science education and minor in statistics from Iowa State University. His PhD degree was also pursued from the same institution with a major in science education and minor in statistics in 2006. His doctoral dissertation research career was awarded with outstanding doctoral research and research excellence awards by Iowa State University. He was appointed as a full professor in 2014, and he worked at several public and private universities as a program coordinator, department chair, and faculty board member. He has been working at the Koç School as the general director since 2018. Welcome you all, and thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, Mr. Günalp, for moderating this panel. Now you have the floor.
Thank you, Okan Bey. This is such a lovely day here in Istanbul, full sunny and breezy. And I'm very happy to have Peggy and Darlene with us today. It's going to be a joyful and fruitful conversation for us and our listener as well. Well, as an opening remark, I'd like to express my feeling about the conference. I'd like to thank Hisar Schools and Hisar Education Foundation for organizing such a valuable and unique conference. It's really unique, especially for our system. Congratulate those who put their mind, heart, and effort to make this conference happen. Thank you, because I know it took very long and it was very difficult over 2 years to find time and correct medium to do this. And I also like to thank 2 panelists with us today for sharing their experiences, knowledge, and vision, Dr. Peggy Pelonis and Dr. Darlene Fischer. Thank you for being with us today, Darlene.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you for inviting us.
It's our pleasure. Today, we will have rich discussions about school governance, specifically reimagining the school governance with successful leaders such as Peggy and Darlene. I'd like to thank both of them with their time effort to make this panel happen. And we spent some time prior to panel to come up with good questions to discuss today. What I'd like to state as an opening remark, in this morning, when I was listening to the keynote speaker, Valerie Hannon, she nicely stated the big idea, or one would argue the biggest issue as education and its future in an era of hyper change and disruption. It's a hyper change era and era of disruption, and what's the next for education is a big issue or the big idea. It depends where we take it from. I'm very glad to say that our discussion today will be aligned with Valerie's talk. She framed her discussion around the global trends for the future of education. As we were discussing with Peggy and Darlene in earlier stage, we were talking about meaning and purpose-driven schools and leadership. So it was, I think, aligning with Valerie's morning talk and keynote remarks. So before moving into our formal panel questions, I'd like to have our panelists, their introduction with a different question. My question is their insights into expertise and passion about education. Would you give us a few sentences, Darlene and Peggy?
I think when I was at university, there was only one career I knew I would never get involved in, and that was in teaching. And I ended up doing teacher training and walking into my first classroom and loving it so much I've never walked out. So I continue to work in education, have been so I guess empowered myself to feel like I can contribute and support initially students and now more recently teachers and leaders in their work so that they too can empower their students. So it's a wonderful line of work to have and a career that is an honor to be involved in. So my passion is always looking for ways to help clarify how people can do even more, even better.
And yes, thank you, Professor, for the invitation, first of all, and to Hisar Schools. It's really an honor to be here today. I know the hard work that has gone into this, but I also know the quality that has gone into this as well. As I said earlier, as was mentioned earlier, I was in psychology for a long time because I was always curious to understand what are the factors that help people live optimal lives and what gets in the way of that. And so I wanted to be in a position to help people tap into these strengths and to unblock any obstacles that got in the way. But then I realized that the youth are so important and shaping their minds and hearts is necessary in order to develop skilled, knowledgeable, capable people who will go out into the world, but will turn all this into positive action. So through education, I thought you can reach more people at young ages when they're still making up their minds, and this can really be magical. It's also exciting for me to ask the question, not only what will eventually make students successful in their lives, but what will make them happy. And I think that, through a place of being happy, success is inevitable. But I think it's a question that education should be asking anyway. And education provides this opportunity to be creative, to fail, to still get up when you fail without any dire consequences, to grow, to make mistakes, to continuously learn. And most importantly, it gives me the opportunity to help young people find their purpose. Not to mention that I'm constantly learning because, these little people, they sometimes are the best teachers.
Right. I'll add a few lines. I totally agree with what you say. When I look at from my perspective and my experiences and my background, I think the main reason drew me into governance is the discrepancy between theory, practice, and research. There are a lot of research going on in the field of education, but one would argue only trivial part of it goes into the practice. So the gap, I think, was one of the main reasons for me. Plus, I think looking at school from like an ecosystem perspective, creating climate about change and creating a thriving school for change was, I think, a passion part of my choice. Well, thank you. Let's start with our questions. Actually, when I say questions, we will have, here is the setup for our listeners as well. We will have 3 questions and we will have around 5 minutes for each of our speakers to answer those questions. Then we are hoping to have 10 minutes question and answer time. Would that be okay, Darlene and Peggy?
Absolutely.
That would be great.
Okay, lovely. My first question is threefolded. It's not like a one question, but I think you can tie them quite nicely. I'd like to know your understanding and vision about meaningful and purpose-driven school actions and governance. Tying into that, how do we support implementation of the vision and mission of the school? Well, sometimes it mixes mission and vision, meaning and purpose. I know it's kind of tricky. And looking at the big picture, what is next for the school governance from your perspective and your experiences? We can start with Darlene, then Peggy. I will just have the sign of 1 minute Darlene, aligning with your request.
Please, yes.
Keep you in line.
I'm used to having a 3-day workshop on vision and mission, so it's like 5 minutes is a little challenge, but it's a wonderful thing. I think really the point of governance is that they lead the way, in the sense help setting the vision for the school, or the vision and the direction of the school. The important thing with governance and school leadership is that they work very closely together to make sure that whatever the vision and mission of the school is, it's very clearly articulated, and it is clearly appropriate for the group, for the context and the community of the school. Because it's only when you have a clear vision and a mission that you can then more easily decide what it is that you have to do within the school. In the sense that there are a lot of educators in a school, a lot of people with great ideas, and they could all be right in their different parts. But it is only when you have articulated what it is that that school stands for, what are the values, what are the beliefs, what are the aspirations of the governance and the school leadership and the whole community for the education within that school. When those statements, whether we call them guiding statements, vision, mission, purpose, whatever you're going to say, there has to be clarity about what it is that the school says it's going to do for education within the community. That can only be, it starts that way, and then over time, you've got to keep coming back to it and review it and double check that it is still appropriate for the community, because as we know, contexts change. My apologies for any sound if there's a background noise. But the idea is with the clarity of that, it then is very easy for governance, leadership, teachers, everyone to see all the decisions that we make in the school about learning have to be able to be linked back to this vision and mission to say, this is going to support that area of our vision and mission. So the decision-making process is very clear. And if something, it might still be a good idea, but if it doesn't specifically link back to your vision and mission, your statement about what you'll want to achieve with the school, then it's a good idea, but you shouldn't be focusing on it. It really is the idea that when you clarify what your learning goals are, maybe even to the point of saying, what are the competencies that we want our graduates to have? What are the skills, the beliefs, the values that we want our learners to have when they graduate? When we can be clear about that, then it's very much easier to decide how we support it. And the work of the school leadership is then to implement that vision and mission into the daily practices. The learning, the curriculum, and the varieties of way that the curriculum is then implemented. And I think that clarity around your learning goals enables all the school community to be engaged in the conversation around how do we make that happen, and it gives clarity and synergy. It enables and it makes it easier to evaluate success, but I'll leave that for another time. I think the one thing that we're seeing that's really important at the moment, because as I said in the middle just before, we need to be coming back to checking our vision and mission, or our guiding statements, the ideas that take us forward, because things change. And I think what we've all seen in the last 2 years is a significant change to the environment within which our students and teachers, parents, and leadership and governance work in. And I think what's actually happened is that we have a much higher need, a much higher priority focused on well-being. And so I think governing groups and leadership need to work very closely together to keep reevaluating, are the statements that we have about learning still valid? Right, so one of the responsibilities of governance and leadership in a school is to rethink and reevaluate, where are we going with learning and what have we got to now adapt it to in order to be able to do. So I think my main idea then is that my vision of governance and leadership in a school is that it works closely to really embed the possibilities and make sure it's possible to do what you say you want to do about learning, and to be constantly thinking and analyzing, is this really going to work for us, and evaluate and support our students in their well-being. I think I've finished my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Darlene.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have to say that I completely agree with Darlene about the partnership between the head of the school and the board. I think, first of all, of the board as a group of people who guard the school, who take care of the school. And part of their responsibility is to ensure that the mission is relevant to the community it serves, and that it changes when the demographics change or as education evolves. And so the board has to monitor in order to make sure that the mission is being fulfilled. Now, usually the role of the board of trustees is fiduciary, which means that there has to be a lot of trust, and it means that the board must ensure the financial viability of the school as well as engage in strategic planning. But the board must work hand in hand with a head of school. And this is a very important partnership. In fact, it's the most important partnerships. And while the head of school is responsible for running the school, the board oversees all the policies and the legal aspects, responsibilities are being adhered to. So there has to be trust, collaboration, connection, communication, and this has to be between people who on the board who don't necessarily come together very often, or who may not know each other well, and they need to work together. So this requires a lot of skills. Boards are also responsible for fundraising, and most people are not very comfortable with this part of it. But it's very important to tap into the various talents of the board members and to empower them to bring their expertise to the table and to work towards a common goal, which is that vision, which Darlene mentioned, and mission has to be very, very clear. Now, in the last few years, as she also mentioned, there's a shift in how schools are managed because of the tremendous changes in the speed of that new information is coming in. And also because nowadays stakeholders, they are much more knowledgeable than in the past. They know what's going on all the time. So schools have to be able to manage, for example, crisis situations quickly and often, and oftentimes without knowing what's really happening, as we all saw with the COVID situation. So crisis management nowadays is part of the job description. It's part of the job of a board, part of the job of a head of school, and together they have to be able to be proactive, which is very, very vital. Now, boards can provide a different perspective. They can provide a very important perspective because they're on the outside in a way looking in, and this can bring a balance in an organization. But risk management is very important, and boards must have a plan, and they have to have faith in the plan. Conditions nowadays can change very quickly and without warning, and it means that they must be able to anticipate any scenario and to think of the next step. However, it's also very important for boards to balance their responsibility with their boundaries. So boards have to be adaptable, they have to be able to anticipate what comes next, but the board has to be able to leave the operation of the school to the head of the school. So the important thing is to develop a relationship of trust and respect so that when a crisis situation arises, the plan is in place and the team is ready to just get on it and work on it and without too much fuss.
Thank you, Peggy and Darlene again. All beautifully said. I just need to add one more sentences maybe from my side, which is the narrative of the school and maybe the meta-narrative of education needs to be reconsidered, not only from the governance side of it or head of school or administration part of it, but also the board side as well, because that they have to be aligned to take it into the future stage in this era.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, then we shall move on our second question. What do you believe? What do you believe are the fundamentals of creating a sense of community in and out of the school? We can start with Peggy. And Darlene?
Great. Well, I think developing a school community has a lot of different elements, but I'm going to mention 4 that I think are very important. First of all, as we said before, agreeing on a common vision is of utmost importance, and that has to be a very clear vision. We have to understand and define our why of education. What's the purpose of education? Why do we do this? And this is something that needs to be defined with the engagement of the stakeholders. And that's why we have strategic planning meetings, in order for everyone to have a voice in all this. And this will also ensure that everybody is engaged and participates, and they own the vision. Without a vision, people can be all over the place. So they need to know exactly where the organization is going. So I think a vision, a clear vision, is the first element that I think is very important. The second one is communication. It's very important to continuously communicate and be clear, although not overwhelmingly communicate, not every single detail, but people need to understand where we're going, what the step-by-step process of what's happening is, what will happen, why it's happening. Because the better the communication, the less people have a need to fill in the gaps. Filling in the gaps can be detrimental. And when people don't know what's going on, they will make it up, because people have a need to make meaning of any situation and to understand it. And so they will fill in those gaps, in ways that make sense to them, which are not necessarily always the best ways. The third element for me is creating a place of belonging. And so belonging is a basic human need. If we talk about this in psychology all the time. So if people don't feel like they belong in a good way, they will find a way to belong on the fringe. They will find, a negative way to belong, because it's better to belong in a negative way than not to belong at all. But if we develop a sense of, we're in this together, it's very important, and will help people cope better, even with predictable situations and difficult situations. Belonging is created when there's buy-in to a common vision, because it allows people to feel not alone and to have a purpose. So they find their why. They figure out, what their own why is. And finally, I would say that the last element that I think is very important is caring, because people just need to know that you care about them. It's a second basic human need, the need to be loved, to be cared about. They need to feel that they're important, and they're not just doing a job and fulfilling a job description, but they're part of something bigger. They're part of a bigger why. So for me, this is how building community works.
Thank you, Peggy. Darlene? You're muted.
Sorry about that. Doesn't matter how many years we do Zoom, we're always going to have that issue, right?
Right.
Thank you, Peggy. I agree with you totally. It's absolutely important for those stages. And I think what I'm going to say is really just the same thing with a couple of different nuances. I think absolutely, in order to be a part of a community, you need to have an identity. So who is this community that we belong to? And it links back to the first question, which is, this is our school, and this is what we believe about learning. And this is what we believe about relationships and people and how they should work together. So the identity of that community, which is clarified within those statements around who we are as a school, enables people to identify with that community. Now, within that community, in order people to feel really engaged in that community or a part of that community, they need to feel that their individual identity is respected and heard, in the sense that everybody is considered an important part of the community. And so that identity that we have can be a positive part, as Peggy was saying. If we don't encourage the positive, it can become a negative. So here, encourage the positive by making sure that each individual feels that they can have a voice. Whether it's teachers having a voice about the curriculum, about what they want to do in order to help their students, whether it's the leadership having a voice about how learning can be perhaps improved, innovative, developed, etc. How to support teachers. Parents want to have a voice about how they can support their students in their learning as well. And so each stakeholder group within the community need to be able to have a voice. And I think this voice needs to be structured in a way so that it comes back to that, how do we communicate with each other? And yes, communication needs to be there. It needs to be absolutely clear. You can't have the board or the school leadership going off into different rooms and making decisions and then informing people. That's not communication in the sense of creating a community. It is when decisions are built around the developing the identity, the achievement, the learning that you want to achieve for the school, and then communicating how those decisions reinforce the values that are implicit within the identity that the school has agreed to. And so communication is really about making sure that everyone is aware of and supportive of the values that the school holds, the beliefs, values about learning and education. Communication has to be about ensuring that there's clarity of direction and information and resources between the board and the school leadership and the teachers and the parents and the students, so that and it goes in all directions. People need to have a voice in order to be able to feel they are part of that community. As in, any family sitting around the dining room table, everyone needs to have a voice. It might not be an equally powerful voice in the sense of you don't get to decide that every night you have ice cream, like I would quite like to have had as a kid, because parents are going to say, no, you need some vegetables as well. But it's one of those things about everyone needs to be able to feel that they can say what it is that's important to them about education. Maybe it's the students asking for more space to follow a passion that they have about a particular topic or an area. And so the communication, the sense of community comes when people feel that they are individually valued and that their values about learning are also what the identity of the community stands for. And so that means that there's potential for the inclusion of every member of the community. Everyone can feel a part of that community if those things are in place, that clarity of value, that ability to have a voice, the belief that communication is shared so that decisions are made in a way that is supportive of the community and not to the disadvantage of anybody within the community. And that there is underneath it all respect for what everyone is doing and everyone and their individual identity. So I think developing community is a responsibility of everybody within that community. It is the board's responsibility to ensure that they communicate with, engage with, understand and support all of those stakeholder groups, as well as the leadership and the teachers, continuing to build the capacity of the students to engage within the community as well in a real and authentic way. So community comes when we all respect each other and feel like we have shared values and a direction that we're moving in. And that's what can build it. And it's everyone's responsibility.
Thank you, Darlene. I think as a summary, I can sum up in two main ideas, community and communication. And we had experienced this during the pandemic, crisis management, being away from school, sitting in your rooms and trying to communicate the decisions and try to take actions. I think that was one of the hardest time as a leader to communicate and to create a community.
Yeah,
I found it quite difficult for my side. Well, thank you again. The last question we all tackle with the performance issue in our schools or in the education system. And we kind of hear performance management at all, in all levels, performance management are important. What do you think about those key performance indicator or objective key results Is there any way that we are heading toward a nearby feature that can be used as a performance management?
I think that's a really interesting question. And because it's a hard one to answer, we tend to go off and try and find, so I want to have a look at their KPIs, their table of criteria, how I would evaluate success, or this organization has done a lot of research, or that group over there should come in and tell us what to do. I think that the reality of the situation of what we can really do, I think that what's most effective is actually if we decide what is it that we find important as an organization, as a community, as a school. And if we go back to what we were first talking about, is what is our vision and mission, right? What are the guides, the ideals that we want to achieve? What are our graduate competencies? What do we want our students to be able to do and to be as human beings and to achieve in the future? If those statements are clear, then we have to come back and evaluate ourselves by how well are we achieving that, not by how well we're achieving on somebody else's KPIs, but how well are we achieving what we want to achieve. Now, of course, the challenge is if you've got in there in your vision and mission something along the lines of, you know, developing empathy and understanding and being a good global citizen, how do you evaluate that, right? It's not as easy as, well, I get 7 out of 10. Right? It is an important question for us to be thinking. So I think we then have to think about, so how could we evidence students achieving those sorts of qualities? And that's where we get into really rich and wonderful conversations about what's the impact of learning. I work for an organization part-time, which is about international accreditation for schools. And one of the things we look at, or one of the core element is, what's the impact of all the learning that's going on in the school? Because it's the impact, it's not the good intentions we have, but it's the impact of what those students walk away with that's really the measure of how good the school is. So we have to find ways of evaluating that as a way of evaluating the success of the school and the learning. And I think the bonus, the benefit, well, there's two significant benefits with that. One is that the evaluation of what's going on is directly linked back to the specifics that the school is trying to achieve, right? So it's not anybody else's, but it is those elements of learning that we want to stand for as a community. The second benefit is, so it's authentic and for your community. And as we just were saying before, sometimes you have to change what you're trying to achieve. For instance, a focus on innovation and or well-being would then change what it is that you're trying to have as an impact. So it responds, those ways of measuring and evaluating your success are linked to what you as a school say you want to do. The other benefit is that when you're clear about what you're wanting the learning program and all of the learning, teaching and learning to be focused on, your teachers don't get caught up in conversations that are disconnected to the core element that they want to do, which is to help their students achieve these things. The teachers will start talking about, how do I get this impact more than that? And maybe how about the three of us work together in a professional learning community and really have an action research and develop something that can help us get better at developing agency in the classroom, for instance. And so the teachers take on their growth model and their self-evaluation. We don't have to use an outside set of criteria that have nothing to do with what we specifically as a school want to do. We create an inbuilt way of evaluating what we want to do by really engaging teachers in those conversations about how well are you helping your students have the impacts that we want, that we as a community have agreed on. So I think that's my vision of schools being able to make their own rather than look for what might be extraordinarily well researched, but there's so many different ones. What's the one for us? But if it's based on your desires and your community, much more powerful and effective, I think, in evaluating what you might be trying to achieve.
Lovely. Thank you, Darlene. Peggy?
Yeah, I have to say I do agree on two main points that Darlene made, and one of them is that everything that happens in terms of evaluation has to translate eventually to student learning. That's very important, and it has to be very relevant to the particular school and community. Otherwise, you know, it doesn't make sense bringing in an outside entity to judge the work that you're doing. But I think that key performance indicators and objective and key results are important. I think it's what tells us the what and the how. And these are necessary in order to have a clear picture of on both sides of the, you know, what the board expects, what you are doing clear, you know, what the head of school is clear about doing, and to be able to work towards that. So setting measurable goals that are time bound is important, because you also can determine how you need to stretch the school to do better. I mean, in many schools, I think it's a given that measurements such as, you know, looking at enrollment, college placement, faculty retention, I mean, these are given. We look at these anyway in order for the school to be successful. But these particular ways of measuring, they help us to put things into perspective, and they allow us to create a plan of how we will accomplish our objectives and to put things into perspective and prioritize. Because as leaders, many times we tend to think that everything is important and everything is a priority, and everything is not a priority. So leaders have to be able to prioritize and to focus. And these kinds of measurements also allow for frequent check-ins, and they keep people accountable. They also help us to self-assess and to self-reflect, which is an important guide in how we're doing something. So there's also a qualitative aspect, as Arlene said earlier, because quantitative assessment doesn't share the entire picture. You need that qualitative aspect to be able to tell the full picture. But these also allow us to ask questions like, you know, what helped me succeed when we reflect back in the year? What are some of the obstacles that I encountered? What would I change? What were the lessons that I learned? And they also allow us to assess when we need to stretch people so that they don't become complacent or bored, or so that their talents are being appreciated optimally. But in a nutshell, I completely agree that it has to be relevant to the particular institution. It has to come from the institution, and it ultimately must translate into better learning, better teaching, and better learning for the students.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Darlene. We are running short in our time. We have only 3 minutes. I'd like to at least pose one question that I just received from the chat. And let me have a look at it. Here's the question. After the pandemic, the stakeholders of the school are more fragile than before the pandemic. The burden of the school governance has become heavier. To solve this problem, what should be the new approaches in school governance? Peggy, you want to continue?
Sure. Let me say, what I want to say there is that it was mentioned earlier, Darlene mentioned earlier, that well-being is an important part that's coming into focus right now. What we have noticed over the pandemic, and particularly some of my thoughts are that nobody knew where we were going. We were going into uncertain situations. We had no idea what we were doing. And particularly, you know, we the adults were supposed to know what to do. And everybody was looking to us as leaders to know what to do, but nobody knew. No leader in the world even knew what to do. And so it's a trial and error situation that creates a lot of uncertainty and a lot of insecurity. Sure, they're fragile. We're all fragile. Fear started to take over at some point because we had no idea what was coming next. But that's why I think it's really important to build that sense of community. Because I know that in my school, what got us through and helps us succeed is that sense of we're in on this together and we don't know what we're doing, but you know what? We're going to figure it out because we are a group of intelligent people who are capable, and we're going to figure it out. And we figured it out. But that communication with the stakeholders was very important. So letting them know that here's how we react to unknown situations. Here's what the fear can do. And particularly when we're in a situation where we have to support the students who the students were looking to us for the answers and no adult had the answer. So I think that we spent a lot of time doing that, taking care of students and taking care of the school and taking care of stakeholders. But I think right now what needs to come to the forefront is that the educators and the leaders also need to be taken care of. We need some time for, you know, getting our mental health back in place as well.
Darlene?
Just super quickly, I think the most important thing is for everybody, governance board and school leadership, to recognize that well-being and the care and support of our people is the most important thing that they can do. And recognizing that we don't necessarily, as Peggy said, we don't know the answers, but we've got to look after each other first. Because without us healthy and caring of each other, we can't do much in the way of education. So it's well-being, I think, needs to come to the forefront.
Yeah, it seems like well-being of whole community, including administrators, are becoming more and more important. Need to have a healthier adult to have a healthier child in school. And today's meeting for me, hopefully for you as well, was a good meeting for well-being, to share, to listen, and to grow and to thrive. Thank you very much, Darlene and Peggy, sharing your time, your thoughts, and your visions with us.
Thank you so much.
Very much for the
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Good morning to one and all present here. Welcome to the second day sessions of our School Reimagines Itself conference, held in cooperation with Hisar School and the Education Reform Initiative Education Laboratory on the 25th anniversary of Hisar School. Today, our program will begin with presentations about different school models from around the world. We will listen to 3 consecutive presentations from 3 distinguished guests. Welcome, Jeremy from Pioneer Schools. Hi.
Hello.
Shell from Think Global Schools, but she has some problems connecting to Zoom. We are waiting for her as well. And Jacqueline from Upper School. Hi, Jacqueline.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, this is Okan from Hisar School. We are very happy to have you here in our conference. Thank you for joining.
Hello and welcome again. This is Aisha and I'm a senior at Hisar School. As Mr. Okan has mentioned, in this session, we will be having 3 consecutive presentations, and we'll begin with Jeremy. So before I give you the floor, Jeremy, I would first like to introduce you to the audience. Jeremy Spielman is an experienced teacher, principal, system administrator, and school transformation agent. His educational philosophy is founded on asking questions rather than forcing answers, and on building consensus rather than driving an agenda. Before joining the National Diaz Center as the assistant director, Jeremy served as Asheville City Schools Director of Professional Development, Digital Learning, and AIG Programming. Previously, Jeremy has served schools across the state as a district and school transformation coach with the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, as well as an advisor, startup school CEO, school principal, program coordinator, and classroom teacher. So now the floor is yours, Jeremy.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here and honored to be able to share a little bit about my journey taking me to Paideia and the power of our schools. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started. All right. And I'm going to set a timer for myself because when you're passionate about schools, it's often easy to talk for quite a while. So I want to make sure there's time for everyone and have the questions and answers. But I do want to say first, and looking at this slide deck, our logo, which is the book with the tree coming outside of it, has morphed over time. For a long time, it referred to active learning and that notion of the student being the active component to learning. And we sort of extended that further into the notion of think, discuss, and act. 3 powerful expectations of individuals who are part of a Paideia school. And I say individuals because that doesn't mean just students. That means anybody who enters the doors. So if it is a parent coming in to visit and we're discussing ideas, we want them to think with us, to have those discussions and to then act on some of those discussions based on the new information, knowledge, and understanding they may have. As we discuss and think about the agenda for the time, there are three components I want to make sure to cover today. That is the seminar aspect of Paideia, the classroom aspect, and then our project. And so if we think of those three pillars, those are components that are expectations to become a nationally certified school and ultimately then a nationally accredited school. Now, the difference is some of our schools may stop at just seminar, and that's completely fine. We work with schools from all across the world, in particular on improving discourse, civil discourse around ideas and values. And so if they work towards becoming a nationally certified seminar school, it means that we feel comfortable having anyone visit from anywhere to see them have discussion in the best possible way. Now, a little more abstract is the Paideia classroom. That's what we like to say is everything that's happening when the discussion is not formally happening. And so those are the skills and behaviors that are being practiced with teacher as coach and modeling those behaviors and setting opportunities for students to try on ideas, to modify their thinking, to extend on each other's learning. We often like to say the smartest person in a Paideia classroom is the room itself. Now, students, especially gifted students who tend to have a more generalized notion of success in school, struggle some with that notion that they may not be the only one with the right answer. And so when we have them redefine the idea of smart in the notion of collegiality and effective communication and building each other's thinking, it helps reframe understanding in the expectations of what it means to have a classroom of learners learning together. And that sort of carries us into the Paideia project, which ultimately is student-centered learning that is focused around the expectations of the learner in a unit of inquiry with some type of professional production or a publish-worthy product. And so those products for us are something that is for an audience outside of the school. And so the piece there that really stands out is that the students are doing work that is real world. And so that's that sort of action piece of our motto. If we go back to that beginning thought about action, it's that they do something that's beyond being done for a grade, but rather to have an impact on either their local, state, national, or international community. So just a little bit about the history of Paideia. It was started by a group of philosophers led by Mortimer Adler in the 1980s in the United States as a response to a nation at risk. Interestingly enough, at least in the United States, and my guess is across the world, there's always a critique of the effectiveness of school. What's wrong or what's broken, it certainly can be a deficit mindset. And so in the case of the Paideia group, the goal was to have a response with the assets that are necessary to extend learning in the humanities for all students. And at the time in the 80s, our first principle was that all students can learn. And while that's today a very standard way of thinking about students and learning, at the time that was pretty radical or even novel in the sense that individuals have the ability to learn and grow and that they need to be around each other, preferably in heterogeneous groupings, as opposed to being tracked based on their understanding or their success. So this is language that you will see before any Padilla seminar. And it's sort of the formal expectations that frame the seminar discussion that allow the students to know the difference between having a Socratic seminar or having a classroom discussion, but rather specifically a Padilla seminar, which is focused on that collaborative intellectual dialogue about a text facilitated with open-ended questions. We also indicate the purpose of seminar, and this is as early as preschool students. Now, this language may change slightly, but much like how you might learn to read, early exposure to print and story and discussing those ideas is crucial to help students frame that understanding around meaning and discussion. And so our youngest learners, those that are 3 years old, and some of our oldest learners, those that are faculty that are retired and want to continue growing and learning, have discussions. And you'll notice in the center, we do use name tense to sort of help reference using each other's names, especially when agreeing and disagreeing. And in the very middle is a facilitator's map. And so those drawings are us mapping the turn talks of the seminar, writing down notes, and helping keep the flow of discussion going. So this is a quote from a school that I recently was at to accredit in Amarillo, Texas. And to have a 10-year-old indicate when asked, what do you consider Padilla seminar to be? For her to say that it's a safe space, to me stands out as very important, especially when it comes to critical and creative thinking. And to be able to weigh and consider ideas and have sort of a sandbox where students feel as though it doesn't need to be fully formed, but rather they have the opportunity to deconstruct each other's ideas, to build upon each other's ideas. And again, there's something very symphonic and even synergistic to allow students to have conversation that extends their thinking and challenges their thinking in a civil way. And the language, the sort of stems that students use when indicating that they're active listeners is something that we feel is sorely missed in a more traditional or standard classroom environment. So as I mentioned before, there are sort of three aspects of Padilla. If you think about sort of the Padilla seminar, the classroom, and then the project, each one of those have an aspect of didactic, coaching, and discussion or seminar. And I just briefly wanted to share this infographic about the notion that these are things happening in every classroom in the world. It's just the percentages that these are happening and how often students feel as though they're the active participant in this process. And so traditionally, when we think about didactic teaching, that could be even reading of text, or that could be listening to a seminar or a lecture, and that may even be any of the pre-work that's done to assure that students have a sense of meaning before coming to discussion. What's probably most challenging is the time that's spent as teacher as coach, and that notion that they're developing those skills around reading, writing, speaking, listening, and thinking. And so consequently, often in our trainings, because we do train individuals from all across the world in different sections, and they may not necessarily become Padilla schools, but rather we may have individuals that are teaching in a classroom that does not match our expectations, but they believe in the pedagogy and the philosophy of Padilla, and they utilize these practices with their students. And so that transition into spending more time coaching often requires reframing the use of time within the standard classroom period, day, week, month, or year. And so when we think about building time for discussion, we're often met with the notion of students having success in seminar as it relates to placing a value of a grade on the discussion itself. And we typically will say that that is a difficult and dangerous thing to quantify the value of the discussion itself. Rather, we look more at a qualitative notion of, has the student met their goal in the discussion? There is a goal setting component that's a part of the Padilla seminar. And there's also an aspect of a change in thinking from the initial concepts to what is then learned and utilized once the discussion is over. And so for those that must or have a grade for some of the time used, we often will say that there should be grades connected to the pre-seminar writing work or the post-seminar writing work, but not the discussion itself. And so part of this is that we want them to mirror and match a traditional discussion with friends or colleagues outside of the classroom. So they're not raising hands. If they want to be heard, they're waiting for a natural pause. If there becomes a disagreement or even a debate, that there are others that reference back to the text or the ideas and keep it civil. And so typically what we see in particular is the successes come when students, as they age through the school or the programs, that their confidence, their self-efficacy in being willing to share their thinking, especially in an interview or with an essay for school, for fellowships or scholarships with universities, our students tend to stand out as novel thinkers who are willing to go against sort of the traditional formulaic writing, and it gives them a chance to sort of show expression while also having a level of humility or even empathy for individuals outside of the standard traditions. So a summary of sort of what seminar is at different ages. You'll notice the top picture, that's our director, Terry Roberts. He's sitting on the floor at eye level with a group of second graders at a school in California. And that's probably the biggest component to this, is that the teacher is a part of the discussion in the sense that they're mapping and they're asking questions, but they are not driving the discussion in a more traditional Socratic way. It's more meiutic, which is a Greek word for midwifery. And it means that there's that notion that we're, as facilitators, helping in the birthing process of those ideas, but ultimately it has to be the student that has that thought and can come to an understanding as to why they're thinking what they're thinking. And so that sort of takes us to this notion that a Padilla school is transforming in the quality of education through being able to successfully think, discuss, and act, ultimately with these bullets, to engage in rigorous student life in all classes, to have thoughtful and collaborative culture for any and all who enter, to have the notion of engaged leadership that is there with learning, to have an active community that is involved in the learning process at all stages. And then this one is probably the trickiest part for all of our schools. In fact, our national conference this summer is on the idea and concept of time and how we use it and how it uses us. And so when we think about scheduling and building opportunities to enact each of those three areas, what are the opportunities for students in classrooms to engage in novel discussions on a semi-regular basis, let's say anywhere from once a week to once a month, and then have opportunities to act on that new information. And so to that end, I think the takeaways for Padilla schools and the power of our schools is letting the students have that voice and feeling heard in a way that is not like a traditional classroom environment where a hand must be raised, a student is called on. Often they're told whether their idea or answer is correct or needs modification, and then they value their thinking based on the affirmation from the teacher. And so in the discussion itself, the students have to sort of use each other's thinking to sort of understand, do I still believe what I believed when I made this statement? Have I changed my mind? If so, why do I consider this differently? How is it informing my writing or the change in my thinking? And then how do I also see that my relationship as a community member in this classroom, in this school, is changed based on this new information? And so we have content-based seminars, which are focused specifically on standards around that curricular aspect, but we also have social emotional seminars. And the social emotional seminars are meant to be really a sharpening of the saw to allow students to have a level of empathy and efficacy around those topics that they may not have support outside of the classroom. And so when we think about social media and digital components that are often inundating us from all sides, students will often say, I would like to have a discussion about this topic because I feel like it's causing me stress or angst at school. So one of the ways that we understand and know a Paideia school is working extremely well is when the students really are bringing opportunities and ideas to the classroom and to the school for change based on how they perceive their worlds to be challenging them and supporting them on a regular basis. So that is all I have. I know we're going to do question and answer at the end, but I did want to make sure that you had access to my email and to our website. We tend to, when we're not traveling and training, we're very responsive to interact with individuals and would love to answer any further questions offline and once our presentations are concluded. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, for sharing the philosophy of Paideia schools. It was very inspiring. By the way, Shell, welcome. Before continuing with Shell, we have a question for you, Jeremy.
Sure.
You are implementing an alternative instructional method in your school, right? So how do you prepare the academic staff for your model in Paideia schools?
Our implementation window typically is a gradual release. So we'll train schools typically in a 2-day training to begin with on Paideia seminar. But then we have support days folded in to where we go into the schools and model seminars for teachers with students at whatever grade level and whatever content area. And then we help write Paideia seminar plans. We'll work directly with the leaders in the building as well as the teachers to help make sure the curriculum matches. But our focus and goal is to make sure that it's not a single package training, but it sort of permeates the building. And then we follow up 2 to 3 years later with certification visits, if in fact the schools want that.
Thank you, Jeremy. One more question.
Of course.
I can read that out loud. So you mentioned about the expectations of the learner in your presentation. Do you have a measuring system to evaluate if you have done a good job in the eyes of the student?
So we do have students' rubrics where they can evaluate the conversation on a more holistic level to where they can see where their goals met. Did the discussion flow freely? Did they meet their goals? So there is sort of a handful of different tools that the students and any observers might use to see the effectiveness of the discussion.
Thank you, Jeremy. Of
course.
Shell, hi, welcome.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
So we will continue with your presentation. Thank you for joining Hisar School Reimagines Itself conference.
Thank you for having me. Is it all right if I share my screen now?
Sure, sure. And while you're preparing your screen share, I would like to introduce you to our audience, if that's okay.
Perfect.
Welcome again. I'm also Aisha from Hisar School. Shell Marshall is passionate about actualizing educational ideals with students through project-based, place-based experiential learning. She began teaching as a second career after serving in the Canadian Armed Forces as a finance officer. Her area of interest has always been science and the environment. Her teaching experience includes 10 years of teaching IB physics and high school science. For the past 4 years, she has been facilitating Think Global School student projects. Shell spent 1 year as a curriculum developer for Think Global School, traveling the world and developing place-based projects that incorporate 21st century skill development while exposing students to local culture and connections to the community. So welcome again, Shell. Just a small reminder for you, we have 20 minutes for the presentation.
Perfect.
And then we can take some questions from the audience. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Just give me a second here. I had it set up, but I'm just gonna, there. Okay, so I wanted to thank the organizers of the conference for inviting us to have this important discussion about the future of education. And to that end, I'm going to talk a little bit about Think Global School and how our programs are fitting into that, that realm, I guess you could say. So I'm going to explain a little bit about what Think Global School is. Think Global School is a traveling school, and we are within our travels, we are bringing students from around the world to come together, and we work together as a diverse team of both educators and students to learn from each other, as well as from the places that we travel to. Okay, just hold on. So you'll see here in this screen that the countries that we travel to. So in each location, we spend about 2 months with our students. We have a blended learning concept. So before arriving into a country, we will spend time learning about the country, about what we're trying to, the concepts that we're trying to understand. And then we'll spend time within that country discussing topical issues within the country, as well as diving deeper into our educational model. Hold on a minute. So the concept of our school is to bring students and staff together from around the world to both gain perspectives from learning together and to learn through place-based experience with a focus on building skills to make meaningful change. Our core values are embedded in everything we do as a school, how we build our community, how we build our curriculum, and how we build relationships with the people that we meet along the way. The key aspects of our Changemaker curriculum include project-based learning, place-based learning, as well as social-emotional learning. As we've heard throughout yesterday's session and the previous speaker talking about student social-emotional learning, students are in a position to thrive when they're able to attend to their affective domain. Building understanding and self-awareness are essential for students to manage the autonomy that they have in our program, as well as the independence as we travel and learn together.
So people might be more familiar with project-based learning that's grounded in the concept of cross-curricular and relevant experiential student learning. But I'm going to highlight our application of place-based learning. And I just wanted to say here that while our school is unique in that we travel to different locations, the essential elements of place-based learning can be applied in a non-traveling school as well. So with place-based learning, we seek out local experts, NGOs, guest speakers, and we build partnerships with different schools and universities and even entrepreneurial entities. Basically, any kind of program that's in the local community that we're visiting. And this is to enhance the delivery of the concepts and the content that our students are exploring. In addition, we speak out experiences within the community, structures such as internships and workshops to build a deeper understanding of the interactions, communication, information, and task flows that are connected to 21st century skills. In that way, we build a large community of educators who support our students and their development, and in return, we make strong community connections. So that's the basis of how we do our place-based learning. So there's two main structures that we use as we travel. And these are the structures of our curriculum. Basically, there's educator designed modules and our student designed personal project. So I think global school students spend about 50% of their time on each of these structures, with the educator-led modules providing a good framework and exemplar for students that they can apply to the structures that they need for building their own personal projects, which they spend, again, about half of their time. So I wanted to illustrate to you an example of what those educator-led modules might look like. This is an example in a country that we've visited several times, Oman. And these are, as we enter into a country, the students can decide between 3 different modules. And so I'll just talk about the 3 modules here. So spices to oil. So we're looking at the history of trade in Oman, how significant trade routes have developed over time, bringing in mathematical concepts through the study of marine navigation and economic aspects of trade relationships within the oil industry. So that would be one module that's available to students. Another one is Marine and Coastal Studies, which looks at the shift and diversification of Oman's economy from fossil fuels to tourism, specifically in this case, scuba tourism, and the potential impact on marine ecosystems. Belonging in Oman was dealing with more specifically the interrelationship of culture, geography, religion, and the challenges of cultural perspective. Also the artistic symbolism found in Oman and the exploration of family histories and their stories, and then students applied these in the creation of a graphic novel. So what you can see is that there are some global elements to these themes, but they are also tied very specific to the location. So the students also get to build in the elements of their module work. So applying the same design thinking and problem solving to their own personal projects. This is typically a blend of learning concepts and building skills to explore a relevant topic or issue. Through this process, students apply their 21st century skills like visual information literacy, global awareness, critical thinking, self-direction, etc. Our version of project-based learning creates student autonomy, and with autonomy comes responsibility. And I would say that this is one of the biggest challenges that our students face. They often come to us with 8 to 10 years of institutionalized thinking, which is sometimes takes the better part of their time with us for the students to overcome and to figure out how they can authentically manage their independence. And this is, again, shifting the focus away from things like marks-based and box ticking that everybody is having a struggle with, I think, from listening to our other speakers. So like in the Paideia schools, we spend a lot of time working one-on-one with students, conferencing with students. This is part of the student autonomy and the student-led inquiry process. Students can select the learning standards that will be included in their personal projects. And then they also set the standard of excellence for their project by developing their own rubrics and rubric criteria. And they do that with the coaching of educators, and the educators become more of the facilitators to challenge and support students. And it's interesting that I heard from our previous speaker talking about those same elements of challenging and supporting students. In addition, students are supporting and challenging each other through successive feedback rounds. So both within our modules and also within personal projects, students are taking the time to present their ideas and then giving feedback to each other. And how this works is that students actually, when they're in a feedback round, the student will talk about the criteria that they want to have feedback on. And the whole group actually takes ownership of the project or the proposal, and as if it's their own. And so they're giving feedback that's specific, kind, and helpful. And that's something that the whole community does to raise the standards of that single project, but also the community as a whole. And this extends their understanding of ways that they might also approve their own projects. So circling back to the concept of place-based learning and having feedback rounds, we also extend that to having feedback from our community experts. So those local guest speakers, the workshop leaders, and the program providers from the community, they would be attending feedback rounds during the process of the project or module development, and then also potentially at the end presentation. So this brings relevance to the student work, and the students at our school are not graded by tests or exams. They're presenting their learning as final products. This might be something like a TED-style presentation, the presentation of a documentary that they've produced, or maybe even a board game that they've developed, or as in the previous example, a graphic novel that's been written. In this case here, in this slide, the students are actually giving a business pitch to the local community experts that they've been working with. So not only is the student work relevant, but our connection to the local community is also enriched. So once again, we're excited to share the model of our learning with the educational community so we can impact student learning on a global scale. So that's, again, we're thankful for being a part of this conference. We feel that students of all ages can participate in these types of activities, both with the project-based learning and place-based learning, and that the benefits to student learning is something that would make it worthwhile. Again, in the previous speaker, talking about time and the time spent to develop this kind of thinking, this kind of approach, it is worthwhile in the end once the students are taking ownership of the process. So this is a broad overview of the components that we use in our attempt to fulfill our mission, basically assisting our students to develop the skills to become change makers. And so again, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now or else at the end of the session.
Thank you so much, Shell, for telling about the Think Global Schools. We understand that your system is very much intertwined with project-based learning and also encourage students to learn about the local culture. So a question, Are there any challenges for you applying this model in Think Global schools? Or what kind of challenges do you have?
Okay, so it is a complex task. There are two challenges. One I already highlighted is the shift of thinking from students. A lot of students that are high-performing students that come to us are very fixated on grades and feeling like they need to validate their their academic accomplishments through like a high grade. So that is a challenge that we face, and how we try to overcome that is by having the one-on-one conferencing with students, and also having the feedback rounds that I was explaining, where students are actually taking ownership and they're pushing each other. And so the time that we spend focusing on those processes and less time talking about grades, both in those feedback rounds and the conferencing that we do with students, we're focusing on the inquiry process. So again, student goal setting, what do you want to get out of this? What would be the most excellent work from you? And really kind of facilitating that process. So that is a big challenge. And then I would say that coming out of the COVID years where we were doing online learning, and then beginning to travel with students again, it is fairly complex managing that. But one thing that we have noticed is students' mental health. And really, we have spent a lot of time trying to make sure that students are feeling comfortable, that they recognize any mental health challenges, and that they're open to speaking to us about it. And so really building that community, building the trust within the students, and then facilitating them to support each other. Those I would say those are our two big challenges right now.
Thank you so much, Shel. We have another question. Have you noticed similarities in outcomes of your travel studies based on geographic location, religion, economical and social development level of the country? Do you have statistical reports on these?
Oh, that's actually a good question. And that would be something that we're actually pushing towards. So and as I understand the question is to if we're keeping statistics about the countries that we travel to and their their political, economical kind of world state, in our travel cycle, you can see that we are visiting different countries in different continents. We are really trying to spread out how we've approached it. As an example, where we've traveled into India, into China as emerging economies, and with the geopolitical situation always shifting, we're sometimes restricted from going to countries that we had originally planned. And so we do try to spread it out and approach it in that way, but we're not always able to. And in terms of keeping a statistical record of some of those relationships, no, we haven't, like in particular data points. But that is something that we will be doing. Right now, we have 2 cohorts that are traveling with, 30 students and 11 staff members. But we are now just developing a PD center that will extend some of the lessons that we've learned, I guess, and the understanding of these platforms, so that other educators can benefit from it. And in that PD center, we'll be looking at more data-driven analysis of the things that we do, both in in the countries that we visit, but also in the outcome of student learning. A question that had been given to the previous guest speaker was talking about measuring student learning and how we do that in a very similar way that he was discussing, where students develop their rubrics. We're also collecting data on how students feel about their learning. Did they meet the goals that they wanted to through the processes that we have in our school? And it's a very qualitative kind of data collection. And through our PD Center, we want to look at bringing that into a quantitative analysis, not just with our present students, but also with our alumni as they progress through university or in whatever capacity that they might be moving to.
Shell, thank you so much. It was a great speech, and it was really nice to hear about the Ting school system. So yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, we're going to have Jacqueline joining us now.
Hello.
Hi, Jacqueline, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. It's lovely to be here. I'm with such like-minded educators. While
you're sharing your screen, I would like to introduce you.
Sure.
So Jacqueline George has been a passionate educator for 10 years. She graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Resource Management from the University of Windsor, Canada, and completed her teaching qualifications in upper school sciences. She has studied and taught in Australia, China, and Indonesia. Jacqueline currently holds many roles at Green School Bali, Indonesia. She acts as a project manager and teaches environmental science and green studies. She's passionate about experiential education and is an advocate for project-based student-led learning experiences. She aspires to enhance educational programs through memories and connections to nature and encourages students to embrace, honor, and develop their relationship to the natural environment. So now the floor is yours, Jacqueline. Thank you.
Thank you, beautifully said. And actually what I wanted to do to start off was to ask everyone to think about or take this first minute to think about your first connection or first memory in nature and what it felt like. So was it exciting or calming and quiet, or was it a bit scary for you? But we'll come back to that later. And I feel like I don't need to introduce myself, but I am Jacqueline, and I'm originally from Ontario, Canada. I've been living overseas for about 12 years, mostly in Indonesia and now Cambodia. And so my focus is, and my passion is environmental science. And I really wanted to focus on project-based learning today. Even though I am focused on upper school project-based learning, it is something that is taught at my school, Green School. It's been taught there for, it's taught across all levels. So from elementary school to high school, but I'm really focused on upper school in this presentation today. Okay, and so permaculture, based on the theories of David Holmgren, is defined as a creative design process. And it's based on whole systems thinking, and it's informed by ethics and design principles. And when we view permaculture through the lens of education, we're basically trying to educate the whole student. And so the ethics and design principles of permaculture were considered when designing environmental science programs at Green School for both middle and high school years. And for more specific units of work, especially in the thematic frame, the UN Sustainable Development Goals were also considered. For any units of work designed for the teaching and learning in the field of environmental science, the understanding that we must allow our natural systems to thrive and that we are very much part of those natural systems is essential for students, and especially when covering topics such as biology, ecology, or environmental chemistry. Students are reminded to question how we can contribute to these systems and allow the environment to be better off than when we interacted with it. So this is where it all began. This is a very old photo of Green School, but one of my favorites. It is a bamboo school in a jungle. And it's covered with gardens, it's beautiful architecture, but it is a wall-less school. And so although it is a school in a jungle, again, these programs and projects that I'll be speaking about can be modified and taught in a similar style in a more conventional academic program. But you can see at the bottom right of this slide, I'll be pinpointing learning objectives, the skills that we teach to, and the values. And so having a set of values such as integrity, responsibility, empathy, sustainability, peace, equity, community, and trust is helpful in having a whole community understand the set of expectations to live and learn by. Additionally, a set of skills that the students work towards, such as critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving, communication, or collaboration, guide the students and provide a rationale for why they're learning the content that's covered. And also knowing why they learn specific outcomes creates clear connections to the values of the lesson. Once the values understood, the students invest their engagement in the content. The wonderful part of progressive environmental science programs is making space and time for projects. Making space and time to see a project from start to end. And this style of teaching and learning is often student-led, it's hands-on learning. The length of time needed for this kind of teaching and learning can vary depending on the projects that are planned. Students often begin a unit of work learning about the background knowledge as you would with the scientific method. The research is really important to understand all the links to the theories, issues, or concepts being studied. But with that said, learning topics in environmental science is not always about global threats, as we know this can create fear in young people. So it's also about making better choices for bettering our lives to be happy, healthy humans. And the learning is just as much about bettering our social and mental well-being, as also mentioned by our previous speakers. And so now I'm just going to speak a little bit about sort of the formula that I like to follow when involved in project-based learning, because it can have different styles or ordering of events. The formula includes a set of steps that we generally follow. And again, this is something that happens at all levels, but this one that I'm speaking about is specific to upper school. So starting with first days focused around team building through mini missions. And these are teacher designed activities that encourage kids to work together. They can be on site or out for an adventure, but they're really fun and they really allow the students to get to know each other. Projects introduced through project pitches. And before these pitches happen, several workshops take place, such as one called the Bad Idea Factory, which allows the students or leads students through a process of how to shift those unimaginable ideas into good ones. They also learn through an activity called Zones of Comfort. So they learn about, where do they find themselves as learners? If they're really stuck in that comfortable zone, how do they shift into a more risk-taking zone? Of course, safe risk-taking. When and where do they find themselves in a danger zone, and how can we help them shift back to the safe risk-taking zone? Next, projects. Once the students come to their top 3 projects that they're interested in undertaking, and those will go through a project autopsy. And that's when the students really dig down and get a real feel for what it will take to deliver on the project. This is a set of questions, and it allows students to understand their own strengths. And if they do have weaknesses, how do they work together to overcome those, or work to each other's strengths? But also very focused on details of the project, such as budget and time constraints. Next, calendars are really important in this kind of learning, and they're often very large, big boards where students interact with them daily. And so when they set up meetings or events with key stakeholders, they go ahead and they put up those scheduled meetings up on the calendar. And this is something they check in with every morning. throughout any project, throughout any subject or topic, there will be regular check-ins with students, and they are assessed through media assignments. And this is where students have assessments of learning and also assessments for learning. And they can be in the form of written articles, podcasts, videography, photojournals, and sometimes even in the more conventional style of quizzes or tests. And finally, we take the time for personalized feedback and reflection through exit interviews. And this is a reflective process for the students on how well they did, how well they worked on the project. And they are actually asked to write a reflection themselves as well. Okay, so now in order for project-based learning to align with the skills, learning outcomes, and values, we also have a set of learning principles. And this is sort of the bond or the glue for the project work to come together. Real learning principles are a set of principles to help focus each unit of work. And learning that is real is relationship building, experiential, authentic, and with local perspectives. What's really nice about having such a small, clear set of learning principles is that you can design projects or units of work that align specifically with each and or all of them. And this ensures that you're creating well-rounded learning outcomes and lessons, again, for the whole student. And so I'll now talk through what some of these learning experiences can look like under each of these learning principles. These are not necessarily unit-long projects, but ones that I have personally designed and taught specifically through these principles. And so the first one that I will, sorry, this is again, repeated what I just mentioned, relationship building, experiential, authentic, and with local perspectives. So these are the real learning principles. And so I'm going to start off with relationship building. And under this principle, it allows a lot of space and time for social emotional learning. And it includes or encourages students to be creative, kind, like-minded individuals who learn to speak openly, thoughtfully, and work on their communication skills. The project work asks students to work together, which involves active listening skills, participation in discussions, and practicing questioning techniques. I have a lot of slides coming up about chickens because this is one of my passions, and I've taught a lot of science lessons directly from the chicken coop. And a lot of times the focus here with this chicken project is empathy and reframing relationships with nature and also peers at school. And so as you can see, students come into the coop and they learn a lot of the different scientific concepts, theories that can be connected to a chicken coop. There was a time when I really did think chickens could save our world, but you can really connect so many different concepts under environmental science or anatomy, biology, soil science, whatever it is, ecology, through the chicken coop. And so again, it happens at all levels. You see elementary students, actually early years, elementary, middle, and high school students coming in at different levels with different work to be done. This is one example of what they would be learning at the upper levels. They're learning how a deep litter compost system can be beneficial for soil science, gardening techniques, and it branches out in so many different directions, such as pollinators and local connections and what's happening outside of the coop. And really all the students want to do is come in and hold the chickens and pet the chickens. And so oftentimes I will give them that space to do that. And that's when, you know, you indirectly realize that the students are creating that connection with nature that, you know, you just can't teach through a textbook. But you realize that they're learning this just by being and learning by doing while they're here with the animals. They're creating those connections. And so then this led to a homegrown chicken project where students actually took their own chicken home. And of course, they were well prepared before they did this, but this was an entire middle school class. And the focus really was, you know, gaining that confidence to take care of another being, but also how do you How do you create empathy and respect for others through chickens? Our relationship with a single chicken really can impact our behaviors, our feelings, and in some contexts, our global perspectives. Next up, I'm going to speak now on the experiential learning principle. And this is hands-on learning in where students see their plans and their designs and their hopes move into action. This can look different depending on the unit and expected length of the project. And so we designed a group called Green Generation at the school. And this particular group went out off campus and visited an area where a local power plant exists. And they are now in the preparation of building a second part to this. And so they worked with Greenpeace Indonesia. They worked with the people living around in the area, and through interviews decided how they would share their knowledge. Next, I'm going to talk about authentic learning. For learning to be authentic, students need to understand the connection between curriculum content and the world outside of the school, why they're learning life skills and outcomes that they are exposed to, and how the content helps answer and explain the big ideas behind the lesson. So and in this one specifically, they're learning about how to make essential oils, but they're learning a lot of the science behind it. They're also learning, again, gardening techniques and what plants can offer us as alternatives to synthetically made medicine. Okay. And then finally, local to global. This is the last learning principle. And so this is one of the most challenging yet rewarding learning principles. It includes learning that is local, whether that local means right directly on campus or beyond the borders of the campus, planning for local action, work, and sometimes service work creates the connection and learning about taking care of our place and the people and the environment and ourselves as well. Once students understand the importance of learning locally, then they can immerse in solution-based learning that can go and take a global focus. This one specifically is traditional medicine, and the students learned how to treat different ailments and what to plant. And they also went to different organizations in the area who are actually already doing this as their enterprise, and learned how to make different remedies. It's very hands-on learning. It's very engaging. It's fun, but it also has purpose and value. And so going back to now how I started the talk, I asked you to think about that first connection that you've had in nature that you can remember. And every now and then, this is actually how I will start a unit of work. I'll have students think about that. I'll have them think about their connection with nature and check in where they're at with that. It's often a good feeling for them. And it's one that's low stress, it's fun, it's calming. And it helps sets the mood and intention for the unit of work. It gives them purpose in knowing why they do their work and, something to work hard for. I like starting it this way a lot of times, or on a more positive note, because, oftentimes with environmental science or any science, can be connected somehow to, something that is doom and gloom. A lot of us have been taught with the doom and gloom when we think about the world and, specifically climate change. And so this can instill a lot of fear in youth. It can be very heavy. It can lead to fear of their future and something known as ecophobia or eco-anxiety. And so, to be able to shift this to something positive, eco-positivity is really, where the opposite of rejection takes place. It's where all the new ideas and planning can start, and then you can see the action. Okay. It's important to remember, it is important to remember to teach about, all the details, and which sometimes do include threats to society, as the youth need to learn about these problems first to know how to plan and take action, and follow more of a solutions-based approach in the light of eco-positivity. But I think that this is really approachable, and easier to accomplish through project-based learning. It's hands-on work, again, that incorporates critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving, and collaboration, which engages the students in academics with additional benefits that the students gain, such as social emotional learning, which the speakers today were also really focused on. We've heard so many times learning by doing, which I understand better as learning while doing, but I really do feel like this is the essence of project-based learning. So this actually brings me to the end of my talk, and I would like to thank you for having me today. And I hope that you know, what I've shared has really inspired some of you who are listening.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for your presentation. Actually, we are very jealous after seeing your school in Bamboos.
It's a very special place. It really, truly is.
So we have some questions for you. One from Shell. She's curious about the length of time spent on projects and how you approach student academic diversity within projects.
And so projects can vary in length. They can vary, you know, it could be 1 to 2 days, it could be 1 week, it can be up to 6 weeks. So each class or unit of work is actually only 6 weeks long. So you get through these projects in that amount of time. And so it's really interesting to see the engagement from students and how they work together to get through these learning outcomes in such a short amount of time. When you go to the middle school years, they do have a little bit longer. It's more 8 to 10 weeks, but the upper school, the high school students would see these classes for only 6 weeks long. And like I was saying earlier, they're assessed in many different ways. And I think that this really does create the differences in learning styles. It accommodates the differences in learning styles and the diversity in learners. So they do have options. They get to choose how or what they would like to take on as their assessment. So they can choose to be the writers if they're the ones who are writing the articles to share their knowledge, or they can choose to, you know, hold the podcast if that's what they choose. We often make sure that they choose differently each time, but they can choose how they will be assessed, unless it is something like a quiz where everybody is involved.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. One more question from participants who follow the presentation from YouTube. What is the approximate student population in your school? Do you think such a school system could be applied on country level? If not, what do you think are the limitations?
Okay, so the school's population is around 500 students. And of course, like our previous speaker mentioned with COVID, that sort of fluctuated and it was challenging. But I think that, you know, these projects are often geared to very small groups. The classroom size is small. So it's not necessarily something that is run with such large groups, unless it is some sort of whole school challenge, which we also like to take on those as well. But classroom sizes are typically around 10 to 15 students. But I have taken on projects that are designed for larger groups as well, up to 30 students. So often what we do in those situations or scenarios is that the students are paired or grouped, small groups, and they can take on different projects that are pitched. This is not always the case for every class. So sometimes these groups of students are all working on the same topic or same project, but other times they're all working on something different. So like our first speaker mentioned, you know, the teacher becomes more of a facilitator or someone who is guiding these students through. And it does take a lot of practice in this type of teaching. And oftentimes, the teachers become the learners, you know, so it's very much a teaching and learning environment where sometimes everyone in the room is learning together.
Well, thank you so much, Jacqueline. It has been a great session overall. We heard about 3 truly inspiring and interesting school systems from around the world, starting with Paideia, then Think Global Schools, and lastly, Green Schools in Bali. So Jeremy, Shell, Jacqueline, it was an honor to have you all here in our conference. Thank you so much, and have a good day, and good night, Jeremy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Goodbye.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.